Chapter 101, My Dear Brother. Chapter 101, My Dear Brother. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. That was the first time that Wang Baoli had received a call for help from a Dao College schoolmate ever since entering the Spirit Breath village. There was, after all, a limit to the range of the Jade Slip when it was used as a helpline. Unless it was close by, it would not be transmitted successfully due to magnetic interference in the area. That was not only unique to Ethereal Dao College. It was the same case for the other 3 Dao colleges as well, but regardless of that shortcoming, the Jade Slip had a certain usefulness. Right now, Wang Baoli had his head lowered as he stared at the Jade Slip with his full attention. As spiritual energy surged into the Jade Slip, he managed to ascertain the location of the other party and made his way there at breakneck speed. Previously, Wang Baoli had rendered help to all his schoolmates whom he met on the way to the best of his abilities. As the 3 roles head prefect of Ethereal Dao College's Dharmic Armament faculty, he felt that he could not ignore others when they needed help. It was partially his own nature to act this way, but he was also driven by the high officials' autobiographies that he had read the past, where he saw the importance of building connections, which hinged on making more friends. Helping others is one of the fastest ways to make an impression and develop friendships. Therefore, Wang Baoli felt that helping others was something that he delighted himself in, and it aligned with the principles that he had read about in the high officials' autobiographies. He took the initiative and closed in on the location that the Jade Slip pointed to. Before Wang Baoli was a valley located in the area that the Jade Slip was pointing toward. In the valley, Zhui Yifan was like a kite whose string had been severed as he tumbled in the air and slammed heavily into the ground. As fresh blood seeped out from his mouth, the emergency communication Jade Slip that he was clutching in his hands also rolled away. The injured Zhui Yifan knelt on the ground with his hand supporting him. He was disheveled and extremely beaten. His body was wounded in many areas and his eyes were crimson red, filled with indignation and mania. He growled and threw a death stare at the figure in front of him, the figure of a youth that looked extremely similar to him. Zhui Xian. That youth was Zhui Xian, a handsome chap dressed in a white robe. He looked immensely floaty. He stood there, retracting the leg that he had used to kick Zhui Yifan, and looked smilingly at him. Indignant, huh, my younger brother? When Zhui Xian spoke, waves of laughter emerged from behind him. Not far away were 6 students from White Deer Dao College who were dressed in white Daoist robes. Each of them was advanced in their combat capabilities, with most of them already possessing the 6-inch spirit root. They all looked relaxed and supercilious as they surrounded a 7-inch spirit root that had been severely injured. That 7-inch spirit root was not faceless but had instead already morphed into Zhui Yifan's appearance. In this scenario, it seemed apparent that Zhui Xian had led the students from his college to stop Zhui Yifan from absorbing the 7-inch true breath, so that they could get the spirit root instead. Head Prefect Xian, so this is the useless younger brother that keeps trying to challenge you, the one you've been talking about all the time. Someone who couldn't get admitted into White Deer Dao College and had to enter Ethereal Dao College instead. What capabilities would he have? The people who were surrounding Zhui Yifan's 7-inch spirit root jeered. I've embarrassed myself in front of all of you. When everything is concluded, I'll give everyone a treat as a celebration for all of you in successfully gaining admission to the upper academy of White Deer Dao College. Zhui Xian's smile was like the spring winds, courteous in its own right. All 6 students from White Deer Dao College laughed heartily. They adored Zhui Xian's forthrightness. At the same time, they were more than willing to be acquainted with this exceptional head prefect who was the cream of the crop of all the students in White Deer Dao College. Seeing that the entire situation has progressed beyond the point of possible redemption, Zhui Yifan pitifully spurted fresh blood from his mouth. He was indignant but also helpless. Even if the 7-inch spirit root was right before his eyes, it was beyond his reach, and everything was simply pitiful. Even though he was the head prefect of the combat faculty and had worked extremely diligently for the past year, when faced with his elder brother who had outperformed him in every possible way since they were young, he was no match for him at all. Not to mention the fact that he had 6 other helpers. They did not even need to attack him, for the simple act of them surrounding the 7-inch spirit root was sufficient to land him in despair. My dear younger brother, as the illegitimate son of the family, the fact that you could gain admission into Ethereal Dao College shows the magnanimity of our dear father. As the bastard child of that unworthy wife, attaining the 6-inch state is the best you can do. Zhuo Yixian's smile remained on his face as he squatted down in front of Zhuo Yifan and patted his face. As for the 7-inch spirit root, don't you even think about it. The green veins on Zhuo Yifan's face twitched as he was being insulted. His eyes grew more bloodshot, and he tightened his clenched fist even more forcefully, to the point where the blood vessels on the back of his hand were about to burst. Just as he wanted to retaliate, his elder brother threw him a cold look before punching him directly on the chest, causing fresh blood to spew from his mouth once again. The energy that he had strained to muster was dispersed by Zhuo Yixian's attack. Why bother? You've been this way since you were young. Do you know how much I want to gouge your eyeballs out? Your gaze, it's so annoying. Zhuo Yixian spoke softly as he looked at his younger brother with a smile. You. Zhuo Yifan panted heavily as excruciating pain spread through his body. However, he was helpless. His memories were evoked by Zhuo Yixian's words, and they were replaying in his mind. To his schoolmates from Ethereal Dao College, he was someone with a mysterious family background, but he was also someone with extraordinary combat capabilities that made him famous. However, in reality, his childhood years were bitter. As the illegitimate son, his mother had died a long time ago, and his father was cold and unfeeling to him. His childhood was cold and lonely. His elder brother had tortured and pressured him continuously throughout the years. He had originally thought that once he entered Ethereal Dao College, he could control his own future and distance himself from the family clan. He never would have thought that he would still be hampered by his elder brother in his journey to attain the 7-inch spirit root. Don't give up, okay? As your elder brother, I have already planned out your future for you. Zhuo Yixian patted Zhuo Yifan's face again, revealing a look of excitement in his eyes. Next, I'll strip you of all the healing pills you have so that you will enter a coma from your severe injuries. Then I'll lock you up in a place that you can't escape from, but don't worry, you won't die. You'll regain consciousness a few days later, but your injuries will become even more severe. You'll realize that the only way you can save yourself will be to break through the ancient martial arts as a 6-inch spirit root, and ascend into the true breath realm. Only when you reach true breath can you use the expulsive force to send yourself out of the mystic realm using the power of your injuries. What do you think about it? Your elder brother treats you well, huh? Zhuo Yixian's words entered Zhuo Yifan's ears clearly. They were vicious and evil, causing blood to gush into Zhuo Yifan's eyes and forcing him to the brink of mania. However, he could not retaliate. In his despair, he looked at the jade slip that had rolled away from him, for it was his only chance. Don't bother looking at it. Whoever comes to your help will be implicated by you. Zhuo Yixian laughed as he picked Zhuo Yifan up, throwing him to where the jade slip had landed before stepping on the jade slip to break it into pieces with his feet, as if to extinguish the last glimmer of hope in Zhuo Yifan, before he turned to leave. Seeing the broken jade slip, Zhuo Yifan seemed to have lost all physical strength as he shut his eyes in despair. However, just as the jade slip was being broken, at the very moment Zhuo Yifan shut his eyes, a ruffling sound of someone running from afar was heard. It was an angry growl that sounded familiar to Zhuo Yifan. It sounded like a clap of thunder, exploding loudly. Zhuo Yixian, how dare you? As the voice appeared, Wang Baoli's figure was like a bolt of lightning that appeared instantly with breathtaking speed. He arrived in front of Zhuo Yixian, punching him immediately. The sudden turn of events happened too suddenly. Be it Zhuo Yixian or his 6 schoolmates, before they could react, Wang Baoli's fist had already landed, breaking the sound barrier with the loud, impactful bang spreading in all directions. Zhuo Yixian's expression dropped. At this critical juncture, he picked up Zhuo Yifan with his hands, attempting to use him as a shield. His ring also flashed brightly, opening his protective shield to block Wang Baoli's punch. Loud booms erupted instantly. Zhuo Yixian felt an intense force tumbling at him as if he had been hit by a train traveling at high speed. His entire body trembled, and he lost his hold on Zhuo Yifan. He was hurled into the air by the huge force, and while he was in midair, the glow that emanated from the Dharma treasure broke down layer by layer. Eventually, with a loud plonk, it completely disintegrated, and Zhuo Yixian's body was thrown more than 100 feet away. As he landed, blood trickled out the corner of his mouth, and upon raising his head, he was surprised to see that the person who had appeared beside Zhuo Yifan was none other than Wang Baoli! Wang Baoli! Zhuge Yixian's breathing was rapid as he immediately recognized Wang Baoli. At the same time, his 6 schoolmates were also shocked breathless, looking at Wang Baoli, extremely taken aback. Wang Baoli's speed was so fast, and the force of his punch so powerful, that it exceeded their understanding of pulse enrichment. To a certain extent, they were astonished by the power of his punch. What kind of cultivation does he have? The Dharmic artifact protective shield of head prefect Yixian broke down so easily. As these people reeled in shock, Zhuge Yifan opened his eyes, staring dazedly at Wang Baoli, who was standing beside him. He was also frozen with surprise. Even though he had called for help, he never would have thought that it would be Wang Baoli who would come to his rescue, since they had a somewhat unpleasant history. Despite the unfriendliness between them, Wang Baoli was still willing to render his assistance. This touched Zhuge Yifan significantly, and complex feelings welled up in his heart, including even a hint of guilt. Not noticing Zhuge Yifan's complex emotions, Wang Baoli turned, his back facing Zhuge Yifan as he looked at Zhuge Yixian. His face was unfriendly, and rage was obvious from his eyes. He might have gotten there late, but looking at the situation before him, he could guess what had happened. He did not understand why it became this way between Zhuge Yifan and Zhuge Yixian, who were brothers, but it was clear that Zhuge Yixian was extremely evil and vicious in his actions. It wouldn't matter if you're merely snatching, for I've done it myself. However, that's the most you should do. Not only did you snatch away one's opportunity, you also extinguished other people's hopes. That is too much. Chapter 102, Do You Want to Die? Chapter 102, Do You Want to Die? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli, this is the private matter of the 5-generation Sky Clan. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing ever happened and even reward you with a huge gift. Zhuge Yixian looked terrible, even slightly fearful. Wang Baoli's attack previously still caused his heart to pound heavily in shock. Consider everything carefully and thoroughly. This is a private matter and not a competition between Dao colleges. From beginning to end, I was the only one who attacked him, and none of my schoolmates participated in this. They only helped me to surround the 7-inch spirit root. If it were someone else, Zhuge Yixian would not have bothered to explain. Instead, he would have frightened the other party away by attacking them. However, he was facing Wang Baoli, and he had no choice but to patiently explain himself. Private matter? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. Even though he had clashed with Zhuge Yifan, they were schoolmates after all. Furthermore, the clash between them was not something that was so severe that it could not be resolved. If he did not notice the situation, he would not have bothered, but since he had seen it, as the head prefect, a fellow schoolmate, and someone who was so powerful, he could not turn a blind eye to it without feeling immoral. I don't care whether it's a private matter or not. The mighty Wang Baoli is going to interfere in it. Wang Baoli stared straight ahead, and at the moment he spoke, he charged. He was not charging at Zhuge Yixian but at the 6 students from White Deer Dao College who were surrounding the 7-inch spirit root. They were surprised, even though they knew Wang Baoli was rash and extreme. As students of White Deer Dao College, their pride prevented them from retreating. Instead, they all rushed forward, trying to resist Wang Baoli collectively. However, the very instant they charged, Wang Baoli immediately raised his left hand, and tens of flying swords emerged, behaving like they were controlled via sword kinesis. Giving off a magnificent vibe, they headed straight toward the 6 of them. Sword kinesis. The 6 students were taken aback, and they quickly retrieved their dharmic artifacts in an attempt to resist it. Wang Baoli's moves were too fast. As the 6 students attempted to resist the impact, Zhuge Yifan's expression changed. He wanted to help, but Wang Baoli had already changed direction. His ultimate goal was not Zhuge Yixian, nor the 6 students, but Zhuge Yifan's 7-inch spirit root. With Wang Baoli acuity, the moment he arrived, he had already assessed the situation and concluded that the 7-inch spirit root was the most important. He exploded forward with intense speed, faster than he had been previously, approaching the 7-inch spirit root that was succumbing to its injuries as it made futile attempts to retreat, grabbing it before slamming it hard. With a loud bang, the 7-inch spirit root could no longer withstand the impact. It disintegrated in midair, transforming into a green fog, and rushed straight toward Zhuge Yifan before being integrated into his body. Under the siege of the flying swords, the 6 students from White Deer Dow College all retreated, looking both frightened and angry. They wanted to spread out and attempt to prevent Shui Yifan from absorbing the green fog, but even before they could do anything, Wang Baoli's menacing voice was heard. Think about it carefully, all of you. Everything earlier can be classified as an incident of snatching away one's opportunities and helping one's schoolmate out, both of which are nothing serious. However, now that Shui Yifan has already begun the absorption process, unless there is some deep grudge, if any of you interfere, it'll be considered an attempt to block the future of an ethereal Dow College student. I will not let this matter rest. All of you have already secured a place in the upper academy of White Deer Dow College. Surely, none of you would wish to be involved in a small issue like this that could put your positions at risk, right? Hearing Wang Baoli's words, the 6 students' facial expressions varied, but they immediately calmed down. What Wang Baoli had said made perfect sense. Indeed, if the absorption had not begun, the incident would have been nothing serious, as it would merely be thought of as a case of snatching one's opportunity, which was something that everyone would have committed to certain degrees. However, since the absorption process had begun, any attempts to prevent it would be considered taboo and challenging the regulations of the 4 major Dow colleges. Furthermore, they were not Shui Xian, who was related through his bloodline to Shui Yifan, making the situation more understandable when taking into account their shared family background. In this case, if Wang Baoli grabbed hold of evidence of their wrongdoing, they would be severely disadvantaged. Wang Baoli, how dare you foil my success? Witnessing everything, Shui Xian shouted angrily, his eyes revealing an intense desire to kill. He raised his right hand, retrieving a pill and swallowing it right away. Immediately after, the aura of his body rose rapidly, and he charged toward Wang Baoli with wide steps, directly and fiercely. When he attacked, an illusionary figure appeared behind him. It was not formed because of his unbelievable speed. Instead, it was composed of the accumulation of blood qi. A faint red glow appeared, and that made Wang Baoli feel threatened. Wang Baoli, he swallowed the former incarnation pill unique to the 5-generation Sky Clan, allowing him to be equipped with the mystic techniques of the 5-generation Sky Clan. The figure behind Shui Xian is the result of the previous incarnation he has gathered. It can significantly increase his combat prowess. Shui Yifan immediately informed Wang Baoli of what was happening as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes, while the absorption of the spirit root continued. While Shui Yifan was still informing Wang Baoli, Shui Xian had already crept up beside Wang Baoli. He raised his right leg and kicked hard, and his previous incarnation behind his back did the same with a loud bang. Their kicks seemed to synchronize and stack up with each other, making Shui Xian's kick glow bright red. Not only did their speed increase exponentially, their power was also significantly boosted. This combination broke the sound barrier, producing a deafening sound that charged directly at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's eyes were alert and attentive. Mirroring Shui Xian, he also raised his right leg and kicked powerfully at Shui Xian. The deafening boom shook the skies. Like an ocean, a blood qi tsunami erupted. Shui Xian let out a low grunt, and his heart palpitated rapidly. Why is this fatty's strength even greater now compared to a while ago? The previous incarnation of Shui Xian's right leg immediately dispersed, as if it had taken the blow in Shui Xian's place. Shui Xian was unscathed, and even though he was in shock, he did not hesitate even for a moment. He raised his right hand, and a short black sword immediately appeared, directed toward Wang Baoli's chest with the obvious goal of piercing it. Interesting. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed, realizing that Shui Xian was no small fry. At that instant, the devouring seed in his body erupted, and a potent absorption force emanated from the palm of his right hand. Not only did the force influence Shui Xian's short sword, it also directed Shui Xian's physical body. This sudden absorption force caused Shui Xian to be taken aback. It was too late for him to wriggle free. With a vicious smile, Wang Baoli landed a heavy, impactful kick directly onto Shui Xian's chest. With a loud bang, the ring on Shui Xian's finger flashed, and a protective shield covered his body once again. Even though it managed to resist Wang Baoli's kick, it disintegrated immediately, and the aftershock caused Shui Xian's body to move backward. Wang Baoli's moved swiftly, and with a heavy step, he immediately rushed out, with his right hand pointing at the flying swords nearby. Under the control of magnetic forces, the flying swords suddenly flew into the air. However, Zhuo Yixian was someone with a rich combat experience. As he stepped back, his eyes revealed a look of viciousness, and he hit his own chest with his hands hard, resulting in a mouthful of black blood spurting out. Previous incarnation shadow kill. The moment he spoke, the blood chi incarnation within his body that had originally lost a leg due to the impact suddenly separated, rushing out of his body and charging directly at Wang Baoli. As it neared Wang Baoli, it imploded. A loud boom reverberated, and the dust that was drawn into the air by the implosion immediately enveloped Wang Baoli. Zhuo Yixian bled profusely. It seemed that the implosion of his previous incarnation had affected him, too. He did not have time to wipe the blood away, and in his retreat, the ring on his finger flashed once again. With the appearance of the protective shields, the flying swords that were zeroing in on him were blocked. Zhuo Yixian laughed wryly as the sounds of impact reverberated. Wang Baoli, you're strong indeed. However, you're disadvantaged because of the self-protection treasure from my family clan. The 6 White Deer Dao College students nearby stood in shock. They watched as Zhuo Yixian's protective shield broke and reformed, and they began to realize that his ring was no simple object. However, as Zhuo Yixian spoke, fleeting laughter emerged from the dust cloud formed by the implosion of the past incarnation. That's all you've got? The moment the voice was heard, Zhuo Yixian was taken aback. In the dust cloud, a golden glow suddenly emerged, and it shot into the sky. The golden glow was shiny and captivating, and as it spread, it formed an ocean of blood chi that suffused in all directions. Wang Baoli stepped out from within, his speed faster than ever. He carried a golden glow and appeared directly before Zhuo Yixian as he raised his right hand, grabbing him by the neck and raising him into the air. Do you want to die? Wang Baoli asked. His body was cloaked in a golden glow, making him look like a god from the heavens. Chapter 103, 8-inch Spirit Root. Chapter 103, 8-inch Spirit Root. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The entire area fell silent for a moment. Everyone's mind buzzed with activity as they stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Baoli. He was giving off a golden glow all over his body, accompanied by a sea of blood chi following behind him. His mighty figure resembled a fighting god, one that could not easily be overcome or belittled, as he raised Zhuo Yixian's body high into the sky. The suppressive force emanating from his body was especially shocking to everyone, causing their hearts to palpitate rapidly. Zhuo Yixian was already someone who was exceedingly superior as a head prefect of White Deer Dao College. He was like the chosen one, and when he swallowed the former incarnation pill, he unleashed powers beyond what he should have been capable of. Zhuo Yixian, at that moment, stood at what people deemed the pinnacle of pulse enrichment, such that it would not have been an exaggeration to consider him a half-step true breath expert. After all, the blood chi incarnation formed from the combination of the cultivation techniques of the 5-generation Sky Clan was considered a Dharma spell to a certain extent. Even so, it was nothing compared to Wang Baoli. Right now, the scene of Wang Baoli holding Zhuo Yixian by the neck and raising him up toward the sky evoked emotions in everyone's hearts and minds, injecting them with indescribable shock that they had never experienced before. In the silence, only the sound of breathing could be heard. Even Zhuo Yifan was trembling as he held his breath. Although he knew that Wang Baoli was strong, he had never imagined that he was powerful to this extent. Compared to the shock that the onlookers were feeling, Zhuo Yixian, whose neck was held in Wang Baoli's firm grip, was paralyzed with increasing fear. He wanted to struggle and break free, but Wang Baoli's grip was like a wrench, making his every attempt to struggle futile. Furthermore, when Wang Baoli spoke previously, the icy look in his eyes, and the coldness given off from every inch of his body had caused Zhuo Yixian to be so afraid that he was about to jump out of his skin. He has killed before. The coldness given off of Wang Baoli was nothing foreign to Zhuo Yixian. It was a familiar vibe that he had experienced from some members of his family clan whom had killed others before. The life and death crisis that he was facing now was like the crashing waves, causing him to tremble vigorously. However, he willed himself not to give in and stared unblinkingly at Wang Baoli before speaking in a hoarse voice. This golden glow of yours, what cultivation technique is it? Sensing the fear in Zhuo Yixian's eyes and the amount of effort that he was using to stay calm, Wang Baoli was delighted. He raised his head and spoke calmly. I've known this cultivation technique since the age of 6. The fact that you have no knowledge of this given your age shows how ignorant you are. The instant that the exchange between the two broke the silence, the 6 students from White Deer Dow College who were nearby began to recover from their shock. Their faces were all pale, and their eyes conveyed their anxiety. One of them mustered up their courage and began to speak urgently. Wang Baoli, this is a mistake. You don't have to go to the extent of murder. Calm down, don't be rash. It was necessary for them to persuade Wang Baoli. If a death really occurred, the matter would definitely be blown up, and they would be implicated. Right now, all of them were filled with regret for agreeing to help Zhuo Yixian. Even Zhuo Yifan began to hyperventilate, revealing a look of worry from his eyes. He did not care about Zhuo Yixian's survival, but he knew that if Wang Baoli really killed someone, the impact would be unimaginable. With the people around trying to persuade him, Wang Baoli closed his eyes. He was not planning to kill, but he knew that Zhuo Yixian's background was not to be belittled. He wanted to teach him a good lesson and make a lasting impression such that Zhuo Yixian would feel fear every time he thought about Wang Baoli. Let's do this, then. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed, and the killings that had happened in the Pond Cloud rainforest replayed in his mind. He wanted to concentrate his killing intent and use it to scare Zhuo Yixian. However, at that moment, Wang Baoli's facial expression suddenly changed as he abruptly turned his head to look at a small hill a distance away. He felt a strong attractive force that originated from that location rapidly approaching him. It was as if something that he strongly desired existed in the direction that he was looking. Not only was Wang Baoli experiencing it. Even Zhuo Yixian, whose neck was still held by Wang Baoli, also looked with his eyes wide open in the same direction. The instant that the two shifted their gaze, a loud boom was suddenly heard. At the furthest distance that both of them could see, beyond the hill, a figure emerged, racing toward them while howling. That figure was faceless, and its entire body was vibrating wildly. It charged with immense speed, and even though it was a distance away, both Wang Baoli and Zhuo Yixian immediately noticed that an 8-inch spirit root was present within its body. The shimmering glow bouncing off that spirit root was exceptionally prominent. An 8-inch spirit root. Zhuo Yixian shouted with his hoarse voice, and the surrounding onlookers were deeply shaken. The figure was that of an 8-inch spirit root. Unique from the other spirit roots, the 8-inch spirit root was also known as the versatile spirit root. So long as one had attained the foundation of the 7-inch spirit root, once one managed to attack and dissipate it, one could absorb it. When the 8-inch spirit root appeared, howling sounds emerged simultaneously from behind it. 6 figures rushed out from the small hill, all of them charging without stopping. They were even battling each other as they chased after the spirit root. The fire spirit body Li Yi from White Deer Dow College and Wu Fen from Holy River Dow College were among the 6 people. There was also a black-faced youth dressed in a black Daoist robe from White Deer Branch College. He has never been mentioned in Ethereal Dow College's Jade Slip and was apparently a black horse. The vibe from his 7-inch spirit root was extremely strong, and his speed was comparable to that of both Li Yi and Wu Fen. The other 3 people comprised of 2 men and a woman. The woman was graceful, slim, and looked extremely alluring. Her personal details were described in Ethereal Dow College's Jade Slip, identifying her as Qian Meng from Holy River Dow College's Elixirs faculty. The other 2 were dressed in Daoist robes from White Deer Dow College. One of them was tall, one of them was short, and they both carried a look of ruthlessness. It was apparent that they were collaborating with each other, pursuing the spirit route while attempting to block the people around them from advancing. It's Li Feng and Chen Lingyi. The students from White Deer Dow College who were standing beside Wang Baoli immediately exclaimed the moment that they noticed the duo. It seemed like they had never imagined that the both of them would be involved in the fight for the 8-inch spirit root. Similarly, the information of the duo was missing from Ethereal Dow College's Jade Slip. The appearance of the 8-inch spirit root caused Wang Baoli's breathing to quicken. His eyes were filled with excitement, for his search for the 8-inch spirit root had been long, tedious, and fruitless. In his agitation, he lost all the will to scare Zhuo Yixian. He loosened his right hand instantly and kicked hard. With a loud bang, the kick landed directly on Zhuo Yixian's body, causing him to spurt blood. His body was like a kite whose string had been severed, landing hard on the ground a distance away as fresh red blood spewed out once again. the internal damage caused by Wang Baoli's kick immediately eliminated him from the fight for the 8-inch spirit root. Without stopping, Wang Baoli immediately retrieved a bottle of pills and threw it to Shui Yifan after he kicked Shui Yixian. He turned his body and dashed away with unbelievable speed. The golden blood chi ocean spread in all directions, and he charged toward the 8-inch spirit root while roaring. As the golden blood chi ocean spread from Wang Baoli, the 8-inch spirit root from afar suddenly turned to look at Wang Baoli, as if it sensed his presence. Between the gasps of shock from Li Yi and company, the spirit root changed its direction and headed toward Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was instantly filled with joy, and his speed further increased as he laughed heartily. That made Li Yi and the other 5 extremely angry, and they stopped battling among each other in their anxiousness. Wang Baoli! Li Yi snarled as she gritted her teeth. She had always been displeased and angry with Wang Baoli, and now, without hesitation, she retrieved a jade pendant. The moment the jade pendant appeared, it immediately transformed into a fireball that was glowing hot. She threw it in the direction of the 8-inch spirit root. Unless Wang Baoli stopped in his tracks, he would definitely be blocked once he neared the fireball. At the same time, Wu Fen also let out a cold look. He hit his chest hard with both his hands, and a crack appeared on his glabella, with thick blood chi immediately flowing out from the crack. It conjured a blooded hand in midair, which slapped the 8-inch spirit root directly. The black-faced youth also realized that the situation had become pressing. He unleashed his ace in the hole, and a large spell array appeared, charging toward the 8-inch spirit root after absorbing spirit chi from the surroundings. The tall-short duo, Li Feng and Chen Lingyi, revealed their most powerful numinous treasures as they screamed angrily. It was a pair of extremely sharp, vicious flying sword, which flew swiftly into the air. Lastly, the alluring woman Qian Meng shut her eyes, retrieving a large handful of poisonous pills. She threw them out, causing a poisonous fog to be produced as they exploded. Hissing from venomous worms also emerged within the fog, and it became clear that she was the rare poison master trained in the alchemy faculty. The 6 of them acted simultaneously with their best skills, appearing to target the 8-inch spirit root, while in reality, their attacks were all directed toward Wang Baoli. Is there a need to be so vicious? Wang Baoli was also shocked, and his heart palpitated strongly. After all, the attacks by each of the 6 people were different, and they were all exceptional students. They had all used their most powerful move, and unless a true breath individual suppressed them with their aura, it would be difficult to withstand the impact of them all. Chapter 104, Got it. Chapter 104, Got it. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli only had 2 choices, proceed or retreat. If he chose to retreat, he would miss out on the 8-inch spirit root as he avoided the attacks from the 6 of them. However, this was also the goal of the 6 people, as they would never allow Wang Baoli, who had interfered midway in the process, to snatch away the 8-inch spirit root right before their eyes. Even if it was someone else and not Wang Baoli, the 6 people would still have unleashed their wrath. They have been fighting intensely among themselves and categorically would not let other people succeed so easily. However, if Wang Baoli chose to proceed, he would have to showcase his incredible combat prowess in front of the 6 people who had collaborated against him. Darn it! Why do I have to give way? I have the golden body and numerous dharmic artifacts, and I'm not afraid of any of you. Wang Baoli calmed down as he came to a decision. His eyes stared straight ahead, and he sped up even more. As he charged forward, he waved his right hand strongly. Instantly, tens of small dharmic artifact seals that had originally been stored in his storage bracelet were thrown out, followed by tens of flying swords that flew into the air at rapid speeds. That was not the end. Wang Baoli also threw out tens of ropes that gave off a dharmic glow, directed straight at the 6 people. At the same time, the purple dragon jade pendant, as well as tens of beads that could be transformed into golden bell shields were thrown out by Wang Baoli all at once. Lastly, he retrieved the combat glove that he had modified. Instantly, he was fully equipped, with hundreds of dharmic artifacts surrounding him, boosting the frightening vibe that he gave off. If that was the end, it still would have been insufficient to showcase Wang Baoli's determination. With his gaze revealing a look of determination, he showcased his most powerful trick. Puppets! With a wave of his hand, Wang Baoli retrieved hundreds of puppets that formed a human wall in front of him. They marched like a military contingent toward the 6 people, appearing like roaring, crashing waves. After that, Wang Baoli let out a loud growl before riding on the golden blood chi ocean behind him, charging fiercely toward the 8-inch spirit root with power akin to the combination of torrential winds and lightning. The spirit root is mine, and don't any of you think of taking it from me? Are you gonna make way or not? Looking from afar, one could see the entire space filled with uncountable numbers of puppets and dharmic artifacts. Within the ancient martial realm, they looked immensely impressive, shocking everyone who saw the assembly. The scene made Li Yi and company worried. Their heads felt numb. Wang Baoli's dharmic artifacts were just too much to handle. Coupled with Wang Baoli's determination that made him willing to bet everything he had, everyone was shocked breathless. Are you crazy, Wang Baoli? What's the point of fighting so hard? This isn't the only 8-inch spirit root around here. Not only was Li Yi confused, even Wu Fen, Qian Meng, the black-faced youth, and the others could not wrap their heads around the situation. Wang Baoli seemed to have gone overboard in his response toward their attacks, inevitably making them doubtful and injecting them with hesitation. However, with the 8-inch spirit root before their eyes, giving up was not an option. Wu Fen immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spurted a mouthful of fresh, crimson blood. As he moved, the blood was transformed yet again into a blood chi hand, boosting his attack. Li Yi and others also gritted their teeth and attacked again. In that instant, their cultivation techniques and dharmic artifacts, as well as the poisonous fog and the spell arrays, fought head-on with Wang Baoli's contingent of dharmic artifacts and puppets. A deafeningly loud roar was produced and reverberated at that very moment, spreading in all directions. It traveled into the ears of the students from the 4 major Dao colleges in the vicinity. As they reeled in shock, the tens of ropes that Wang Baoli possessed were immediately released at the epicenter of the battle. The ropes had been improvised by Wang Baoli. The first wrapped themselves around Wu Fen's blood chi hand before exploding, causing the hand to tear and disintegrate with the impact that it created. After that, the flying swords that were under the control of the magnetic force flew at unbelievable speeds. They were all carved with self-imploding inscriptions, and once they were in contact with other objects, they would immediately pierce them and immediately implode to cause a second wave of damage. Under Wang Baoli's deft control, they locked onto Li Yi's fire jade pendant. It was loud, and no matter how ruthless the fire jade pendant was, it could not withstand the impact of the flying sword's implosion and unbelievable speed. Accompanied by the sound of impact, the fire jade pendant was extinguished, and even though it did not break apart, it was hurled far away by the flying swords. As for the tens of small seals, their target was not the black-faced youth, Li Feng, nor Chen Lingyi, but Qian Meng. Wang Baoli was deeply fearful and concerned about Qian Meng's poisonous fog. As the small seals approached the poisonous fog, they imploded, too, transforming into raging winds that swept furiously, dissipating the poisonous fog and revealing innumerable poisonous insects. However, most of the poisonous insects had already been torn apart, and those that remained were all wriggling and squirming. Wang Baoli, are you using dharmic artifacts, or are you using bombs? Li Yi and the others shouted angrily. All of Wang Baoli's dharmic artifacts were equipped with the power to implode, making each of them extremely dejected. Going solo against the 6 of them using the combat technique of explosion was so swift that one could barely register it with their eyes. After Wang Baoli's dharmic artifacts held off 3 of them, his puppets formed a human wall, directly clashing with Li Feng and Chen Lingyi's flying sword numinous treasures as well as the black-faced youth's array spells. There were just too many puppets, making them effective not only in blocking the impact but also powerful in charging straight ahead at the others as they spread out. The puppets were extremely hardy and could still move even when damaged. At that moment, chaos fell upon the scene, making the students anxious and frustrated. It was at this moment that Wang Baoli's figure towered above the golden bell shield. Coupled with the protection by the purple dragon, he could resist the impact of the others' dharmic artifacts closing in on him on both sides. He suddenly burst with extreme speed and appeared in front of the 8-inch spirit root within the blink of an eye. Don't fight with me. After I'm done, I'll treat everyone to a good meal. I'll take this 8-inch spirit root, all right? Wang Baoli said as he laughed heartily. His goal had been to obtain the 8-inch spirit root since the start. He had attacked simply because he wanted to block Li Yi and company. In the midst of the chaos, he launched an attack on the 8-inch spirit root directly. The 8-inch spirit root was strong, but it had previously been injured. Furthermore, dharmic artifacts from both parties had hit it in areas where it had no protection. It had long been severely injured and showed signs of breaking down. As Wang Baoli attacked, cracks began to appear throughout the 8-inch spirit root's entire body. Seeing that it was about to break apart, Wang Baoli excitedly threw a strong punch directly on the 8-inch spirit root's chest. He was confident that the spirit root would definitely break apart upon impact of his punch. Li Yi and the rest were troubled and anxious. Right at this moment, a flash of viciousness flashed across the eyes of the black-faced youth from White Deer Branch College. He retrieved an ancient array formation compass and pressed his right hand hard on it. Body, seal. As he finished his exclamation, torrential winds instantly erupted from the compass. The black-faced youth's hair ruffled in the winds, and the surrounding spirit chi raged, forming an invisible ocean closing in from all directions toward Wang Baoli as if they would be further transformed into a trapping seal. Wang Baoli jumped in surprise as he had never expected this counterattack from the black-faced youth. That was not the end. With fresh blood flowing out from the corner of his lips, the black-faced youth growled in a low voice once again. Dharma, seal. Spirit chi erupted again, this time, not toward Wang Baoli but toward the center of the compass. It spread in all directions and seemed to disrupt and sever the connections between the puppets and the inscriptions on their spirit kernels. The puppets vibrated furiously before being paralyzed and frozen in their movements. The 5 others instantly perked up. They all rose and charged toward Wang Baoli. There's still this method? Wang Baoli took a deep breath. Even though he was equipped with combat capabilities that could battle a true breath expert, he did not possess the true breath's ability of suppression. Therefore, he had never been full of himself nor belittled these talents from the other Dao colleges. His gaze shimmered, and Wang Baoli exhaled deeply. The golden blood chi ocean emanating from his body instantly erupted, going head-on with the spirit chi that were rushing in from all directions due to the seal. Under this impact, the Wang Baoli's golden glow became even more blinding. As it spread in all directions, a loud boom spread from around him. As it resisted the seal, Wang Baoli did not stop even for a moment and took the chance to punch the 8-inch spirit root hard in the chest. Break! Bang! When Li Yi and the others arrived, the 8-inch spirit root broke down, transforming into copious amounts of green fog. It followed the path of Wang Baoli's fist and entered his body. It replaced the 7-inch spirit root. Within his dantian, the 8-inch spirit root took its place. Feeling the 8-inch spirit root within his body, Wang Baoli laughed heartily before stowing the remaining dharmic artifacts and puppets into his storage bracelet, turning around, and running away. Let's not fight. Fellow students, I, Wang Baoli, will keep my promise. After we leave, I'll treat you to a big meal, and you can get whatever you want. I'm from the Dharmic Armament faculty, so I'm loaded. Listening to Wang Baoli's words and seeing the 8-inch spirit root being absorbed before his eyes, the black-faced youth was extremely disappointed. He sighed and put the compass away, giving up on further battle. Wang Baoli. Who cares about the meal? Li Yi shouted angrily, but she too stopped in her tracks. She was indignant, but she also realized that at this stage, she could only accept it. Wu Fen was also dejected, and Qian Meng paused with an awful expression on her face as she stared fiercely at Wang Baoli's back. Even though Wang Baoli had snatched away the 8-inch spirit root, the short battle that had taken place just now had allowed all of them to witness Wang Baoli's prowess. They all knew that if they were to get into a solo battle with him, none of them would be a worthy opponent. That fatty is really too strong. He has so many dharmic artifacts, and it's impossible to fight him. Li Feng and Chen Lingyi could only laugh bitterly. They looked at each other before sighing and turning around to continue their search for other 8-inch spirit roots. Chapter 105, 9-inch, Come to Daddy. Chapter 105, 9-inch, Come to Daddy. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It was not that they did not want to continue the fight with Wang Baoli, but the combat abilities that he had showcased were simply too superior. Coupled with the fact that the 4 major Dao colleges were allies, the consequences would be dire if a life-and-death battle were to break out between them. Another reason was that once the spirit root had been absorbed, there was practically no way of snatching it back, unless certain cruel methods were used. However, that was a taboo, and the students from the 4 major Tao colleges were ultimately students who did not have any deep-seated hatred toward each other. Therefore, few would want or dare to do such things. As a result, during the battle just now, both Wang Baoli and the 6 of them had exercised restraint despite competing with each other for the spirit root. They all showcased their trump cards, but the most that they would inflict was injury. Right now, looking at Wang Baoli speeding off, Li Yi and company began to disperse in dejection as they resumed their search for an 8-inch spirit root. The 8-inch spirit root might have been rare, but unlike the 9-inch spirit root, it was not the only one. In reality, according to the records of the 4 major Tao colleges, since the opening of the Spirit Breath Village, up to 10 8-inch spirit roots had been sighted at one time while the minimum number stood at 5. Investigations done by the 4 major Tao college roughly concluded that before the Spirit Breath Village was opened, the majority of the 8-inch spirit root were in hibernation. Only when the village was open would the spirit roots awaken in varying numbers, driven by some unknown impetus. Li Yi took a deep breath, and determination rippled through her eyes. Look for the next 8-inch. As the most highly anticipated student of White Deer Tao College, her goal was to attain an 8-inch spirit root. That was especially so due to the pressure that she felt after having sparred with Zhao Yameng. Her determination to attain the 8-inch state was firm, and she began on her journey afar as she turned and left. It's not all bad that Wang Baoli has snatched away the 8-inch spirit root. At the very least, he wouldn't fight with us for it anymore. However, come to think of it, Wang Baoli's combat capabilities are sky high. Seeing that Li Yi had left, this thought arose in the minds of those remaining. They began to disperse, with the black-faced youth from White Deer Branch College, Wu Fen, and Qian Meng going solo, while Li Feng and Chen Lingyi left together. They saw what had happened regarding Zhui Xian and had a rough idea of what had happened. However, they did not pay much attention to it. The most crucial issue now was to find an 8-inch spirit root as quickly as possible. Soon, the entire place had quieted down. Only Zhui Xian was filled with indignation at how Wang Baoli had snatched away the 8-inch spirit root, and everything had lost significance to him right now. He was filled with intense rage, but he could only tighten his fists as he was not on home ground. Zhui Yifan also stood up from a cross-legged position after absorbing the 7-inch spirit root. Although he had sustained injuries, with the pills given by Wang Baoli and the medication that he had previously prepared himself, he had managed to recover to a large extent. He looked at Zhui Xian coldly and then at the 6 students from White Deer Tao College, who were throwing wary glances at him. In his silence, he looked away, turned around, and began speeding away in a direction that he had chosen. As Zhui Yifan left, the 6 students from White Deer Tao College shook their heads with exasperation. They understood that with such a level of combat capabilities, coupled with his possession of the 8-inch long spirit root meant that in the coming days, Wang Baoli's name would be even more well known in the 4 major Tao colleges. Previously, Wang Baoli had already been famous among people in the other Tao colleges, but those were only rumors. However, right now, Wang Baoli's activities had made a deep impression on the people within the Spirit Breath Village. Sighing, the 6 people carried Zhui Xian, who had fell silent, and left. Now, as Wang Baoli charged, his eyes shimmered. With exhilaration and excitement, he ran, happiness filling his heart. Ha ha, the 8-inch spirit root. I already have an 8-inch spirit root, and I've reached the epitome of human limits. Wang Baoli had already run a considerable distance before stopping. In his excitement, he felt that, though he had been a little unlucky when he entered the Spirit Breath Village, the end results that he had achieved still made up for it. What I have to do next is find a secluded place, achieve breakthrough, and step into the true breath realm. Thinking about how he was just a step away from attaining success at becoming a cultivator, anticipation filled his heart as he looked around to find a suitable direction. He immediately proceeded, planning to search for a place where he could enter seclusion. The Spirit Breath Village covered a large area and did not lack forest land or mountainous regions. Wang Baoli's goal was to find a valley, dig a cave, and hide himself. Before long, he had already spotted a mountain range a distance away, which made his eyes light up. Imagining the glory that he would gain upon reaching the true breath realm, he immediately ran there. It did not take long before he found a valley area. it was barren except for the weeds and was completely secluded. He retrieved his flying sword and began digging into the rocks. As he dug, he let out a happy hum. The rocks were hard, but Wang Baoli still managed to dig out a small cave within 5 minutes. This is the place. Satisfied with the hole that he had dug, Wang Baoli put his flying sword away and piled up the broken rocks by the entrance as a way to make it less visible to others. He happily took out his snacks, but just as he was about to tuck in, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. His eyes widened as he turned around, for a figure had crept up behind him without him noticing. That figure floated in the air without moving and was within 30 feet of Wang Baoli. Even with such a small distance between them, Wang Baoli did not notice. He immediately jumped in shock when he saw the figure. "Who is it?" Wang Baoli asked with a low voice as he took a step back subconsciously. The moment he spoke, Wang Baoli also managed to get a clear look of the figure that was behind him. It was faceless, and a 9-inch spirit root glistened within its body. It was the very same spirit root that he had seen flying across the sky when he first entered the Spirit Breath village. Realizing that it was a spirit root and not another student, Wang Baoli heaved a sigh of relief as he stared at it. "Don't you know it's rude of you to appear when one is about to dig into his snacks?" Wang Baoli had not expected the spirit root's silent entrance. However, it was not the first time that he had come across the 9-inch spirit root. In reality, it was not just Wang Baoli. Many students within the Spirit Breath village had noticed it floating across the sky on numerous occasions. Despite existing, no one could absorb it. It was also more prominent and easily noticed by people as it floated in the skies, unlike the other spirit roots running across the land. "All right, I shouldn't bicker with you. Leave, don't disturb my seclusion," Wang Baoli mumbled without paying it much attention. As he was about to enter the cave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He curiously turned to look at the 9-inch spirit root, which was still floating in midair. "This 9-inch spirit root, is it true that it can't be absorbed?" Wang Baoli blinked several times. Even though he already had the foundation of the 8-inch spirit root, it would not have mattered if he did not meet the 9-inch spirit root. However, now that he met it, his heart and mind became energized. The little missy in the mask mentioned that when the golden body attains true breath, there will be unimaginable gains. This explains why so many spirit roots took a liking for me after I entered this place. Furthermore, the 8-inch spirit root from before ran toward me of its own accord. Following this, it would be unjust to not even try absorbing the 9-inch spirit root. Wang Baoli rubbed his chin and pondered. As he hesitated, the 9-inch spirit root turned, preparing to leave. It wouldn't hurt to try. It wasn't stated in the Tao College's Jade Slip that absorbing the 9-inch spirit root would cause death, it only said that it can't be absorbed. Thinking of this, Wang Baoli's eyes revealed a look of determination as he retrieved his glove and charged with rapid speed. Stepping on a boulder, he leaped into the sky, running toward the 9-inch spirit root that was leaving, and threw it a punch. "9-inch, come to daddy." Wang Baoli knew that the 9-inch spirit root was extremely strong. Therefore, he put all his effort and strength into the punch, which caused blood chi all over his body to flow out with the motion of his glove. Instantly, a whirlwind formed in front of him, howling as it hurtled toward the 9-inch spirit root. Everything, from Wang Baoli making the decision to him attacking the spirit root, happened within the blink of an eye. The spirit root had barely moved before Wang Baoli and the whirlwind neared it. A loud boom instantly erupted and reverberated in all directions. It was as if the 9-inch spirit root was weightless. As it disappeared into the skies, its speed was boosted by the whirlwind. Looking at the 9-inch spirit root floating further away, Wang Baoli could not stay afloat in the air for long and landed, sighing. "There's no way to attack it if it can fly." Wang Baoli was dejected and was about to give up as he looked at the back view of the 9-inch spirit root floating away. Suddenly, something stuck his mind, and with the intention of just trying it out, he unleashed a golden glow from his body as he activated his golden body. The blood chi behind him spread out, forming a golden ocean sweeping in all directions. At that instant, the 9-inch spirit root, which had floated a distance away, stopped in its tracks. "It actually works." Filled with surprise, Wang Baoli's expression was no longer one of dejection. This was because after the 9-inch spirit root stopped, it had slowly turned around. Though faceless, a cold, icy aura that made Wang Baoli's heart tremble was given off from its body. Chapter 106, The Resistant 9-inch. Chapter 106, The Resistant 9-inch. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The moment the icy cold aura was given off, the 9-inch spirit root approached with rapid speed. Even before Wang Baoli could take a clear look at it, the 9-inch spirit root had already appeared before him, raising its right hand and landing a punch. Too fast. Wang Baoli's heart trembled, and the golden blood chi ocean around him exploded, forming a shield that blocked the 9-inch spirit root. Wang Baoli's body vibrated as he retreated. However, he did not stop but instead dodged to the side at full speed. The instant Wang Baoli dodged, the 9-inch spirit root appeared in front of him yet again, stepping on a rock and breaking it apart, sending debris in all directions. With this speed, its power can be significantly boosted even if it was unremarkable. Wang Baoli thought as his breathing rate increased. He stepped back once again, closing his eyes, as he became more serious and focused than ever. It's not at the level of a true breath expert. Like me, it's only in the pulse enrichment stage. However, in the pulse enrichment stage, how can it be so quick? Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He had thought that he was already standing at the pinnacle of pulse enrichment, but seeing the 9-inch spirit root's attack, he quickly realized that his pulse enrichment stage had not peaked. It's impossible to fight it with such a speed. I have to think of a way to slow it down. As Wang Baoli stepped back, he immediately retracted his golden body state. Previously, when he was being pursued by numerous spirit roots, he had been able to tone down their vigor by converging the golden body. It was no exception in this case. The moment Wang Baoli's golden body was retracted, the 9-inch spirit root, which originally gave off an icy, cold aura, immediately calmed down. It no longer looked at Wang Baoli and instead floated into the air, slowly moving away. Realizing that releasing and concealing his golden body could influence the 9-inch spirit root, Wang Baoli blinked, adjusted his position, and released his golden body yet again as he charged out. The instant the golden body was released, the departing 9-inch spirit root immediately turned around, unleashing its icy, cold aura once again. It rushed toward Wang Baoli with a speed exceeding the previous time. As it approached Wang Baoli, it raised its right hand and directed it toward Wang Baoli's neck in preparation to clutch it. As it neared, the spirit chi in the environment also began moving, forming a whirlwind that trapped Wang Baoli in place. Such speed momentarily threw Wang Baoli off. However, he had long prepared for this. The devouring seed within his body spread, forming a strong suction force that twisted the approaching right hand of the 9-inch spirit root toward another direction. The 9-inch spirit root froze momentarily, its right hand being grabbed by the suction force. The hand gripped empty space, and in that instant, Wang Baoli wrangled the 9-inch spirit root with his gloved hand, his eyes revealing a look of ruthlessness. The moment the hand joints were twisted, Wang Baoli raised his left leg, stepping hard on the 9-inch spirit root's belly. With a loud boom, its body was forced backward by the strong kick. Grabbing onto the opportunity, the blood chi from Wang Baoli's body spread, and riding on the recoiling force from his kick, he broke free from the spirit chi whirlwind, moving back hundreds of feet. Without attending to the ache in his left foot that had resulted from the shock, he looked toward the 9-inch spirit root with surprise. When it tried to grab onto me previously, it actually amassed the surrounding spirit chi to trap me within the whirlwind. That's similar to Zhao Yameng's technique. However, Zhao Yameng depended on the array formation. It's obvious that this spirit root tends toward techniques of the combat faculty, but is this a feasible way of combat? Wang Baoli's heart raced as he curiously analyzed the situation. The Chancellor previously mentioned that it is highly possible that all true breath spirit roots are seed-like existences, that represent the condensation of those who survived from an unknown civilization. Following that logic, does it mean that in this civilization where cultivators are everywhere, there could be both powerful and weak spirit roots that exist based on different qualities, reincarnating from different people? If that's the case, it could fully explain why there are spirit roots that are 1-inch and spirit roots that are 9-inch. If the 1-inch spirit root was ordinary, does it mean that the 9-inch spirit root could be the incarnation of an elite of that cultivation civilization? However, the challenge about this 9-inch spirit root lies in its speed and peculiar way of manipulating spirit chi. If I could figure it out, I could probably destroy it. Thoughts flew within Wang Baoli's mind as his desire to battle climbed. The 9-inch spirit root that had been thrown off by his kick stopped tens of feet away as it raised its head and looked at Wang Baoli. With Wang Baoli looking at it with all seriousness, the 9-inch spirit root raised its right hand slowly, and with a sudden twist, it manipulated the surrounding spirit chi once again, causing all the spirit chi to gather within the valley, forming an invisible whirlwind that erupted with a loud bang. Wang Baoli's pupils constricted as he took in the spectacle. When the spirit chi acted previously, the spirit chi had transformed into a whirl that trapped him, and that had already taken him by surprise. Now that he witnessed it again, he managed to slightly understand that the spirit root was able to accomplish it using an unknown blood chi technique. However, he was still unable to work out the details, so he began to step back, intending to increase the distance between them. However, just as Wang Baoli retreated, the 9-inch spirit root raised its right fist, throwing a punch at Wang Baoli directly through the air. Even though it was 100 feet away and happened across thin air, it seemed to land within the epicenter of the spirit chi whirlwind, causing the concentrated spirit chi from all around to erupt instantaneously, sweeping toward Wang Baoli like a crashing wave. There's still this technique? Wang Baoli's facial expression changed immediately. He tried to shield himself with his dharmic artifacts, but he only felt like he had been hit by a huge wave as the noise reverberated. Fresh blood spewed from his mouth as his body was forced backward. The 9-inch spirit root suddenly emerged, its killing intent stronger than ever. Raising its right hand and twisting it again, it gathered the surrounding spirit chi once more, causing the spirit chi to charge toward Wang Baoli like a tidal wave. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened as he stumbled to retreat. His eyes, however, were focused on everything before him. The spirit root had already performed the same trick thrice. The first time, Wang Baoli had been surprised; the second time, he had managed to get some clues about it. The third time, Wang Baoli kept his eyes open, but he still could not completely understand the spirit root's technique. However, he did gain some understanding about the process due to his sharp sensitivity toward spirit chi. Creating a storm and boosting it directly on its epicenter causes this invisible spirit chi to break down and collapse. The technique of creating tides is like treating the spirit chi as the seawater. After realizing how everything worked by paying attention to the spirit root's speed, Wang Baoli's heart trembled with excitement. Its speed is also related to its influence on the spirit chi. Wang Baoli's mind gained clarity, and that immediately lifted his mood. He was fueled by passion. The way that the spirit root manipulated spirit chi seemed to have opened a door for Wang Baoli, allowing him to gain further insight into combat. Though he had arrived at this conclusion, it was still difficult for him to deduce the techniques that the spirit root was using. However, to Wang Baoli, the technique was not as important as his realization. Even though he might not be able to completely replicate it, he could try to mirror it using some other method. As the 9-inch spirit root charged toward him, Wang Baoli's gaze shimmered. The devouring seed within him powered his right hand, causing it to behave like a black hole that was about to explode. Like an invisible ocean, the surrounding spirit chi was sucked toward him, directly at his right hand. Wang Baoli roared loudly as the spirit chi poured in. He raised his right hand and slammed it upward. With that move, the spirit chi that he had gathered was also thrown out, forming a spirit chi wall, blocking the 9-inch spirit root that was charging toward Wang Baoli. With a loud bang, the 9-inch spirit root's punch was blocked, landing hard on the spirit chi wall. As it recoiled, its body was forced backward. Wang Baoli had wanted to chase after it, but its speed was too fast, and the distance between them widened to hundreds of feet. Seeing that, Wang Baoli stopped in his tracks. He was agitated. This battle meant a lot to him. So, ancient martial arts could be practiced this way. My devouring seed can only absorb. If I want to release it, I have to depend on my dharmic artifacts. To a certain degree, I've matched the technique that the 9-inch spirit root used just now. In his excitement, the 9-inch spirit root turned, wanting to charge at Wang Baoli again. However, Wang Baoli immediately raised his right hand, pressing the space in front of him to block it, while retracting his golden body. Stop! Let me digest everything before we continue, all right? Chapter 107, You Despise Me? Chapter 107, You Despise Me? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. When Wang Baoli retracted his golden body and raised his right hand, the 9-inch spirit root immediately stopped in its tracks, its cold, icy aura nowhere to be seen. It no longer cared about Wang Baoli and turned around, floating low in the sky, as it made its way toward the mountain range a distance away. Wang Baoli suddenly grew anxious, looking at the spirit root going away. If it's leaving, where am I supposed to find it later on? As he thought hard about how to trap it, he saw the 9-inch spirit root's figure directly passing through the hill before it and emerging from the other end into the firmament. The scene flabbergasted Wang Baoli. Laughing bitterly, he gave up the thought of trapping the spirit root. He sat down with his legs crossed and took out a rainbow spirit stone to begin inscribing on it. As for breaking through the ancient martial realm, Wang Baoli was no longer concerned. He felt that he should attempt to see if he could defeat the 9-inch spirit root and absorb it. Come to think of it, the 9-inch spirit root is so strong. How did people try to absorb it previously and realize that it could not be transformed into a spirit root? After thinking about it, Wang Baoli came up with some guesses. He thought about how one could stay for a moment after attaining the true breath realm, and suppress the 9-inch spirit root as a true breath cultivator before absorbing it. Even if one true breath cultivator was unable to fight it, so long as appropriate planning was made and a few true breath cultivators gathered, it would not be impossible to fight the 9-inch spirit root. If that's the case, the 4 major Dao colleges should have battled with this 9-inch spirit root previously and gained an understanding of its combat techniques. However, why was it that I've never heard anything about it? That thought flashed across his mind, and he took a deep breath. He did not think much about other matters and instead focused all his effort on the structure of his inscriptions. I can use the devouring seed for absorption, but to release it, I will have to rely on the inscriptions. Wang Baoli's eyes shimmered as he gained greater understanding and began inscribing. 3 days soon passed. Within the Spirit Breath village, those who had attained the 7-inch spirit root grew in numbers, and the area covered in the search for 8-inch spirit roots spread even more. Wang Baoli stood within the valley with his hair in a mess. He was looking at the glove on his right hand with excitement. This is it. This glove is enhanced with many more rainbow spirit stones as spirit kernels, and its inscriptions were also adjusted. Wang Baoli suppressed his excitement, and the devouring seed within his body started to be released. Instantly, a suction force rushed at a high speed in all directions into the glove on his right hand. Before it could be integrated into his palm, Wang Baoli roared, raising his right hand and gripping it into a fist, hurling it into the space before him. As the punch landed, the glove immediately gave off a black glow. A breathtaking impact instantly erupted from within it, striking the invisible cloud of gathered spirit chi, transforming it into a whirlwind similar to what the 9-inch spirit root had managed to form. As the noise reverberated, the space before Wang Baoli was warped, and cracks appeared on the ground. The entire landscape was immensely frightening. Success! Wang Baoli laughed heartily toward the sky in his exhilaration. The most major improvement to the glove was to boost the power of the hurricane that formed within it, and transform it into an impactful force that would collide with the spirit chi that had been gathered. The stronger Wang Baoli's force and the faster his speed, the more the glove could boost it to release a greater impact. This way, the force produced after colliding with the spirit chi would increase drastically. However, there were also disadvantages. The glove had to withstand an immense force that was supposed to be absorbed by Wang Baoli's fist, and was therefore particularly susceptible to falling apart. Regardless, Wang Baoli had already considered it and used inscriptions to withstand the pressure and spread it outward. In the process, it also helped to boost the power of the glove to a certain extent. Even though there were limitations, at the current stage, the glove could be considered very powerful. That's why the realization is the most crucial part of everything. Wang Baoli laughed loud and proud. I have to look for the 9-inch spirit root and battle it again. Although he wanted to set off on his search, after thinking about it, he sat down with his legs crossed, unleashing his golden body and spreading the blood chi outward. Let's try to see if this can lure it in first. If it doesn't succeed, then I'll search for it. Wang Baoli prayed, waiting. The wait extended into an hour, and seeing how the spirit root did not appear, Wang Baoli sighed. He was just about to give up when his pupils suddenly constricted as he noticed that a faint figure had appeared in the sky, charging toward him. The surrounding spirit chi was also being influenced, transforming into an invisible storm that as it neared him, created a strong pressure that descended upon him. I managed to lure it here. Wang Baoli was surprised. The moment the 9-inch spirit root arrived, the devouring seed within him erupted. Immediately, the surrounding spirit chi was drawn along. As the spirit chi neared Wang Baoli's gloved right hand, a black glow was released from it, and Wang Baoli punched. Boom! In the blink of an eye, under the suction force and impact, the energy of the spirit chi tide that the 9-inch spirit root had showcased previously was replicated by Wang Baoli. The noise was deafening. The approaching spirit root shook vigorously and was forced hundreds of feet back. As it landed on the ground without moving, Wang Baoli laughed loudly and leaped into the air. He no longer waited passively but instead attacked first, charging at the 9-inch spirit root. As he neared, the 9-inch spirit root suddenly raised its right leg and stepped hard on the ground. The ground shook, but its body did not shoot forward using the resulting force. Instead, it remained where it was, and a strong wave erupted through the vibration that was previously created, with the spirit root as the epicenter. The wave spread and influenced the surrounding spirit chi. It was not clear how it happened, but riding on the force of the spirit chi, the vibration spread out in midair. Similar to theory of conductivity, it spread in all directions, causing all the rocks to break apart and the trees to splinter. Wang Baoli's body vibrated vigorously, and all his internal organs were in great pain. Though he faced some of the impact, he had prepared for it previously. He roared loudly, his gloved right hand clenched into a fist and agitated the gloved dharmic artifact immediately, activating the inscriptions to that he had carved previously. In the explosion, coupled with the devouring seed within his body, a strong punch landed on the ground. The moment the punch landed, the ground shook. It was not loud, but continuous rumbling spread in the surrounding sky, as if waves of spirit chi had collided with each other. Ha ha, I've learned another trick. This should be how people at the ancient martial arts fight. I may not have your skills, but I have dharmic artifacts. Wang Baoli raised his head, his eyes filled with intense fighting will, which was stronger than ever. He immediately rushed out, approaching the 9-inch spirit root, and battled it head-on. Loud booming sounds spread out continuously. Wang Baoli and the 9-inch spirit root exchanged hundreds of punches, each of them influencing the surrounding spirit chi. Not only were they physically withstanding it, they were attacking each other by manipulating the spirit chi. Wang Baoli grew more confident as he fought, and his manipulation of the spirit chi became more honed the more he practiced it. There was no one around. If others had witnessed the scene, they would definitely have been shocked frozen. It was unbelievable that this was a battle based on ancient martial arts, for those who were there would think that it was a battle between true breath experts. As the battle drew on, the 9-inch spirit root slowly retreated, and its figure became murky. Even though Wang Baoli was beginning to feel fatigued, he was in extremely high spirits. Not only did he achieve a breakthrough in his combat techniques, which boosted his combat capabilities, he was also encouraged by his desire for the 9-inch spirit root. Regardless of whether he could absorb it or not, he would feel indignant if he did not even try. That was especially so as Wang Baoli felt that since his golden body had formed such a strong attractive force toward the 9-inch spirit root, it could mean that he could absorb it. In his anticipation and excitement, Wang Baoli roared loudly and charged once again. Slowly, fissures appeared on the 9-inch spirit root's body, which started to spread and grow deeper. In the end, as the blood chi from Wang Baoli's body began to spread, the golden glow erupted from his body. With a punch, the 9-inch spirit root vibrated strongly and disintegrated. It was no longer a green fog but a silver one. The silver fog was obviously different from the rest. Not only was it thicker, it carried a sense of spirituality. Once it appeared, Wang Baoli absorbed it. It rushed into his body immediately, gathering at the position on his dantian, where the 8-inch spirit root used to be. Wang Baoli was nervous. The cloud of silver fog gathered in the place of the 8-inch spirit root but was not exchanging with it. It was as if it despised him. After circling around several times, it no longer bothered about him and spread out from his body. This very scene threw Wang Baoli off, and he stared hard. Damn it! I wasn't bothered by the fact that you're second-hand, and you still despise me. Chapter 108, The 9-Inch Spirit Root. Chapter 108, The 9-Inch Spirit Root. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Just as Wang Baoli grew furious, the silver fog rapidly floated away, leaving his dantian, appearing as if Wang Baoli's physical seal or pulse enrichment did not exist. Like a dragon, it passed his body directly, half of it appearing out of body. Normally, an expert who had attained their physical seal could completely seal any aperture in their body, making it difficult for the qi to spread outward. Those at the peak of pulse enrichment could even transform their body into a steel wall, locking everything in completely. However, even so, it was difficult to retain the 9-inch spirit root's silver fog. In reality, in the previous cases, those who had failed at absorbing the 9-inch spirit root had failed at this very stage. The 9-inch spirit root silver fog could disregard the physical body. Therefore, no matter how one tried to trap it, it could still pass right through. Seeing the silver fog leaving before his eyes so simply, Wang Baoli grew anxious. "Come back!" Wang Baoli growled with a low voice. The devouring seed within his body suddenly erupted, unleashing incredible absorption forces that captured the spreading silver fog, quickly sucking at it once again. "Replace yourselves quickly and become my spirit root." Wang Baoli stared intently while roaring. The silver fog that was reabsorbed circled within Wang Baoli's body and gathered once again at the 8-inch spirit root. Like before, it was obvious that it despised Wang Baoli. It began to spread after a few rounds and intended to leave again. There was no way that Wang Baoli would allow that. He did not want to resign to fate and unleash the suction force through his devouring seed to absorb the silver fog once again. "I'll never let you leave, not in this lifetime. Once you've entered the doors of your grandpa Wang, you'll have to resign to fate," Wang Baoli exclaimed as he proudly patted his tummy. However, just as he spoke, the silver fog seemed to become irritated. It no longer gathered into a dragon but instead began spreading out. It transformed into a large amount of mist and tried to squirm out from every part of Wang Baoli's body. "Trying to play a game with me?" Wang Baoli stared with rounded eyes. He gritted his teeth and tried to affect the situation. A golden glow shimmered from his body, as if the surface of his body was reinforced with another layer of seals, shutting out every part of his body. The spreading silver fog immediately collided with Wang Baoli's golden body. A low hum spread from within Wang Baoli's body. The silver fog was blocked once again and could not break through Wang Baoli's golden body. Seeing that, Wang Baoli immediately laughed in excitement. "I've tried so hard to get you in my hands, and you want to run away? No way. Today, you have to give in, regardless of whether you want to or not." Wang Baoli slapped his tummy hard. He was excited, but gradually, he felt that something was amiss with his attitude toward the silver fog, and his tone. "Why does it feel like I'm forcing a woman into prostitution? That's not right, my thinking is wrong. What I'm doing is making it obey, to get it back on the right path." Wang Baoli felt comforted by his thinking and even found himself somewhat heroic. Therefore, he sustained his golden body lockout, twirling the suction force released by the devouring seed around. This resulted not only in trapping the silver fog within Wang Baoli's body but also putting it under the control of the suction force, as it circled around the 8-inch spirit root. Every time that it tried to avoid it, Wang Baoli would strengthen the suction force on the spirit root, pressing it hard and forcing it to obey. However, this silver fog was stubborn. Even though it was under so much pressure by Wang Baoli, it still resisted the exchange. It flowed continuously, not wanting to obey. Seeing how resistant and stubborn it was, Wang Baoli grew increasingly furious. "Great, you have guts, spirit root. However, do you think that I have no means of reining you in?" Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes, a look of determination appearing. He turned abruptly and charged toward the cave. After using the broken rocks to seal the cave entrance, he sat inside with crossed legs and took a deep breath. "I will not exchange it anymore. Instead, I'll just connect you directly." Wang Baoli hummed, retracting all his blood qi. Even the golden glow of his body was gradually retracted. This method was akin to compressing one's blood qi, and in the process, it worked like a seal. Very quickly, Wang Baoli's body no longer gave off a golden glow. If one looked closely, one could see that beneath his skin, the golden glow was being tuned down slowly. With the compression, the golden glow given off by his blood qi retracted continuously with the spirit root as the focus. It grew smaller and eventually gathered around the spirit root. Like a membranous layer, it bundled the silver fog with the ends of the 8-inch spirit root tightly together. This compression seal was extremely strong, and with the golden glow restraining the silver fog was unable to spread out and was forcefully attached, unable to flow at all. It was tightly pressed, and the only way it could flow was to connect with the 8-inch spirit root. That was a method that Wang Baoli purposefully kept for the end. With the surroundings compressing it, the only choice available to the silver fog was to bind with the 8-inch spirit root and combine with it. At this juncture, Wang Baoli did not stop. Rather, he continued compressing it, focusing on the silver fog. As the seal retracted, the silver fog was continuously pressured, and a faint cracking sound emerged. "Even if you don't combine, I'll never let you out, even if I have to break you to pieces." Wang Baoli gave it his all, and with a low growl, he increased the compression force. If it was anyone, they would not have been able to achieve this state. However, Wang Baoli possessed the golden body and could control his blood qi and golden body to form a seal, making him different from the rest. Eventually, the silver fog appeared to be pressured with no way out. After trying to rebel for a short moment, it very unwillingly began integrating with Wang Baoli's 8-inch spirit root. Seeing how the silver fog has given in, Wang Baoli was especially delighted and agitated. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief as perspiration flowed down his forehead. In reality, it was risky of him to have adopted such a method. He was prepared to take the necessary actions if this method failed. With everything going smoothly, Wang Baoli thought about how he had managed to capture the 9-inch spirit root and make it submit, something that no one had done previously. He was delighted, and his body trembled excitedly as well. 9 inches! I'm about to attain the 9-inch spirit root which no one has before. I, Wang Baoli, am definitely extraordinary, ha! Even the 9-inch spirit root wants to follow after me. I understand your choice, 9-inch. You're great, keep it up. As Wang Baoli immersed himself in joy, he felt that he was a step closer to becoming the president of the Federation. Anticipation flowed from his eyes as the silver fog integrated with the 8-inch spirit root. At this moment, the 8-inch spirit root seemed to have received nourishment and started to grow slowly. 8.1 inch, 8.2 inch, 8.3 inch. After the silver fog had completely integrated with Wang Baoli's spirit root, the original 8-inch spirit root had actually grown to a length of 9 inches. Wang Baoli laughed hysterically, and quickly meditated with his legs crossed. A look of anticipation appeared in his eyes, as he wanted to use the 9-inch spirit root as a foundation to break through the ancient martial realm and step into the true breath realm. It was not difficult to break through. One just had to plant the spirit root within one's dantian and let its roots spread through one's entire body into their meridians, replacing it to form spirit meridians. This way, the speed of absorbing spirit qi would be significantly faster than before. Most importantly, one could use the fully integrated spirit meridians to manipulate the structure of the spirit qi to produce spells. The combination of the spreading spirit root and the meridians were equivalent to one's qualification to produce spells. This way, one could succeed in becoming a true breath cultivator. As for the 1 to 8-inch spirit roots, their length determined the degree to which the spirit root could replace all the meridians as it spread throughout the body. The 1-inch spirit root could transform 10% of all the meridians in the body into spirit meridians. The 8-inch spirit root could transform 80% of all meridians into the spirit meridians. And so on. 90% spirit meridians. Wang Baoli was energized as he unleashed his full capability to begin the process of breakthrough. However, at this moment in the vast sky at the very center of the Spirit Breath Village, the mountain peak formed by the biggest piece of fragment that fell from the cosmos shook suddenly. Chapter 109, The Ancient Lamp's Killing Intent. Chapter 109, The Ancient Lamp's Killing Intent. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The area where the mountain was located was in a restricted zone within the Spirit Breath Village. Even if an ancient martial artist neared it, they would not be able to take even half a step into it. If the area was forcefully entered, one would definitely be killed by the magnetic field in the area. Only those who had reached the true breath realm could stay for a short while and barge into the space. However, since no one had managed to achieve a breakthrough, no one had entered the space since it was opened. There were, however, still some students around the mountain peak. As they looked at it from afar, they appeared as though they were paying homage to it. The tremble of the mountain immediately filled the students with shock. Before they could respond, the mountain vibrated more strongly, and numerous runes appeared on it, shimmering continuously. As it shimmered, rays of light emerged from within the mountain, forming a sea of light that spread outward into the skies in all directions. Looking at it a distance away, the light rays were endless, captivating everyone as they lit up the heavens and earth. Students from the 4 major Tao colleges within the Spirit Breath Village saw the glow that spread out in the sky no matter how far they were from the mountain. Their expressions changed, and they all felt incredulous. What happened? What's going on? Could it be that someone barged in? The glow was extremely strong. Even outside the Spirit Breath Village, the chancellors from the 4 major Tao colleges and the cultivators who were standing at the aerial port were all taken aback as they saw the light rays emerging from within the Spirit Breath Village. What's going on? This situation has never occurred before. The chancellors from the 4 major Tao college looked unsettled. They rose immediately and focused their attention on it. Even they were unsure why something like this would happen, and worries began developing in their hearts at the same time. Every student within the Spirit Breath Village were elites from the various Tao colleges, each having the potential to be the pride and joy of their Tao colleges. If they were harmed in any way, that would be a significant loss to the Tao colleges. If the harm was on someone that the various Tao colleges had pinned their hopes on, the losses would be too much to bear. Therefore, after the chancellors from the 4 major Tao colleges took a closer look, they immediately retrieved the jade slips and contacted the upper academy of their respective colleges, making preparations for rescue operations should the need arise. As the people outside the Spirit Breath Village grew nervous, the students within the village also grew uneasy as they took deep breaths, questions and doubts arising within their minds. Some students immediately gave up on their search for the spirit roots, deciding to leave after breaking through to the true breath realm. However, those who tended to do so had only attained spirit roots that were less than 5-inch. For those that have reached the 6 or 7-inch stage, they persevered and did not attempt the breakthrough, despite sensing that a change was happening. I must find the 8-inch spirit root and break through in that state. Different people had different choices. At this moment, deep within the mountain formed by the fragment from outer space, in the depths that no one has reached through all the times it was open, existed a large area of barren land. In this barren land, uncountable statues and innumerable skeletons dressed in clothing from the olden days were abound. All the statues were similar, with 3 heads. Their facial expressions were different, with some laughing mockingly, some furious, and some crying. They were over 20 feet tall, like a combat soldier. Their black bodies contrasted significantly from the style of the surrounding tattered architecture. Almost all the statues were broken to certain degrees. Looking at the way that the skeletons were arranged, it appeared that when these people were alive, they had a life-and-death battle with the statues, and everyone perished in the end. Only the statue at the extreme side could be considered complete. However, a long spear pierced right through the center of its glabella, with half of it hanging out. On the right hand of the statue hung an old oil lamp that had already been extinguished. At this moment, a small flame appeared due to some unknown reason on this originally extinguished lamp. The flame was extremely weak and could be extinguished easily. As it shimmered, a purple figure seemed to appear faintly within it. The moment the figure appeared, an expressionless and lifeless sound reverberated from this almost complete statue that lay in the ruins. Discovered, extremist, kill, swallow. Though low and soft, the voice spoke in short phrases, as if there were incurable injuries or weaknesses that had existed for too long. It spread out, and the purple figure that formed from the small flame in the lamp hanging on the statue's hand suddenly opened its eyes and stepped out of the flame. The moment that it emerged, a purple glow shimmered from its entire body. It was the figure of a male, and he was expressionless with his long hair flowing lightly. Dressed in purple armor, a blinding purple glow emanated from every part of his body. Very quickly, the purple armor on his body broke apart and rotted. The purple glow also faded quickly. Even his body lost support and swiftly disintegrated. In the end, all that remained was a faint purple glow. That purple glow flickered as if it was about to disappear. Everything that had happened previously was like an imaginary glory of the past. Now, it had rotted and weakened beyond redemption like the flame. However, in the end, when 99% of the purple glow had dissipated, the remaining faint purple glow seemed to stabilize, and it rushed forward suddenly, as if it wanted to escape and integrate into nothingness. Just as it was about to leave, the mountain formed by the space debris glowed and lit up an even wider area. The runes surpassed their previous movements, suddenly forming a suppressive force. The purple glow that wanted to escape began to flicker, as if an invisible force wanted to eliminate it. Its glow was significantly dampened, but with a final push, it managed to break free from the suppressive force, integrating and disappearing into nothingness. When it reappeared, it was in the skies above the Spirit Breath village. It was unstable even after rushing out of the mountain formed by the fragment. The glow from the mountain continued endlessly, and symbols shimmered without stopping. The suppressive force remained, coming in from all directions and compressing it again, not wanting to give up without wiping the purple glow out. As it resisted the suppressive force that was trying to dissipate it, it grew dimmer, but the purple glow's speed did not decrease one bit. After it decided on a direction to advance in, it charged toward it with lightning speed. It was heading right toward the mountain where Wang Baoli was mediating. Discovered, extremist, kill, swallow. Instantly, the purple glow appeared in the mountainous area that it had decided on. Without stopping, it charged with immense energy toward it. At that moment, Wang Baoli was sitting in the cave in the mountain. The spirit root in his body was no longer green but silver, having integrated with the 9-inch spirit root. It had grown numerous roots, wrapping around the devouring seed and spreading throughout his body, integrating with each and every meridian. The process was not painful. In fact, it had been comfortable to the heart and mind, like a rapid evolution. It was a joy towards the transformation of his body. Sensing the spread of the spirit root within his body, with the transformation of the meridians growing from 10 to 70%, Wang Baoli was excited. He clearly felt that his sensitivity toward spirit chi was also heightened swiftly. Wang Baoli's experience was like equating the spirit chi to the cold air in winter. Previously, he had been dressed in clothes, and though he could feel the coldness, it was still lacking. Now, however, it was like all his clothing had been removed, and his experience and sensitivity to the cold air as he stood in the freezing winds were completely different. This metaphor seems appropriate. Though he was in the process of breaking through, Wang Baoli was still conscious. Now, he noticed that the spirit root had already spread and integrated with 80% of his meridians. As it progressed to 90%, he felt even more joyful. Once I've completed the breakthrough, I'll go take a look at the mountain formed by the fragment. The Chancellor has treated me well, and so has the Tao College. If I can bring more materials out for them, I'll try my best. Wang Baoli was excited and filled with anticipation, realizing that he was about to break through. But at that moment, something unexpected occurred. Chapter 110, The Devouring Seed Erupts. Chapter 110, The Devouring Seed Erupts. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. An indescribable sense of crisis descended like the crashing ocean, exploding within Wang Baoli's heart and mind. It was as if the doors of death had opened right before him, with the hand of a guard from hell reaching out, attempting to extinguish his flame of life. What's going on? Even before he could open his eyes, Wang Baoli's mind buzzed with activity. It felt like a hurricane that was capable of wrecking the heavens and earth was approaching, wanting not only to tear apart his body but also to destroy his soul. Faintly, he seemed to have heard a cold voice reverberating by his ears. Discovered, extremist, kill, swallow. The crisis had arrived too suddenly, and the voice was unclear. Wang Baoli did not even have time to react before a deafening shockwave exploded all around him. As the sound reverberated, the mountain in which Wang Baoli was meditating instantly collapsed, the debris and rocks thrown in all directions. All the organs in his body were in great pain due to the impact of the rocks, and he felt like he was being crushed by the crashing waves and towering mountains. Fresh blood spewed uncontrollably, and his body was like a kite whose string had been severed, tumbling vigorously all around. Fresh blood ceaselessly spurted out from his mouth, and every part of his body was in extreme pain. Everything that had happened was confusing to Wang Baoli, who was being thrown into the air. Now, as his mind buzzed, he forced his eyes open but could not see what was happening around him. All he could see was a purple glow that had overtaken his entire visual field, enveloping him within. What followed was a never-before sense of extreme pain. Ah! Wang Baoli let out a pitiful, shrill cry. The pain was indescribably intense, as if every inch of his flesh was being crushed into powder. Similar to it being corroded by acid, the pain radiated quickly from within his body. The extreme pain drove Wang Baoli to the brink of craziness. Looking from afar, his body was in midair, surrounded by a purple glow that looked like a big mouth, preparing to devour him. Wang Baoli's body was withering, and the entire process could be seen with the naked eye. It seemed like his life was coming to an end at this moment. However, just at this instant, the mysterious black substance that was integrated into his golden body suddenly appeared, attempting to prevent the purple glow from devouring him, causing the purple glow to be obstructed. At the same time, the runes on the fragment mountain were giving off a sea of light that was on a larger scale than before. As the light shone strongly, it formed a suppressive force that was growing exponentially in strength. All forms of resistance finally injected a moment of clarity within Wang Baoli's confused mind. He did not know who wanted him dead, nor did he know why he had ended up in this state, but he knew that he did not want to die. You want to swallow me? I'll swallow you instead. Wang Baoli struggled, howling in pain while withstanding the waves of pain that seemed to drown him like an ocean to release the devouring seed within his body. He was like a black hole, sucking in the surrounding purple glow. This moment exemplified his ruthless character. He was vicious toward his enemies, but even crueler toward himself. He realized that he could not escape from the purple glow, so he did not care any further. The only thought in his mind was to swallow the purple glow. Didn't you want to swallow me? Then I'll swallow you first, I'll never give in. In the blink of an eye, the purple glow that surrounded his body began to flicker. If it had been at its brightest state, it could have swallowed Wang Baoli in an instant. However, it was at its weakest point, and coupled with the suppressive force it had encountered as it rushed out of the fragment mountain, and the repeated compression it had faced in its journey, it had become significantly less powerful. As it attempted to swallow Wang Baoli, the mysterious black substance within Wang Baoli's body also had an effect on it. Wang Baoli's devouring seed was apparently one of its kind. Everything caused the purple glow to warp under the suction force from Wang Baoli's devouring seed. Bit by bit, little by little, the glow was gradually sucked into Wang Baoli's body. From afar, Wang Baoli's facial expression was ruthless. The purple glow surrounding his body had weakened into individual light rays, similar to purple filaments. Part of it was within Wang Baoli's body, and part of it was outside. As it warped and struggled, it appeared as if numerous purple hairs were growing out of Wang Baoli's body. It was like some supernatural being. It was incredibly shocking, and as the purple glow warped into numerous purple rays and struggled to break free from Wang Baoli's devouring seed, Wang Baoli seemed to become savage in this life and death crisis. His face was contorted into a look of ruthlessness and craziness. He knew that once the purple glow escaped, it would definitely return to swallow him again, and that meant that he could not allow himself to be distracted during this crucial life-or-death battle. Trying to escape? With me around, don't think about coming and going as and when you please. Enter. Wang Baoli howled, exerting all his effort to manipulate the devouring seed within his body so that it could release an even stronger suction force. The suction force was so strong that even the silver 9-inch spirit root within Wang Baoli's body started to vibrate and destabilize. Wang Baoli had managed to complete more than half of his ancient martial arts breakthrough, but he had not completely stepped into the true breath state. Therefore, the spirit root had not been entirely integrated with Wang Baoli's flesh and blood. To the devouring seed, the 9-inch spirit root was considered a foreign body, unlike Wang Baoli's flesh. Realizing that his spirit root was destabilizing, Wang Baoli grew anxious. However, as he reflexively decreased the suction force of the devouring seed, the purple glow sensed an opportunity and suddenly powered up, trying to break free. I'll risk it. Seeing what was happening, Wang Baoli roared as he disregarded the spirit root and increased the devouring seed's suction force, maintaining it at the highest level. Very quickly, the purple glow was absorbed into his body bit by bit once again. His spirit root was also driven closer toward the devouring seed within his body. It was directly integrated into Wang Baoli's devouring seed. Noticing his spirit root gradually being integrated into the devouring seed, Wang Baoli was upset and angry, becoming even more savage. Finally, after a while, his spirit root was completely integrated into the devouring seed. The purple glow outside his body was eventually completely sucked into his body, right into the devouring seed. The moment that the purple glow was being sucked into the devouring seed, it was like two black holes with absorbing capabilities were stacked together. A deafening roar, seemingly capable of breaking the heaven and earth, immediately erupted from Wang Baoli's body like a hurricane. It swept in all directions, swallowing Wang Baoli's body right inside it. As the loud boom reverberated, Wang Baoli's body vibrated vigorously as fresh blood spurted out from his mouth. His body seemed to have lost all strength as it fell right from the air with a bang, landing heavily on the floor. Without any means to defend himself, he fainted. Even though he was unconscious, the hurricane within his body remained unabated and became even more savage. The devouring seed and purple glow were fighting each other head-on. It was a battle of life and death between two different devouring forces within Wang Baoli's body. The purple glow's struggle and its absorption caused Wang Baoli to visibly wither and appear emaciated. At the same time, the swallowing of the purple glow by the devouring seed helped to recover Wang Baoli's body to its original state. Just like that, the battle between the two sides reached the climax, tearing apart Wang Baoli's meridians. In the end, the purple glow was defeated, no longer retaliating as it gradually weakened. The devouring seed grabbed onto the opportunity, integrating with it directly. With this integration, Wang Baoli's trembling body gradually calmed down. However, his spirits were weakened, and his flame of life seemed as if it would go out at any moment. However, as the devouring seed within his body integrated with the purple glow, a purple root appeared outside the devouring seed. At one glance, it looked similar to the spirit root, but if one were to examine it closely, one would realize that it appeared more like the purple ray that the devouring seed had swallowed. The purple ray-like root spread out within Wang Baoli's body with the devouring seed as its center. As it entered his torn meridians, it healed them and combined with them, seemingly replacing the spirit root, forming an unusual and never-before-seen mutated spirit meridians. 10%, 20%. The speed at which it was spreading and healing grew ever faster. Within the blink of an eye, a quarter of the process was completed, creeping toward 30%. Wang Baoli's spirit rapidly recovered as the purple glow spirit root healed and spread. As 30% of the meridians in his body combined with the purple glow spirit root, his spirit had already recuperated to the peak state before he was attacked. Before he was attacked by the purple glow, Wang Baoli was already extremely strong. Coupled with the 80% integration of his meridians, his spirit had been extremely strong. However, right now, the purple glow spirit root had only spread a third of the way but could already allow Wang Baoli to return to his previous peak state. From this, it was clear that the purple glow spirit root was unbelievably strong. Without stopping, it continued to spread, and as Wang Baoli's aura grew in strength, the integration of his meridians increased from 30 to 40 to 50%. It eventually reached 90%. Even though he was still unconscious, the suppressive force that emanated from his body was extremely terrifying. However, it had not ended yet, the spread was still ongoing. After the time of a few breaths, the purple glow spirit root had already spread entirely throughout Wang Baoli's body, causing all his meridians to be transformed into spirit meridians. Even those minor, inaccessible meridians had been influenced. It appeared that more than 100% had been achieved, reaching the extremes of what was humanly possible. After all that, the devouring seed finally eased up, forming a whirling black hole that replaced Wang Baoli's dantian as it quieted down. It was quiet everywhere, and the suppressive force formed by the sea of light disappeared. The sky was dark, and Wang Baoli lay there, slowly opening his eyes as he came to. The moment that he opened his eyes, a faint purple glow flashed through them. Chapter 111, Changing at Will. Chapter 111, Changing at Will. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The flashing of the purple glow relayed a weird sense of evilness, but that quickly disappeared. Everything returned to normal, and Wang Baoli, who had just woken up, was still in a daze. Without a mirror, he had not seen the change in his eyes. However, very quickly, his breathing quickened. He lowered his head forcefully to inspect his own body, and upon realizing that everything was intact, he immediately stood up to take a few steps to make sure that there was nothing different, apart from being more agile, before heaving a sigh of relief. It's great that everything is fine, Wang Baoli thought as he looked around. He had originally been in a valley surrounded by mountains, but the mountains had been completely ruined, and all that remained were rock debris scattered across the area. The mountain peak not far away from his cave had also been flattened. What on earth was attacking me just now? Everything that happened gave Wang Baoli a huge headache, especially as he grew increasingly conscious. The memories of what had occurred resurfaced in his mind, and his facial expression turned awful. His last memory was of himself sucking the purple glow into the devouring seed, causing his body to vibrate, as he gradually lost consciousness. His face changed thinking about that moment. He widened his eyes in shock when he suddenly realized that, within his body, the spirit root no longer existed, and his dantian had been replaced by the devouring seed black hole. Gosh, where's my spirit root? My 9-inch spirit root is gone. Wang Baoli cried out pitifully as he remembered that the spirit root had been swallowed by the devouring seed during his battle with the purple glow. Wang Baoli felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was extremely agitated, wanting to cry but unable to do so. The 9-inch spirit root that I spent so much effort in obtaining. Wang Baoli was angry and indignant. He immediately checked his body thoroughly, and as he did, he suddenly froze, his breathing quickening. That's not right, Wang Baoli sat down quickly and took a deep breath before rechecked the bodily changes that he had felt. Gradually, his gaze fell blank as he sat there dazedly. What's going on? He noticed that even though there were no spirit roots in his body, all his meridians had already transformed into spirit meridians that he had felt when he was breaking through previously. However, there were also differences. For one, the spirit meridians that he possessed now was purple and giving off a peculiar vibe that Wang Baoli could not put his finger on. This made Wang Baoli confused. After a few moments, he tried to activate his cultivation to absorb the surrounding spirit chi. However, once he tried to do so, the surrounding spirit chi from all directions began spinning with him and doing so at speeds faster and sharper than usual, gathering all at once and surging into Wang Baoli's spirit meridians. What made Wang Baoli even more shocked was that even though the spirit chi rushed into his body when he previously used the devouring seed to absorb it, it had leaked out continuously. That was why the chi fostering art had arisen, where the spirit chi was gathered in one's hands to develop the cultivation technique of making spirit stones. Drawing similarities to the ancient martial arts, the spirit chi was a foreign object that was simply used to refine spirit stones. In another way, it could be seen as a way of cultivating one's body through the constant flow in and out of the physical self. It could not be permanently stored within one's body. Wang Baoli's spirit fat was able to store the spirit chi temporarily to a certain extent only after the spirit chi had been gathered due to a large-scale release of the devouring seed suction force. After the spirit fat had been digested, it merely strengthened Wang Baoli's body. In conclusion, there was not any spirit energy that truly belonged to Wang Baoli within his body. The only spirit energy present was the spirit chi absorbed from the external environment when it was needed. Even if one had reached the pulse enrichment realm, they could only temporarily store the spirit chi within their body. It was never for long, and it never belonged to their physical body. However, right now, the surging of spirit chi allowed Wang Baoli to immediately notice that something was different. As the spirit chi entered his body along his meridians, not a single bit of it leaked out. It seemed to be transformed into a spirit thread, sinking into the black hole formed by the devouring seed after circulating within his meridians. Wang Baoli tested it and realized that if he put his mind to it, he could release the spirit threads from the devouring seed and circulate it all over its body. With every complete circulation through his meridians, it was like a cycle that absorbed the external spirit chi into his body, causing him to become stronger after it integrated into his body. This hefty process was slow, but it felt completely different from the ancient martial arts. It was as if these spirit threads completely and thoroughly belonged to him. The spirit threads could be transformed and controlled at one's will and thought, appearing like an inseparable part of one's body. This made Wang Baoli hold his breath in shock. After pondering for a moment, his gaze shimmered as he manipulated the spirit threads within his body to spread out. The moment that the spirit thread emerged from his body, a suppressive force unique to the true breath realm rippled into Wang Baoli's surroundings, forming a mini hurricane. True breath. The emergence of the suppressive force hurricane immediately confirmed Wang Baoli's thoughts. He was agitated as he made the realization as to why the true breath cultivator could suppress the ancient martial arts. That was because the spirit chi of the true breath belonged to the cultivator. Even if only one thread of the spirit chi leaked out, it could somehow integrate with the surrounding spirit chi, injecting a fragment of one's will in it to form a suppressive force that the ancient martial arts had no means to resist. This technique, though different in execution, was similar in theory to how the 9-inch spirit root could gather the spirit chi to form those waves. However, in terms of execution, it was obvious that the true breath cultivator controlled the spirit chi from within, while the 9-inch spirit root guided the spirit chi from the outside. In his exhilaration from feeling the true breath suppressive force spreading, Wang Baoli retrieved a flying sword from his storage bracelet, held it in his hands, and controlled the spirit thread outside his body, directing it into the flying sword. As he waved the sword, it emitted Dharma rays that rushed forward, but under the will of Wang Baoli, the flying sword immediately stopped moving. It appeared as if an invisible thread was controlling it. Soon, the flying sword was under the control of Wang Baoli, speeding up and slowing down according to his will, traveling straight or turning around according to his desire. Even though he was not very deft in his control, it felt like it was on a completely different level compared to the execution of the ancient martial arts. Before long, Wang Baoli put his flying sword away and began laughing heartily and agitatedly toward the sky. He then assessed his physical strength again, and with just a slight movement, he was moving at an extreme speed. With the boost given by the spirit thread, he was visibly much stronger compared to when his cultivation had been in the ancient martial arts realm. His strength had also increased significantly with the reinforcement given by the spirit thread. The present Wang Baoli could be deemed as having experienced a metamorphic change, as he had improved in every aspect. How many inches is my spirit root now? All my meridians have become the spirit meridians, as if the purple glow evolved me, perhaps turning me into a 10-inch. Wang Baoli delightedly felt for the devouring seed in his dantian. As a 10-inch spirit root flashed across his mind, his devouring seed became blur and began morphing soon after. It was no longer a black hole but a 10-inch spirit root. This caused Wang Baoli to open his eyes wide. After a few moments, he blinked. If I think about becoming 10-inch, it becomes 10-inch. What if I were to think about becoming 9-inch? The thought had only just flashed across Wang Baoli's mind, but the devouring seed instantly blurred and transformed from the 10-inch spirit root into the 9-inch spirit root. 20 inches? 30 inches? 100 inches? Wang Baoli was filled with amazement and laughed heartily as the devouring seed transformed continuously. So, it can change at will. Wang Baoli was excited. After changing it several times, he was delighted as he felt that the arrival of the purple glow had given him such a huge and beneficial transformation, and he could not help but become cocky. No matter how capable you are, in front of me, your grandpa Wang, you'll still have to bow down in defeat. Wang Baoli was in an elevated mood. After he swept away the depressing feelings that he had felt previously, he thought of the resistance toward becoming a true breath that had been mentioned in the Tao College's Jade Slip. The time I can stay here after becoming a true breath expert is determined by the spirit root. I have no idea how long I was unconscious and no idea how much longer I can stay. With this thought, Wang Baoli immediately raised his head, looking into the depths of the spirit breath village, in the direction of the fragment mountain. The Tao College has treated me very well. If I can bring more materials to them, I will. Wang Baoli made his decision and turned around, dashing toward the fragment mountain at top speed. Wang Baoli was the first person to attain the 8-inch spirit root. However, he was not the first to step into the true breath in this opening. In reality, during his battle with the 9-inch spirit root, and the subsequent incident of absorbing the purple glow before falling unconscious, numerous 8-inch spirit roots had appeared, and all of them had been captured by people. At the same time, among the students from the 4 major Tao colleges, there were already some who had broken through the ancient martial arts realm and stepped into the true breath realm. Most of them were below 5 inches, which meant that they could not stay for long. However, the mission from the Tao college still had to be completed, and they all began the process of breaking through in a location close to the fragment mountain, using their utmost effort to complete their task. This way, they could rush straight into the fragment mountain the moment they managed to break through. After they had found the materials, they could use the resistive force to bring the materials with them. However, there were also numerous people who were above 5 inches that had managed to break through. Some of them were 7-inch, and some of them were not hopeful of attaining spirit roots of longer lengths. Therefore, they made use of the time to collect materials from the fragment mountain, which allowed them to complete their task and simultaneously generate benefits for themselves. Therefore, as Wang Baoli neared the fragment mountain, he saw a rowdy scene with over 100 true breath cultivators from the 4 major Tao colleges who had broken through the ancient martial arts realm. They were either dashing into the fragment mountain or being quickly ejected from the mountains after being enveloped by a magnetic field. Chapter 112, Special Treasure Hunting Armament. Chapter 112, Special Treasure Hunting Armament. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. From afar, the fragment mountain looked majestic, seemingly towering over the skies. As the largest known fragment of the ancient greenish bronze sword currently on Earth, it had stood in its position for the past 38 years, witnessing the emergence and birth of cultivation civilization on Earth. In those 30-odd years, there were also many ancient martial arts elites from the 4 major Tao college who had obtained the rights to visit the mountain, eventually going on to become the pillars of the Federation. It was extremely imposing. After landing in its current position all those years ago, it had swept the land, resulting in a huge hurricane covering the entire desert, which took several years to completely dissipate. Even after the hurricane had dissipated, the magnetic field still present had formed the Spirit Breath Village, which was well known among cultivators. Resources, cultivation techniques, pills, Dharma treasures, and numerous treasures that had not been completely discovered by the 4 major Tao college lay deep within the fragment mountain. Therefore, every time access to it was opened, students would try their best to enter it to complete their mission to search and explore the mountain. As Wang Baoli proceeded, he looked at the fragment mountain, feeling uncontrollably agitated as his mind and spirit drew heavily toward it. The feeling was compounded as he neared the fragment mountain, for it was too majestic. It was several times taller in height compared to all the mountains that Wang Baoli had seen in his life. He could not even take in the entire mountain before his eyes, and standing in front of it, a feeling of insignificance welled up in his heart. Cracks of varying depths were also visible on the surface of the fragment mountain. Some had been left behind over 30 years ago, but the majority of them seemed to be from time periods even further back. Those cracks were akin to the wrinkles on one's face, giving off a vibe of weariness due to age. Looking at them was like looking at the traces of the thousands of years that had passed. On the surface of the mountain were innumerable shimmering runes. The shimmering rays formed a wave, and even though they were not as bright as compared to when they first emerged, they continued to spread, albeit within a limited area. At the foot of the mountain, students from the 4 major Tao colleges were entering and exiting. The points of entry were the cracks present on the fragment mountain, and among those cracks, there was a large crack that was over 70 feet long and 20 feet wide at the point closest to the ground. That was the largest entrance, which majority of the students used to access the mountain. One could see that many people were barging into the mountain, and even more were being ejected rapidly after being surrounded by its magnetic field. Only a small number of those who were being ejected by the magnetic field left empty-handed. The majority of them were carrying some objects, and even though they appeared to be broken fragments, the looks of excitement on the students' faces were obvious. As part of the 4 major Tao colleges' efforts to encourage their students, attractive promises were made in which students could choose to withhold a small portion of whatever they retrieved from the mountain. That was why the students were filled with gusto and excitement in their task. At the same time, it was also because the objects retrieved from the fragment mountain were unique in that they could not be kept within a storage space. Therefore, the 4 major Tao colleges did not need to worry about the students' greed. To a certain degree, everything was still fair and square, making this task a great opportunity for students from the 4 major Tao colleges to obtain a chance at changing their fates. Whether one would obtain this opportunity after becoming a true breath expert depended on one's luck. Incidents of people obtaining treasures from the mountain were not unheard of. In fact, it had happened every single time that the mountain became accessible. The most well-known incident involved the current president of the Federation, who was previously a student from White Deer Dow College. It was said that he obtained a legendary immortal pill from the mountain many years ago. These stories of opportunities that happened to others spread among the students, making them ever more willing to give their all to completing their mission when the mountain became accessible. As he watched the cultivators being ejected from the mountain after being surrounded by the magnetic field, Wang Baoli licked his lips and prepared to charge toward the Fragment Mountain's entrance. However, at that moment, a flurry of activity suddenly erupted near the entrance. What's that in his arms? Gosh! It's a plant, and it's still alive. This chap has struck it rich. The plant does not appear to be an immortal pill, but it's obvious that it's a valuable treasure of nature. In the commotion, a student from White Deer Dow College covered with a magnetic glow was rapidly ejected from the entrance. He was extremely agitated, and even though he had reached the true breath realm after obtaining a mere 6-inch spirit root, he was carrying a 3-colored plant in his arms. There was even a fruit on the plant giving off a fragrance. His appearance immediately caught the attention of everybody. Discussions and whispers rippled through the crowd, and the student from White Deer Dow College, upon realizing that he had been ejected from the Fragment Mountain, began laughing as he was being swayed in midair. Having witnessed the scene before their eyes, everyone seemed even more fired up, and the speed at which they charged into the Fragment Mountain also appeared to multiply. Wang Baoli was similarly fired up after noticing a White Deer Dow College student leaving with the plant in his arms. In his eyes, the impression of the Fragment Mountain seemed to have changed into a treasure trove. Free for all time. Wang Baoli's eyes glowed, and he moved to charge toward the Fragment Mountain. Very quickly, he overtook many people and stepped into the crack. Upon entering, light rays visibly dampened, but he could still make out details of his environment after adapting to the change in brightness. The area looked like a large cave abode, with over 10 secret chambers which were open due to their damage. The entrance used by the masses appeared to be a hole made in the wall of the secret chamber of the cave abode. On the left was a circular path. It was wide, over 1,000 feet in width. One could not see its end, and those who had entered the space did not explore the secret chambers surrounding it, instead rushing straight toward the path. Isn't this too empty? Wang Baoli swept his gaze around, looking into the secret chambers. They appeared as if they had been occupied by maggots previously, being completely emptied. There was not even a single piece of debris left on the floor. It was apparent that the entrance has been completely ravaged by people over the numerous times that the Spirit Breath Village had become accessible over the years. If one wanted to gain something from this place, the only way was in. Wang Baoli did not hesitate one bit. His speed skyrocketed as he charged toward the passage. Along the way, Wang Baoli noticed numerous rooms on both sides of the passage. They were all relatively large spaces, but they were all empty. There were also some diverging pathways, making the entire place seem like a maze. People emerged endlessly from the area, and none of them seemed to be concerned as to whether they would lose their way within this maze. It appears that I can only find treasures by going deeper. Wang Baoli looked around but did not slow down as he continued forward. Gradually, sounds of fighting emerged from ahead. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up immediately as he followed the direction of the sound to reach a huge area. The area looked ruined. Glancing quickly at it, Wang Baoli could see fallen structures and unrecognizable tools and objects on the ground. There were tens of students from the 4 major Dow colleges picking up the objects as fast as they could, and some 7 to 8 of them were fighting with each other while screaming. Every once in a while, there would be people hugging the objects with joy as they were ejected from the cave due to the magnetic field. At the same time, there were also people arriving at the area after Wang Baoli, picking up whatever they could see. Is this a robbery? Witnessing the chaos, Wang Baoli blinked several times and rushed ahead. He soon found an object resembling a water pail. Even though it looked like a pail, it was huge and surrounded by rows of tiny, uniform holes. It was obvious that it would leak, but if it was not considered a pail, Wang Baoli could not put a finger on its function. Hugging it in his arms, he felt that it could be used as a storage container, which was not a bad idea. He then charged toward another area. Most people did not have time to snatch objects from each other. However, there were some who seemed to prefer snatching as they left, and Wang Baoli met one such person as he was searching. That person was from Holy River Dao College. He was wreathed with the magnetic field, and it was obvious that he was about to be ejected. However, after noticing a piece of metal the size of a fist in front of Wang Baoli, his eyes lit up as he rushed forward to snatch it. Daring, huh? Wang Baoli stared. He hugged the water pail and exploded with extreme speed, kicking forcefully at the student from Holy River Dao College. The student roared in pain, and the objects in his arms fell all over the ground. He immediately grew anxious. He wanted to pick them up, but as he was being surrounded by magnetic field, he was raised into the air uncontrollably. As he roared indignantly and angrily, he was unwillingly ejected. Wang Baoli sighed angrily, stepping ahead to retrieve the objects that had been left behind and storing them in the pail. He then continued searching while running, and after half an hour, Wang Baoli left the ruins after searching relentlessly. After passing through 3 similar areas along the path, the number of people seemed to decrease as well. The peculiar objects that he had found grew in number. He threw the majority of them into the water pail, accumulating them like a small mountain. As he advanced, he saw a round ball from afar. Chapter 113, The Emerald Jade Urn. Chapter 113, The Emerald Jade Urn. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It would not have mattered if Wang Baoli himself did not notice the tumbling scene. However, as he charged forward, he passed by a metal wall lining the path that could reflect his image. Zooming ahead, his gaze swept the area, and he stopped in his tracks instantly after noticing his reflection. I'm still as slim and slender as before, huh? It was apparent that his idea of slimness differed from others. Looking at his reflection on the metal wall now, he was full of jubilant emotions as he turned his body around, looking at it from all directions in satisfaction. This water pail is large, making me look fatter than I am. Regardless of that, I'm still so suave. The number of students from the 4 major Dao colleges seemed to have reduced drastically in number, and toward the end, he was alone. At this depth, there were numerous odd objects on the ground and in the surrounding rooms. Some of them were broken fly whisks, some were broken armor, and some were also dull metal pieces. Besides those objects, Wang Baoli also saw damaged bells and copious numbers of pill bottle fragments. Why is everything broken? Wang Baoli was mildly exasperated. Along the way, everything that he saw was in pieces. Other than the pail he was hugging, nothing else was considered complete, and objects like plants, pills, and Dharma treasures seemed to be a mere dream. Even if they are broken, I'll take them. Unwilling to give them up, Wang Baoli felt that there could be something precious among the objects that he had yet to recognize. Therefore, he picked up a few of them and threw them into the pail before continuing forward. A while later, when Wang Baoli wanted to dash past a dimly lit fork in the road on the right of the passage, an eerie chill suddenly escaped from within the forked path. Thereafter, a black figure seemed to flash past at a fast speed. Who is it? Wang Baoli noticed the figure from the corner of his eyes and got a fright. He quickly took several steps back to take a closer look, but the side path was extremely quiet, and nothing seemed to have changed about it. It was as if the black figure from previously was just a figment of Wang Baoli's imagination from not taking a clear look. In his suspicion, Wang Baoli was about to retrieve a puppet to take a closer look, but right at that moment, in the dark side path, a light suddenly glowed from within, and the sound of heavy breathing and commotion spread quickly. Wang Baoli grew alert, focusing his attention as he looked on. Immediately, he realized that the glow came from the magnetic field that was surrounding a person. That person was dressed in ethereal Dao College's student robe, hugging a silver-colored calabash. Zhui Yifan! Wang Baoli shouted the moment he realized who was approaching him. At the same time, he noticed that the true breath-suppressive force that emanated from Zhui Yifan, which was resisting the magnetic field, was not one from a 7-inch spirit root but an 8-inch one. Wang Baoli! The person flying past due to the resistance by the magnetic force enveloping him was indeed Zhui Yifan. His face showed signs of regret and indignation, and he kept turning to look behind him. However, once he heard Wang Baoli's voice, he immediately turned back. After seeing Wang Baoli clearly, he was momentarily surprised and began shouting at him as if having thought of something. "Wang Baoli, go over there right now." Zhao Yameng found an altar inside, and it's filled with many treasures, even corpses. "Quick! Many are snatching the treasures there." Zhui Yifan could only manage to leave those words before the magnetic force dragged him past Wang Baoli toward the exit before disappearing in sight. Wang Baoli's eyes widened, revealing a brilliant glow, and his breathing hastened. Corpses! This word exhilarated Wang Baoli the most. He knew that Zhui Yifan was definitely not referring to people from Earth, which meant that the corpses were of the cultivation civilization, individuals who had followed the ancient greenish-bronze sword to the planet. Compared to cultivation techniques, pills, and other lifeless objects, the corpses of people from cultivation civilization held greater meaning. To the current Federation, the significance was indescribable, and one could imagine that whoever was able to bring a corpse out for the 4 major Dao colleges would have done an incredible deed that could not be described by words. As Wang Baoli's mind buzzed with activity, he burst forward, rushing into the side path like a combat vehicle at top speed. After Wang Baoli left, the walls of the side path suddenly warped, and a black skull emerged from it. It looked as if a long time had passed in its rotting process, and only an empty skull remained. It looked toward the direction that Wang Baoli was heading in before opening its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, which were a mix of black and yellow, as well as a sticky thread connecting its upper and lower jaw. Its gruesomeness would have sent chills down the spine of any observer. It then turned before wriggling back into the wall. Vaguely, life seemed to be injected into the wall, with movements of flesh and blood spreading quickly from within. No one could notice those changes. However, even though Wang Baoli was moving at a high speed, he continually felt that chill that he had felt, and the black figure that had flashed past were not figments of his imagination. Therefore, he did not dare lower his guard despite charging forward. So many people have come here before, and none of them mentioned anything about this place being dangerous, but that does not mean that I can be less alert. With heightened alert, Wang Baoli continued dashing through the fork road. A while later, he heard a loud boom and sounds of people quarreling from an area ahead. "Zhao Yameng, Chen Mingyu, why are both of you still fighting? Zhui Yifan has already been ejected, and the both of you are the only ones left from Ethereal Dao College. Zhao Yameng, since you're the one who discovered this place, you can take the calabash along with you. However, I will not let you take the corpse away." Someone's coming. The instant Wang Baoli heard those words, a crack appeared on the furthest wall that Wang Baoli could see. It was about 20 feet wide, and a blue glow shone from within. One could vaguely see that there were a few figures moving about and hear them battling each other. Then, one person rapidly neared the crack, as if wanting to block it. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed, and rather than slowing down, he sped up. With a loud roar, he approached the crack directly, breaking the silence in the air. He was too fast. As he neared, he took a clear look and saw that inside the crack was a burly, large-sized man dressed in white Deer Branch College's robe. He was carrying a big shield almost the height of his body, directly blocking the crack. After sensing that Wang Baoli was behind him, his pupils constricted, and he roared loudly. "Scram! You wish!" Wang Baoli angrily replied even louder than the burly man. The moment he roared, he formed a fist with his raised right hand. Instantly, spirit chi from his surroundings was sucked in, and his glove exploded as he executed a punch. The spirit energy within his body also moved and integrated into the glove, causing the glove's black glow to shimmer even brighter. His speed increased, and its power was also pushed to the extreme. He was like a shooting star, landing heavily on the burly man's shield with a loud bang. That was the force of the waves formed by the manipulation of the internal and external spirit chi, which far exceeded even that of the 9-inch spirit root. The moment it emerged, it was so loud that the earth shook. The large shield in front of the burly man was unable to withstand the force and immediately broke into pieces. Thereafter, the burly man from White Deer Branch College began to spew fresh, red blood from his mouth, screaming in pain as his body curled up, before scrambling hundreds of feet away. The instant that the man retreated, Wang Baoli's figure emerged from within the crack, stepping into the area that was giving off the blue glow. After taking a clear look around, Wang Baoli's mind buzzed, his pupils immediately constricted, and he held his breath. The first thing that he noticed was that the area was oval-shaped, and a black mysterious fog covered a large area of the space, surrounding it in all directions. Thankfully, the area was bright enough for him to see large canals in the ground. The canals crossed each other, appearing like an array formation. Within the array formation stood an assembly of statues. Even though most of them were broken, their positions were still visible. They were all kneeling down, their facial expressions extremely devout as if they were praying. As for the direction they were kneeling toward, a large pentagonal altar made of emerald jade stood in that direction. It had stairs leading up to it and was so large that it occupied more than half of the array formation. Of the entire oval-shaped area, it took up over 30% of the area. Looking closely, there were 9 flights of stairs leading up to the altar. There were formation inscriptions carved on every flight of stairs, and at the highest point of the altar, a long spear was floating in midair. This long spear shimmered, and the spiral markings on it glowed. It seemed to be the only one of its kind in the world, emanating an impressive aura that would surprise one. It was an invaluable treasure. Chapter 114, Attack. Chapter 114, Attack. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A blue glow shone from the long spear, brightening up the environment and enveloping the surroundings in it. What treasure is that? Wang Baoli inhaled deeply, his heart in turmoil. As the head prefect of the Dharmic Armament faculty, he was extremely sensitive toward Dharmic treasures. Now, as he looked at the long spear, a legendary name surfaced in his mind. Divine Armament. Even if Wang Baoli was the head prefect of the Dharmic Armament faculty, he understood little about the Divine Armament. He only knew that the Divine Armament was a legendary object. Right now, the impression given off by the long spear seemed to indicate to him that it was the legendary Divine Armament. However, as Wang Baoli had never seen the Divine Armament, he was unable to judge it accurately. Nonetheless, he felt that even if the long spear was not the Divine Armament, it would still be an invaluable treasure that was as precious as the Divine Armament. At the same time, surrounding the long spear were 4 figures that were dressed in long robes from the ancient times that were obviously not from the era of the Federation. They were seated cross-legged in midair, directly above the pentagonal altar, meditating around the long spear. Without a doubt, they were dead, but even so, their corpses were still floating, and the suppressive force from their bodies was still extremely strong. Wang Baoli only took a brief glance, but pain pierced his eyes, causing him to feel physically and emotionally unwell. Originally, there should have been 5, not 4, corpses meditating cross-legged around the long spear against the pentagonal altar. The 5th corpse, for some unknown reason, appeared outside the array formation, landing in a corner of the area. One could see that the 5th corpse belonged to an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. She was already dead, but lying there, she looked as if she was in a deep sleep. If there had not been the smell of death emerging from her body, one could easily have mistaken her for being still alive. In front of her was a pale-faced and unsteady Zhao Yameng, who seemed to have sustained severe injuries. There was also another youth dressed in Ethereal Dao College's robes standing there. Surrounding them were 7 to 8 students from the 3 other Dao colleges. Among them were Li Yi, Wu Fen, and the black-faced youth. The suppressive force released from their bodies clearly indicated that they had broken through with an 8-inch spirit root. Qian Meng, Li Feng, and others whom Wang Baoli had seen previously were not present. However, other than the 3 individuals, the remainder of those present were not weaklings either. Even if they were not 8-inch spirit root true breath experts, they had at least achieved breakthroughs with 7-inch spirit roots. Many things seemed to have happened, but in reality, after Wang Baoli barged in and took a look at the environment, the scene before his eyes was one where the people standing on the ground were gasping in shock, as they were gripped with emotions as a result of Wang Baoli's arrival. Wang Baoli! It's Wang Baoli! Damn it! Why is he here? Word of Wang Baoli's ferociousness had long spread throughout the Spirit Breath village. Regardless of whether one had witnessed it with their eyes or merely heard about it, one would know that in the present cohort of Ethereal Dao College, other than Zhao Yameng, Wang Baoli was the most powerful. In terms of attracting hatred and fame, Wang Baoli had also far exceeded everyone else, becoming the top person within the 4 major Dao colleges. Compared to the frowns and shock apparent on the others' faces, Zhao Yameng and the youth from Ethereal Dao College revealed looks of surprise upon seeing Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli, it's impossible to go near the array formation, so it is almost impossible to bring the objects away. The corpse over there is the result of Zhao Yameng's immense effort, and it belongs to Ethereal Tao College. The youth from Ethereal Tao College exclaimed urgently. Even without the youth speaking, Wang Baoli understood the whole situation. His eyes glowed, and he suppressed the shock that he felt toward the long, blue spear as he dashed toward the group of people. The students from the other Tao colleges were taken aback, their surprise visible in their eyes. That was especially true for Wu Fen, who immediately spoke in a determined tone. Time is running out. Let's not think too much. Everyone, move. It will belong to whoever manages to snatch it. As he spoke, Wu Fen's glabella parted, and blood qi began suffusing into the air. After stepping into the true breath realm, his blood qi contained hints of spirit qi, and like a spell, it charged toward Zhao Yameng. Li Yi's eyes shimmered as well. Moving quickly, flames emerged from all over her body, and her manner was immensely imposing. The remaining people were not as powerful as the both of them, but they were still true breath experts who had achieved breakthroughs at the 7-inch spirit root stage. The dharmic treasures that they used were significantly more powerful than when they had been in the ancient martial arts realm. Acting in unison, they all charged toward Zhao Yameng and the other youth from Ethereal Tao College. At the moment they took action, the black-faced youth from White Deer Branch College suddenly turned his head, and with the compass in his hand, he growled with a low voice as he pointed toward Wang Baoli. Body, seal. A loud boom emerged, and the surrounding spirit qi was being drawn in directly toward Wang Baoli, suppressing him. At the same time, the burly man who had been knocked away by Wang Baoli suddenly howled, retrieving a large sword as he charged toward Wang Baoli. Everything happened simultaneously. Wang Baoli's appearance had certainly made the situation more intense. Previously, due to the union of the 4 major Tao colleges, coupled with the sheer number of people, everyone had fought for themselves. Furthermore, knowing that Zhao Yameng was going to be expelled from the cave soon, no one put in their full effort as they only wanted to force her away. Now that Wang Baoli has arrived, however, waiting was no longer an option. They immediately activated their trump cards, giving their all. With a loud boom, fresh blood flowed out from the corners of Zhao Yameng's mouth. She used her hand seals to release array formation seals. As she blocked the others, the Ethereal Tao College youth beside her spurted blood. He wanted to retaliate, but magnetic fields appeared from his body right at this crucial moment. He roared angrily, wanting to bring the corpse away, but that was definitely not possible with the other people present. Instantly, several numinous treasures were hurled into the air, forcing the youth to give up. Regretfully, he was swept into the air by the magnetic field and pulled toward the exit due to the resistance. Witnessing the scene, a glow emerged from the eyes of the other people as they charged toward Zhao Yameng once again. Zhao Yameng was gripped by her emotions. She was utterly weak as she had exerted a lot of effort to retrieve the corpse. She was left without an ounce of energy, and seeing how the corpse that she had tried so hard to retrieve was about to be snatched away, Zhao Yameng grew angry. She wanted to continue blocking the others, but a magnetic field emerged from her body at that very moment. Am I destined to only serve to benefit others? Zhao Yameng sighed lightly, as her body was raised mid-air due to the magnetic field. However, right at this moment, near the entrance, Wang Baoli let out a roar. With that, he took large steps forward while releasing punches that created hurricanes, and after shattering the array formation seal from the black-faced youth, he waved his right hand. Bullying just because of your numbers, huh? Wang Baoli spoke as he released numerous puppets, which covered the entire area and charged toward the others. Flying swords also emerged, forcing the burly man backward and approaching the black-faced youth directly, preventing him from being unable to unleash the array formation again. Swiftly, Wang Baoli stepped hard on the ground with his right foot. As his body erupted forward like an arrow and the ground shook violently, shockwaves filled the air, integrating with the spirit qi and spreading ferociously in all directions. An invisible wave formed, landing directly on the people who were approaching Zhao Yameng, forcing them to stop in their tracks. Leveraging on this moment where everyone froze, and at the moment when they responded toward the situation, Wang Baoli arrived, punching the air before the others forcefully. The spirit thread within his body emerged, and as it controlled the spirit qi from within, the devouring seed and glove were activated at the same time, influencing the spirit qi from the outside. This complicated series of events executed by Wang Baoli formed a spirit chi hurricane upon the landing of his fist. Loud booms filled the area, spreading in all directions as the spirit chi hurricane rushed forward. Instantly, everyone began to shiver violently and was forced to retreat. At that instant, Wang Baoli's puppets rushed out, tightly hugging everyone in sight. This series of actions were executed neatly without any pauses. The process had been as smooth as flowing water. All the intricacies were well thought out, and seeing that everyone was blocked, Wang Baoli approached the corpse as Li Yi and company grew anxious. Wang Baoli! Everyone roared angrily and struggled with all their might, but it was still too late. Wang Baoli was so fast that he approached the corpse in a second. He raised his leg, kicking the corpse into the air toward Zhao Yameng, who was being pulled by the magnetic force toward the exit. Zhao Yameng revealed a pleasant look of surprise as she looked Wang Baoli directly in the eye. She activated her hand seals again, pointing with her finger and releasing the remaining energy that she had to form an array formation seal that surrounded the corpse. After grabbing it firmly, she flew toward the exit under the force of the magnetic field and soon disappeared from sight. Only a howl could be heard coming from afar, growing softer with time. Chapter 115, The Savage Li Yi. Chapter 115, The Savage Li Yi. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Seeing that the corpse was being taken away by Zhao Yameng, Wang Baoli was satisfied. Even though the person who had received the corpse was Zhao Yameng, Wang Baoli believed in the equality of the Dao College. Furthermore, with Zhao Yameng's integrity, he was sure that his efforts would not be undermined. After all, Wang Baoli knew that if not for his crucial intervention, the corpse could have been taken by somebody else. Now that he had done a significant deed while still having time to stay, Wang Baoli was delighted. As he turned to look at the other people, he was taken aback, his pupils constricting. He could see the obvious rage in all of their eyes, and it was apparent that none of them were going to be friendly. Wang Baoli cleared his throat and spoke off his head. I arrived in a rush just now and did not have the time to greet everyone. I'm guessing that not everyone here knows who I am, so let me introduce myself. I am Wang Baoli. As he spoke, he stepped forward to help the burly man whose shield he had destroyed up from the ground. The burly man stared at Wang Baoli angrily as he shook him off. Everyone is loyal toward their own colleges. I am from Ethereal Dao College, so how can I not help in that situation? Therefore, it's unreasonable for you to look at me so angrily, isn't it? Furthermore, I did not use my most powerful skills against all of you, so why are all of you so angry? Wang Baoli sighed as he looked at the rest of the people. By that point, all of them had broken free from the puppets. After all, the puppets were at the level of the ancient martial arts, and as true breath experts, they might have been suppressed, but not for long. After breaking free, they were very depressed. Li Yi, Wu Fen, and the black-faced youth were particularly solemn. They had recognized Wang Baoli as their nemesis. Every single time they fought with him was a losing battle. They looked at each other and noticed the strong desire to take revenge against Wang Baoli, which, if not fulfilled, would certainly explode out of control. Wang Baoli was alert. On the surface, he sighed while stowing the broken puppets. I'll have to improve these puppets when I get back. Otherwise, they will be of little use in the future. After collecting the puppets, Wang Baoli realized that Li Yi and the others were still looking at him angrily, and he immediately turned toward them. Everyone, if you want to see what I'm truly capable of, then attack. However, let's negotiate. Can all of you not stare at me so intently? I know that I'm handsome, but all this staring is making me embarrassed. Wang Baoli lowered his head and spoke bashfully. The moment he spoke, the facial expressions of the others turned awful. Li Yi in particular rolled her eyes as she gritted her teeth, thinking about how thick-skinned this irritating fatty before her eyes was. Punch him. Make him lose his consciousness and strip him naked so that he'll be an embarrassment when he gets out of here. Li Yi spoke as she jumped into the air. Due to the virtue of possessing a natural fire-type spirit body, even though she had not learned any spells despite rising into the true breath realm, the moment that she charged out, flames emerged from her body. Even though it did not spread into a sea of fire, it wreathed her. The moment she attacked, a fireball flew out from the position in the middle of her body directly toward Wang Baoli. It was impressive as the air seemed to have caught fire as well. The heat wave rolled rapidly toward Wang Baoli's face, its manner imposing. As Li Yi jumped out, the black-faced youth's eyes lit up. That's right. That is a feasible idea. He felt that it was a good idea and pressed his hands on the compass. Instantly, a spiritual force erupted from his body and spread in all directions, forming layers of array formation seals, covering the heavens and earth as it targeted Wang Baoli. Wu Fen felt that Li Yi's temper was too haughty and cruel, but as he still agreed with Li Yi's idea, he immediately retrieved 4 pills. In reality, pills were his strong point. The blood qi technique that he exhibited previously was a result of him swallowing the pills. Now, his desire to take revenge on Wang Baoli was so strong that he swallowed all 4 pills without thinking twice. Instantly, he howled, and his skin grew red. For frightening cracks appeared on his forehead, and frightful auras erupted, charging straight at Wang Baoli. Everyone else released their trump card. Even though some of them were about to be ejected by the magnetic field that appeared on their bodies, they still acted. It was apparent that their anger toward Wang Baoli was indescribable, and their desire to strip him naked to embarrass him was extremely strong. Vicious. Li Yi, you're ruthless. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. The consequences were so severe that he did not dare let his guard down. The devouring seed in his body was activated, forming a strong suction force covering the entire area, attracting the spells, dharmic treasures, and even their physical bodies forcefully toward him. As their aim was altered, everyone's facial expressions changed as well. As their bodies struggled against the suction force, Wang Baoli's spirit threads began winding, boosting his speed as he moved forward. He was significantly faster than normal true breath experts, directly avoiding Li Yi's fireball, and appeared right in front of the black-faced youth, punching him with his gloved right hand. Fall! Wang Baoli growled with a low voice. A boom emerged, and even though the black-faced youth who specialized in array formations had reached the true breath realm, he was still unable to dodge Wang Baoli's punch, which landed on his belly. Wang Baoli was too strong, and the black-faced youth felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. Fresh blood spewed from his mouth as he lost consciousness, his body being thrown aside. Even before he landed, Wang Baoli waved his hand, and 3 puppets that looked like students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty were released, charging forward and gripping the youth tightly. After that, Wang Baoli turned and sidestepped all the numinous treasures flying toward him, stopping right in front of Wu Fen and throwing a punch at him even before he could react. You fall, too. Regardless of how hard Wu Fen struggled, and regardless of the numinous treasures that he retrieved, everything was futile. Wang Baoli's punch with his glove was so effortlessly powerful that it instantly decimated everything, landing straight on Wu Fen's belly. Wu Fen vomited fresh blood, and as he fell unconscious, he was similarly gripped by several puppets. Everything happened so quickly, as the surrounding people responded with appalled expressions. A look of ferociousness flashed in Li Yi's eyes as she approached Wang Baoli. Activating her hand seals and bellowing loudly, fire erupted all over her body, forming a fire mouth that tried to swallow Wang Baoli. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Upon turning his head, a loud megaphone had already appeared in Wang Baoli's hands. He shouted loudly into the megaphone, amplifying his already deafening roar, causing it to become even more ferocious as it formed a hurricane that charged directly toward the human fireball. Instantly, the fireball warped and was torn apart by the ferocious sound wave, revealing Li Yi, who shouted as she retreated after being attacked by the sound wave. Delightedly, Wang Baoli rushed ahead swiftly. Without any pity, he punched Li Yi unconscious and covered her with several puppets before turning his head and stopping momentarily to look at the others, who were gripped by fear. What do the rest of you plan to do? Wang Baoli, you're too cruel. The remaining people immediately took several steps back as the burly man spoke while staring angrily. That's right. What are you trying to do, immobilizing them with the puppets? However, he had just finished his sentence when Wu Fen, who had been knocked unconscious, was raised into the air by the magnetic field. As he was unconscious, he was unable to resist it and flew toward the exit. The 3 puppets that were in suggestive positions, gripped him extremely tightly and flew out with Wu Fen. This scene took everyone by surprise. Wang Baoli let out a dry cough, and after noticing that a magnetic field was emerging around the black-faced youth's body, He tore a corner of his shirt and wrote something on it before stuffing it back onto the youth. After that, Wang Baoli turned his head, smiling vaguely at the remaining people. Now, you know what that means, right? Witnessing what had happened, everyone, including the burly man, was taken aback as they took in a deep breath. Wang Baoli's plan was exactly that of Li Yi's and was extremely degrading. Once they were knocked unconscious, they were ejected after being covered by the puppets in suggestive positions. Everyone outside from the 4 major Dao colleges would notice how beaten they looked, and that could even become an indelible stain to their names. After all, everyone there was a well-known figure in their respective Dao college, and their image was important to them. Therefore, they all dispersed rapidly, planning to leave the place. However, it was all too late. Unfortunately for them, it was Wang Baoli who had a grudge with them. Chapter 116, A Fake? Chapter 116, A Fake? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Previously, Wang Baoli had wanted to be nice, but those people had wanted to not only to knock him unconscious but also strip him naked. Their goal had been to expose his slender body for public viewing, and that was something that Wang Baoli could not ignore, something that he could not allow to happen. The more Wang Baoli thought about it, the angrier he was. Therefore, he quickly turned and dashed out, and a moment later, as screams were heard, everyone, except 2 that were lucky enough to escape by virtue of the magnetic field, was knocked unconscious by Wang Baoli. As those who had fainted were to be moved by the puppets, Wang Baoli tied them up with ropes first. After all that, Wang Baoli patted his hands on his shirt as he looked delightfully at all the individuals flying away due to the magnetic field, while being tightly hugged by the puppets. I'm such a kind person, escorting them out using my puppets after seeing that they have fainted. Wang Baoli was in good spirits. He gathered all the objects that the others had found within the fragment mountain and placed them into his own pail. There were so many objects that it was difficult to store them, but Wang Baoli came up with the idea to activate the remainder of his puppets and tie the objects to each of them. With that, he was satisfied. That's weird, why am I not being ejected? Wang Baoli felt for his own cultivation and realized that the feeling of ejection had not developed. He pondered about it and looked toward the altar. Should I go over to take a look? Wang Baoli looked at the long, blue spear on the altar, and a fire lit up in his eyes. Logically, he reminded himself that he was in a dangerous place, a place where his cultivation would not be sufficient, but he still fancied his luck. Therefore, he stepped forward, stopping beside the array formation canal. Wang Baoli did not dare to step too close to it. Rather, he lowered his head to look at the 5-foot-wide canal and stood there, raising his right arm in anticipation. The devouring seed within his body erupted, spreading its suction force toward the blue spear that was on the altar within the array formation, trying to attract it. The suction force caused numerous rocks within the array formation to rise into the air. Even the symbols on the altar flashed several times, but the blue spear at the top, together with the 4 corpses floating around it, stayed firmly in place. Seeing that it seemed to have worked but was unable to affect the long, blue spear, Wang Baoli felt a little indignant. He widened his eyes, and with a loud roar, the devouring seed within his body fully erupted. The suction force increased exponentially in strength, accompanied by a loud boom. Instantly, it appeared as if a hurricane had swept by the array formation. As even more debris were being sucked toward him, the 4 corpses meditating at the top of the altar seemed to be influenced as they moved ever so slightly toward Wang Baoli. The only issue was, despite Wang Baoli's face flushing red-hot after giving all his might, the long, blue spear still remained floating without even shaking. Damn it! Wang Baoli turned flustered. He wanted to step over the canal to absorb the spear from a closer position, but forcefully stopped himself. He looked at the canal in front of him before retrieving a puppet and controlling it to walk forward to the periphery of the array formation. The puppet was just about to leap into the air and into the array formation canal. However, right at that moment, a blinding glow emerged from the array formation canal. Frighteningly, it landed straight on the puppet with a loud boom. The puppet was instantly decimated, disintegrating into thin air. That sent chills down Wang Baoli's spine as he exhaled deeply. How dangerous! Wang Baoli's heart was pounding hard. A moment later, his eyes flashed as he thought about what a waste it would be if he gave up. Therefore, he thought about it and looked at the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one but him in the area, he sat down with crossed legs and began waiting. Time trickled by, and after 5 minutes, magnetic fields finally appeared around Wang Baoli. As the forces pulled against each other, Wang Baoli immediately retrieved his mysterious mask without a hint of hesitation. "I'll risk it." The moment the mask appeared, fog covered the entire area, and coupled with the waves of loud booming sounds, it was like the turbulent waves were shaking the earth. When the mask was retrieved, the surrounding fog instantly became turbulent. At times, it tumbled, and at times, it retreated, as if there lived a ferocious creature within it, struggling and howling. The deafening sound spread in all directions, causing the ground to tremble vigorously. As the ground vibrated, cracks also began to appear in the array formation canal. Rubble began falling off it as though the entire land was about to crumble. Such a huge change! Wang Baoli stood rather unsteadily, both physically and in his breathing, and he quickly retreated as his heart palpitated furiously. His motive of bringing out the mask was to see if he could induce some changes to the area and create an opportunity for himself. Seeing how bizarre the changes in front of his eyes were, Wang Baoli regretted it slightly, but when he thought about the long, blue spear, passion filled his eyes again, and he became even more determined. Riches are only attained through trials. Furthermore, if it becomes too dangerous, I will stop resisting it and use the magnetic field to escape. Harboring such thoughts, Wang Baoli immediately released 40 or so of his remaining puppets, controlling them to charge toward the canal. This time, the blinding glow still emerged from within the array formation canal, but the turbulence of the surrounding fog came continuously. The vibrations of the ground caused the glow to slightly shift, and even though most of the 40 puppets had been decimated, 2 of them successfully crossed the screen of light and landed within the array formation. The instant that they were within the array formation, Wang Baoli rushed out quickly, his speed boosted by the spirit thread. Following close to the 2 puppets on safe ground, he also crossed into the array formation and appeared within it. When he landed, Wang Baoli's heart rate increased significantly, and he was extremely agitated. "I'm in." Wang Baoli was exhilarated, and looking at the staircase-like altar not far away from him, a fire lit up in his eyes. The devouring seed within his body erupted once more, resulting in the emergence of the suction force again. This time, the distance moved by the 4 corpses visibly increased, but the long, blue spear still stayed in place. Wang Baoli frowned, and after making some estimations on the distance, he gritted his teeth as he prepared to act again. He then controlled the 2 puppets beside him, using them as test subjects. After confirming that it was safe, he followed closely behind and soon neared the altar with the 2 puppets. Noticing that the numerous symbols and inscriptions on the steps of the altar were flashing, Wang Baoli did not dare to approach it anymore. That was especially so after one of the puppets that he was controlling was instantly decimated by the glow from the altar the moment he controlled it to leap onto it. This made Wang Baoli nervous. "I can't advance further." In the silence, Wang Baoli controlled his last puppet to leap into the air. Without even blinking, he saw that it was similarly decimated when it jumped to a height of 50 feet. Wang Baoli's face was awful. He felt that the magnetic force and the pulling force on his body was getting stronger. He knew that he did not have much time left. He raised his head to look at the long, blue spear above the altar and squatted down with his eyes narrowed. After a short moment, using the remaining energy in his body, Wang Baoli roared as he stepped hard on the ground. His body instantly leaped into the air, and controlling his power, he immediately retrieved a flying sword and positioned it beneath his feet at a height of 50 feet. To people in the ancient martial arts realm, standing in midair was not possible. However, to a true breath cultivator, that was possible for a short time with the assistance of dharmic artifacts. Right now, Wang Baoli was executing just that. He stepped on the flying sword, and the moment he paused, the devouring seed within his body erupted fully, sucking the long, blue spear directly. "Come to me!" With a loud boom, the 4 corpses were pulled toward Wang Baoli due to the strong suction force. However, even though the long, blue spear quivered slightly as well, it was not sucked toward Wang Baoli. Instead, it began warping, and signs of it self-destructing began to appear as it turned translucent. "What's going on?" Wang Baoli was taken aback. Very quickly, in front of his eyes, the long spear grew increasingly translucent. In the end, as if it had been warped away, it disappeared at lightning speed. It seemed as if the long, blue spear was an imaginary image. Under Wang Baoli's suction force, it grew unsteady and dissipated. Is it not real? Wang Baoli rubbed his eyes, and after looking at everything closely, he was dumbfounded. Damn it! I put in so much effort, and it turned out to be a fake? Putting a fake spear here is deceit, and you'll get your retribution. Wang Baoli cursed angrily as his body descended. However, the instant that he reached the ground, a blue bead where the long spear had disappeared flew directly toward Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's pupils constricted, and after grabbing it, the impact of the approaching bead formed an impactful force that forced Wang Baoli to step back. At the same time, the magnetic field surrounding his body also grew stronger, pulling his body swiftly backward. I'll accept the bead as well. Wang Baoli was extremely surprised, and seeing how he was being pulled backward by the magnetic field, he immediately unleashed his devouring seed, pulling in the 4 corpses backward together with him. The returns are decent. Wang Baoli was exhilarated, and his body was pulled into the space above the array formation canal. He was nervous, but he managed to pass right through it, unsure whether it was because of the bead or the corpses that were shielding him. Wang Baoli heaved a sigh of relief and unleashed the suction force using his devouring seed again, sucking the pail and all his treasures toward him. However, right at this moment, an anomaly occurred. Chapter 117, Seal. Chapter 117, Seal. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The whirlwind that originally occurred in the area, accompanied by the fog that sounded like a wild beast howling, seemed to stop momentarily the moment that Wang Baoli took the bead away. After which, an even stronger boom erupted in the air, like a culmination of endless suppressed thunder exploding instantaneously. The fog rapidly curled backward, as if being forcefully dissipated after breaking free of a seal, revealing the empty space outside the oval-shaped area. At a glance, the whole of the large area could be seen since the fog was not obscuring it anymore. This is, Wang Baoli, whose body was being pulled by the magnetic force, suddenly shrugged, his body trembling and his mind buzzing with activity as violent as the crashing waves. He saw that in the seemingly limitless space above the oval-shaped area lay a gigantic skull. Its facial features could not be seen, but it was clear that it was covered with a pitch-black mask. The oval-shaped area also seemed to be floating in midair, since there was a darkened area of nothingness beneath it, and within the nothingness lay a humongous body. This body, when connected to the skull overhead, formed a gargantuan sculpture, and it became clear that the oval-shaped area was the palm of the sculpture. The appearance of the mask worn by the sculpture was not foreign to Wang Baoli. It was exactly like the illustrious woman whom he had seen in the illusionary scene when he was previously at the 5 Peaks. This sight created waves of emotions in Wang Baoli. He began to piece together the entire picture before his eyes and realized that it was a sculpture of an illustrious woman looking at the long, blue spear floating above the altar in the palm of her raised right hand. Wang Baoli's heart pounded against his chest violently. Thankfully, before he retrieved the mask, he had been mentally prepared, and it was not the first time that he had seen the woman. However, at this exact moment, Wang Baoli's pupils suddenly constricted. As his body was pulled backward by the magnetic force, a crying face suddenly emerged from the empty space behind the sculpture. That face was over 100 feet wide, and it was bleeding from all its orifices. A purple glow was revealed in its eyes, and it was impossible to discern if it was a male or female. An eerie chill and a frightening vibe spread strongly from it, and Wang Baoli felt as if he had suddenly been thrown into the cold abyss. What on earth is that? As Wang Baoli exclaimed in shock, tens of similar faces appeared in the blink of an eye in the emptiness behind the sculpture. They all looked similar, but each had different expressions. Some were filled with sadness, some were crying, some were laughing wryly, and some were furious. However, it remained consistent that all of them were bleeding from their every orifice, and they all carried a frightening purple glow in their eyes. One could even see that more of such faces were appearing rapidly behind them, and in a flash, the entire pitch-black emptiness was completely filled with uncountable similar faces. All the faces began to open their mouths to howl. They seemed to be rushing toward Wang Baoli by passing through the sculpture. The entire scene made Wang Baoli feel as if his head was about to implode, and as his mind buzzed endlessly, he wished more than ever that the magnetic force could drag him away immediately. However, at the moment when they were about to pass through the sculpture, a flash appeared in the eyes of the seemingly lifeless sculpture, and the vague, soft voice of a woman echoed within the space. "Suppress!" As the voice spread outward, the sculpture's entire body glowed with a golden hue, and flashes of golden lightning flew from it. The flashes instantly formed a large net, directly covering all the creepy faces that were advancing through the sculpture. In the blink of an eye, after coming into contact with each other, the masks began to let out pitiful cries. They struggled, but it was futile, they were unable to pass through the electric net. Under the forceful push of the net, they immediately retreated, and eventually, they faded back into nothingness. That scene sent upheavals to Wang Baoli's heart. Right now, his body was being pulled backward to the exit, and his gaze lay on the sculpture, which seemed to have returned to its original state. He was unable to calm down, for the purple glow from those faces reminded him of the unforeseen attack that he had experienced previously. The feeling given off by those faces was exactly the same as that of the purple glow. Could it be them? Wang Baoli was frightened, and he suddenly remembered that during his experience in the 5 Peaks, faces had also appeared in the skies. Furthermore, in terms of appearance, the faces from then were similar to those that he had just seen. What on earth is going on? Why is it that the faces appeared immediately after I took the blue bead away? Could it be that the bead was an object suppressing them? With that thought, Wang Baoli immediately had the impression that the 5 bodies surrounding the long, blue spear indeed seemed to be protecting the bead. This, if I take the blue bead away, will a catastrophe occur? Wang Baoli suddenly grew nervous, and as he tried to take another look at the sculpture, his body was pulled toward the exit, into the pathway, and swiftly toward the outside. From afar, Wang Baoli appeared like a small mountain, carrying a large pail. Puppets hung on the edge of the pail, each carrying bags of objects. At the same time, 4 corpses were being dragged along with the big pail. Wang Baoli struggled, and when he suddenly turned to look at the 4 corpses that he had thrown on the pail, his pupils suddenly constricted. Previously, due to the distance, Wang Baoli had not paid much attention to the corpses. Furthermore, all his attention had been on the long, blue spear, so he had not taken a close look at the corpses. Right now, as he took a closer look at the 4 corpses, he realized that inscriptions were present on their bodies. On their glabelli, purple markings were also visible. Those markings seemed to be accumulations of faces of varying expressions that had shrunk significantly. They looked identical to the faces that had been suppressed by the seal from the sculpture previously. This discovery instantly instilled fear in Wang Baoli's heart and also busted his previous theory. They were not protecting but were suppressing the blue bead? Wang Baoli was slightly bewildered, but he still felt that something was amiss. Eventually, his eyes flashed, and a bold guess appeared in his mind. Could it be that I made a wrong interpretation? Could it be that, regardless of whether it was the corpses or the long, blue spear, they were actually objects that the faces used to suppress the sculpture? Therefore, after I took the blue bead away, the mysterious fog dissipated, revealing the sculpture, making the faces grow crazy trying to regain it, eventually causing the sculpture to revive in order to suppress them. With a lack of clues, it was difficult for Wang Baoli to make a clear judgment. However, he was certain that the bodies that he had brought out were definitely related to the purple glow that had previously wanted to swallow him. I need to figure this out. Why did the purple glow want to swallow me? Could it be due to the 9-inch spirit root? The voice previously said that an extremist has been found. Could it be that the 9-inch spirit root was the extremist? However, after waking up, the spirit meridians within me exceeded 90 or even 100%. Wang Baoli thought as his body was being pulled along the path out of the fragment mountain. The series of events made him realize just how mysterious and unpredictable the entire place was, especially after he understood that the place that he had been in previously was merely considered the periphery compared to the entire fragment mountain. He had been far from its core. After all, his cultivation and speed, coupled with the time constraints, made it impossible for him to reach the core. Even the periphery is so mysterious. What else could be hiding in the depths of this fragment mountain? Wang Baoli took in a deep breath. As his body was pulled away, he looked at the fragment mountain that was becoming increasingly distant, and a wave of respect welled up in his heart. While paying his respect to the fragment mountain on his journey out of it, students from the 4 major Dao colleges continued to enter and exit. When they saw the exaggerated gains of Wang Baoli, their respect for him grew even greater, to the extent of shock. Corpses! Gosh, what did I just see? Corpses dressed in ancient robes, and there are more than one of them. This is too over the top. Such a big pail with so many puppets carrying other objects hanging on it. A commotion instantly erupted, reverberating in the surroundings. Nobody noticed that a head with its eyes ferociously wide open had appeared silently in the periphery of the fragment mountain. It was the frightening figure from the fork in the road. He stared in the direction where Wang Baoli was heading. Gradually, its ferocious expression turned into a look of dismay, and it was seemingly doubtful. It was only after a long time had passed that it retreated once again. Chapter 118, Chancellors, there is a note here. Chapter 118, Chancellors, there is a note here. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was carrying the large pail in the Spirit Breath village. His hill-like figure was advancing swiftly in the skies. Perhaps it was due to his extensive gains that his body seemed to have been weighed down significantly. Even the magnetic field pulling him seemed to be several times stronger compared to that of others. By this point, Wang Baoli had already recovered from the torrent of emotions that he had felt when he was in the Fragment Mountain. Thinking of his gains, Wang Baoli's suppressed emotions instantly became especially excited. I made it! Looking at his pail, the surrounding puppets, and the corpses, a look of excitement emerged from Wang Baoli's eyes. When I get out, I'll definitely throw everyone into a state of surprise and let them know just how impressive Wang Baoli is. With that thought, Wang Baoli began laughing out loud. However, in reality, outside of the Spirit Breath village, the masses from the 4 major Tao colleges, as well as the accompanying cultivators, were already shocked. That was especially so for the 4 chancellors. They had already waged a bet with each other, and as time passed, with reference to timings from the past, they estimated the return times of the students and grew increasingly alert as the time neared, paying careful attention to the entrance. After all, due to the glow from the Fragment Mountain within the Spirit Breath village, which indicated that a change might have occurred, they were slightly nervous. However, after garnering the attention of their respective Tao colleges, and with the arrival of reinforcements, their nervousness had mildly abated. Soon, the first batch of students from the respective Tao colleges who had broken through and attained true breath were ejected from the entrance, surrounded by magnetic forces. The majority of them had achieved a breakthrough when they were below the 5-inch stage, and even though they had some gains, they were not impressive. Regardless of that, they were true breath cultivators. After they emerged, people from their respective Tao colleges immediately stepped forward to check on their injuries. While recording their gains, they also conveyed their congratulations and encouragement. At the same time, regarding the transformations to the Fragment Mountain and the changes that occurred following that, the elites from the various Tao colleges as well as the chancellors came to know of some news from the people who have first emerged, and they all heaved sighs of relief, knowing that no accidents had occurred within the mountain. In addition, they gave more details of what had happened within the Spirit Breath village. News of how Zhao Yameng had reached the 8-inch stage along with Li Yi made the chancellors from the 4 major Tao colleges elated, as they began to make guesses on the number of people from their Tao colleges who had attained the 8-inch spirit roots. The only issue was that these people did not have a full understanding of the situation, which made the information they gave incomplete. However, they all mentioned Wang Baoli, resulting in shock and surprise emerging in the hearts of the chancellors from the 4 major Tao collages as well as the masses. Chancellor, Wang Baoli has gone overboard. He used some trick to make thousands of spirit roots fated with him, transforming into his image. Didn't all of you see? Initially, figures of Wang Baoli were everywhere. He is simply a jinx. Every single spirit root he saw transformed into him. If not for him, I definitely would have reached 7 inches. That fellow, being chased by thousands of spirit roots, turned the entire mystic realm into chaos. The anger and indignation in the words of the first batch of students immediately threw everyone outside into a daze. Very quickly, the chancellors from the 3 other Tao colleges looked toward the old physician. It's not his fault that he was fated with the spirit roots, the old physician said as his fist covered his mouth and he cleared his throat. However, he was actually shaken by the news. He had expected Wang Baoli to cause trouble, but he had never guessed that he could cause trouble to such an extent. Hearing that, the chancellors from the three other Tao College remained silent. Even though the incident seemed off, Wang Baoli was not a student from their Tao College after all, and it was inappropriate for them to say much. Gradually the second, third, and subsequent batch of students emerged. The objects that they were carrying grew in number, and when it became apparent that pills and live plants were among the items, exclamations of surprise arose. Pills! Gosh, he actually got a plant from there, and it's even one bearing fruit. Seeing how a commotion had arisen, the Chancellor from White Deer Tao College laughed heartily as he looked gloatingly at the Chancellors from the three other Tao Colleges, whose facial expressions were awful. How's that? My student from White Deer Tao College is not bad, huh? The old physician harumphed and did not speak. The Chancellors from the two other Tao Colleges grew solemn, choosing not to look at the proud White Deer Tao College Chancellor. However, their minds were filled with thoughts as pills and plants were exceedingly rare, especially plants. Even though the focus of their bets was not on the amount of resources that the students from their respective Tao colleges managed to collect, in reality, that was where the main attention on the opening of the mystic realm was. It decided the distribution of resources in the alliance formed by the four major Tao colleges. However, calmness soon returned to the hearts of the chancellors from White Deer Branch College and Holy River Tao College. Even though plants were not present within the gains of the subsequent batches of returning students, there were still pills, and they also trumped on the number of objects that they had, which helped to return smiles to their faces. The old physician was the only one who was depressed, for the objects brought out by the students from Ethereal Tao College were significantly fewer. The calabash brought back by Zhui Yifan only momentarily calmed the old physician down. He was still troubled over how his own students were underperforming. Seeing that, Zhui Yifan swallowed the news about the corpses that he had initially wanted to relay. He did not know who eventually gained possession of the corpse in the end, and he did not dare mention a word of it. Old Lu, don't be troubled. Students who are far more capable than those here have yet to return, so you must be more confident in yourself, the Chancellor from White Deer Tao College said with a laugh as he patted the old physician's shoulder, while the two other chancellors also began their sarcastic commentary. Listening to the words of consolation from the three individuals, the old physician harumphed. He was indignant but also helpless. However, not long after, the feeling of helplessness dissipated. Zhao Yameng's return threw everyone around into indescribable shock. A corpse! Gosh, there's actually a corpse! A loud commotion exploded. Not only were the chancellors from the four major Tao colleges dumbfounded, even the four highly-ranked, highly-trained people of prestige and ranking behind them were amazed. They all stepped forward to take a look. In reality, corpses had been discovered by people in the past, but the majority of them had been severely damaged, making such a complete one even rarer than the plant. In his exhilaration, the old physician looked gloatingly at the chancellors from the three other Tao colleges, who each carried an awful expression, and began to speak. How's it? Students from Ethereal Tao College are not bad, huh? One single corpse can trump all the gains from White Deer Tao College. However, don't be disheartened, for the more capable students have not returned yet. Stay confident and hopeful. As he spoke, the old physician looked approvingly at Zhao Yameng and praised her. Noticing her injuries, he immediately retrieved some pills with concern. Chancellor, I was able to retrieve this corpse thanks to the help granted from Zhui Yifan and Chen Mingyu. However, above all, without Wang Baoli, I would not have been able to bring the corpse out, Zhao Yameng said as she received the pills. Wang Baoli? That was the second time that the chancellors had heard of Wang Baoli's name. They were surprised and grew more alert as the chancellor from White Deer Tao College let out a low murmur. Old Lu, most of the capable students from White Deer Tao College have not emerged. I believe that they will return soon, and they will not disappoint me. That's right, Old Lu, don't be anxious. Old Lu, you. Looking enviously at the corpse, the three chancellors spoke one after another. Before they could even complete their sentences, sounds of surprise suddenly emerged from the entrance of Spirit Breath Village. Numerous figures returned one after another. Some were still awake, but some of them were unconscious. If they had merely fainted, it would not have mattered much, but the fact was that he was surrounded by three puppets. If they had been surrounded by the puppets in a normal matter, it would not have been an issue. However, the positions of the three puppets were extremely suggestive, and their expressions were exaggeratingly bizarre as they made disturbing noises. Their moans, coupled with their positions, immediately threw everyone into shock as if a whole new world had been opened up before their eyes. It's Wu Fen. Gosh, that's Wu Fen from Holy River Dao College. A rising star, someone who has attained an 8-inch spirit root. What on earth happened to him? Zhui Yifan stared with his eyes wide. Zhui Yifan and Chen Mingyu, who had returned subsequently, each inhaled deeply in shock. Even Zhao Yameng, who had always kept her cool, was thrown into a daze. The trio looked toward each other and saw the complex emotions and doubts in each other's eyes. The chancellors from the 4 major Dao colleges, upon noticing the scene, were all dumbfounded, especially Holy River Dao College's chancellor, whose eyes seemed to be falling out of their sockets. Before they could even react, more people returned from the exit. There was someone within them who was also unconscious, and even before he neared, disturbing sounds reached their ears, making everyone surprised beyond words. As they turned to take a look, they saw the unconscious black-faced youth being surrounded by the puppets. This is too much. Were they robbed? It's fine if they were robbed, but why did the robber even do that to them? The chancellors from Holy River Dao College and White Deer Branch College were infuriated. They wanted to step forward to destroy the puppets, but once contact was made, the puppets immediately released signs that they were going to implode, and that instantly made the duo think twice. The old physician tried hard to remain indifferent. He stayed silent while the chancellor from White Deer Dao College beside him began clicking his tongue. The person who did this seems to be quite creative. The workmanship of the puppets is not bad. He had just finished his sentence when disturbing sounds were heard yet again. The unconscious Li Yi then appeared in front of everyone. The White Deer Dao College chancellor was dumbfounded. Naturally, he recognized Li Yi as she was the cream of the crop of White Deer Dao College's newest batch of students. He stared hard and growled, "Who? Who did this?" As the trio roared, they noticed something on the black-faced youth's body. "Chancellors, there's a note here." Chapter 119, Baoli returns. Chapter 119, Baoli returns. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Almost at the moment the person who discovered the hidden words opened his mouth, White Deer Branch College's chancellor noticed the note, which he had overlooked previously in his rage. He picked up the note, and after taking a look at it, blue veins bulged on his forehead. He looked toward Zhao Yameng and stared hard at her before throwing the note toward the old physician, angrier than ever. "Chancellor Lu, you owe me an explanation." Upon reading the note, the old physician laughed bitterly at the words on it. "Zhao Yameng, please get the chancellor to hold onto the puppets for me safely. Don't forcefully pull them away as they will implode." Behind those words were also several lines of inscriptions. The inscriptions described the method to release the puppets. Unless it was someone who understood how to unlock inscriptions from the Dharmic armament faculty, it was impossible to unlock it in a short time. The chancellor from White Deer Branch College, though relatively formidable in his training, was not as well versed in inscriptions compared to the old physician. As he stared angrily at the old physician let out a dry cough. "Everyone, calm down." He had just finished his sentence when another wave of disturbing sounds emerged from the entrance of the Spirit Breath village a distance away. Everyone was confused as a student from White Deer Dao College, surrounded by puppets, appeared in front of the masses. Instantly, the expression of the chancellor from White Deer Dao College dropped even further. From the information that he had received regarding Ethereal Dao College and the words that Zhao Yameng had said previously, he and the other two chancellors knew in their hearts who had committed the deeds. The old physician had a headache. Seeing the involvement of the puppets, he did not need to think. Too hard to know that Wang Baoli was responsible. This incident, if I were to explain, the old physician cleared his throat again, wanting to feign ignorance, but before he could even finish, disturbing sounds spread from afar once more. The anger in the three chancellors' eyes grew more prominent. The old physician pretended not to notice and hurriedly spoke. "Actually, there could be a misunderstanding here." Before he could even finish, disturbing noises were heard again. This time, three figures returned together. The scene made the three chancellors so angry that they were about to explode. The old physician slapped his forehead and sighed. "Let me save him, and I'll explain later." Speaking, he stepped forward toward Li Yi. Raising his right hand, he released Li Yi from the crutches of the puppets. However, he could not shut off the noise, and he did not want to forcefully destroy the puppets, so he left the puppets moaning disturbingly. Thereafter, he released Wu Fen and the others. With the help of students from the various Tao colleges, they quickly regained consciousness. After noticing the uneasy gazes thrown at them by the onlookers, recalling what had happened before they fainted, and hearing the disturbing noises made by the puppets, they were shocked and screamed while covering their faces. Wang Baoli, it's not over between the both of us. Chancellor, Wang Baoli did this. Chancellor, please give me justice. The people involved immediately shouted. Wu Fen, the black-faced youth, and the others roared angrily in their rage. Curses toward Wang Baoli emerged from their mouths unendingly. Even though the surrounding students from the 3 other Tao colleges had been relatively certain in their minds that the culprit was Wang Baoli, they had not experienced the incident personally. Even among those who had experienced it, nobody wanted to admit it for fear that Wang Baoli would take revenge. After all, Wang Baoli's methods were considered cruel to the majority of the people. However, right now, since someone had spoken, the discussions erupted. Chancellor, Wang Baoli is extremely lowly. He peeped at us bathing. Chancellor, Wang Baoli snatched my 5-inch spirit root. That was something I met after battling with all my heart. However, Wang Baoli hid at the side, not only snatching it away, but also injuring me. Chancellor, I want to report Wang Baoli. He severely injured Zhui Yixian, leaving him stuck at the 7-inch spirit root. Chancellor. Complaints surfaced like waves hitting rocks, crashing loudly without pause. They grew numerous and overwhelming, and toward the end, the surrounding students from the other 3 Tao College, regardless of whether or not they had met Wang Baoli before, were all scolding him angrily, pushing the blame to him, creating an imposing scene. The scene shocked the chancellors from the 4 major Tao colleges. They had never imagined that Wang Baoli would instill so much hatred in the people. Wang Baoli's seduction of the thousands of spirit roots involved many that were fated with other people. The betrayal and changes in those spirit roots unwittingly transformed into immense hatred. That was compounded by the fact that those spirit roots had been unable to locate Wang Baoli and began to disperse throughout the area, filling the entire landscape with figures of him. That seemed to form a reminder for those depressed students, causing them to be frustrated yet constantly reminded. Of course, among the group, there were also many who had never interacted with Wang Baoli previously. However, due to jealousy and the desire to participate in the commotion, they all began to comment as well. It was becoming chaotic with activity, with many students exchanging comments and airing their displeasure. The trio from Ethereal Tao College looked at each other and then at the old physician without saying a word. That gave the old physician pressure. He was laughing bitterly internally. He had not felt that Wang Baoli was so annoying to people previously, but he had never thought that when he was placed within the crowd, he would cause so much displeasure. As his headache throbbed on and the sounds of discussions grew even louder, the accompanying cultivators from the 4 major Tao colleges who were guarding the entrance let out a loud scream. There's a flying object approaching. Quiet down. A mysterious object is approaching. It looks big, and it doesn't seem to be a student. The shouts from the Spirit Breath Village in trance immediately caught the attention of the chancellors from the 4 major Tao colleges. It would not have caused much fanfare in the past, but since the glow and changes had occurred in the Spirit Breath Village previously, they were especially alert, and they all turned their heads toward the sky. The surrounding students also stopped their discussions, looking nervously in the same direction. Just as they placed their attention on it, they immediately saw that at the entrance of Spirit Breath Village, there was a 20-foot tall, 30-foot wide object flying toward them. Magnetic forces surrounded the object. It was shimmering, which made it difficult to take a clear look at. Its speed was fast, and as it charged closer toward the area, it slowly became clearer. What is it? It seems like a huge pail. That can't be right. It's not a pail. There seem to be people hanging around it. The pail contains lots of materials. Gosh, I think I saw an alchemical cauldron in it. Waves of shocked voices emerged from the crowd. As the object neared, the old physician noticed a figure largely covered by the pail. After it was revealed that it was a rotund figure, he drew a deep breath, his face conveying a look of bewilderedness and shock. The three other chancellors beside him also recognized the figure after taking a closer look. Instinctively, they wanted to start reprimanding, but they were instead dumbfounded by the gains that far exceeded their imaginations. Soon, sharp-eyed students also noticed the rotund body. They rubbed their eyes and took another look before wanting to scream but being unable to do so. That's Wang Baoli. The moment they spoke, Wang Baoli's low growl could be heard emerging from behind the large pail. Those in front, make way. Don't block me, I don't know how to stop this. It's dangerous. As his voice spread, the students from the 4 major Dao colleges in the plaza saw Wang Baoli clearly. Instinctively, they spread out, creating a path, as their minds buzzed with activity. The instant that they spread out, Wang Baoli, who was surrounded by the magnetic force, charged forward at an ever-increasing speed. With a loud boom, he passed the entrance of Spirit Breath Village, creating a sonic boom, as he instantly appeared in the plaza. The magnetic force dissipated, but due to inertia, when Wang Baoli landed on the ground, he caused the earth to shake several times due to the weight and the immense speed. He hugged the large pail and tumbled hundreds of feet before stopping. He then placed the large pail on the ground, causing a loud thump. After that, Wang Baoli turned his head while huffing and puffing. Wiping off his perspiration, he looked at the crowd, instantly noticing that the people surrounding him, regardless of whether they were students, the hundreds of accompanying cultivators, the chancellors from the 4 major Dao college, or even the elites and old powerhouses from the respective Dao colleges who arrived thereafter, were all looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Looking at the shock on the people's faces, Wang Baoli was extremely delighted. He cleared his throat, wanting to say a few humble words, but even before he could do that, a deafening commotion and activity that seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth suddenly erupted, instantly drowning Wang Baoli within it. Chapter 120, Enduring Clan? Chapter 120, Enduring Clan? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli. An alchemical cauldron, that's definitely an alchemical cauldron. This Wang Baoli actually managed to bring an alchemical cauldron out. Puppets are hanging all around the alchemical cauldron as well. What's the big deal about the alchemical cauldron? It has no lid, and inside it, darn it, there are tons of materials. I even saw some broken dharmic armament fragments. As the crowd reeled in shock, Wang Baoli picked his ears in order to adjust to the sounds surrounding him. He was indescribably delighted and could not help clearing his throat forcefully before snapping his fingers with his gloved right hand. Instantly, the puppets hanging on the pail all released their grip. With a loud whoosh, the incountable objects that they had been carrying fell all over the ground. Among them were pills, fragments, broken jade slips, as well as some objects that Wang Baoli did not recognize. They were numerous and scattered all over the floor. The crowd held their breaths momentarily, but very quickly, emotions ran high once again. Gosh! The objects that the puppets retrieved. There's a leaf, could it be a plant? There are even ancient spirit stones. Look at those stones. That's right. They're ancient spirit stones. Quick! Look at that piece of broken rock. There are runes on it. Could they be array runes? The comments from the crowd were as loud and chaotic as the crashing waves. Wang Baoli proudly puffed up his chest, but he still felt that he had not made a strong enough statement. Therefore, he raised his foot and kicked hard at the large pail, causing it to topple over. Instantly, even more objects fell out, revealing the 4 corpses within it. The 4 corpses had originally been on top of the large pail. However, fearing that they would fall off during the journey, Wang Baoli had shifted them to the bottom. Right now, as the 4 corpses fell, a louder commotion erupted. Corpses! 4 of them. I'm not mistaken, right? This Wang Baoli, he brought out 4 corpses. The commotion shook the earth, reverberating in all directions. The seniors from the 4 major Dao colleges, whose cultivation and status far exceeded those of their respective chancellors, could not help but gawk with their eyes wide open. As they inhaled deeply, they all looked simultaneously at the 4 corpses, dumbfounded. It's from the same generation as the one we saw just now. Look at their glabelli. These corpses, they are from the enduring clan that has been described in the records. Just now, in the location that the girl described, there were 5 corpses. These seniors, usually expressionless and cold as a result of their high levels of cultivation and positions, were now extremely agitated, their eyes aflame. Among them, a red-faced elder immediately turned his head toward Wang Baoli and began questioning him. "Little chap, these 4 corpses, could they be the remaining ones?" "Dear elders, these corpses were indeed from the altar. They were obtained after I put in all my effort, experiencing torturous treatment amid life-threatening danger. They were a challenge to retrieve," Wang Baoli answered respectfully, as he could see that the few elders were prominent figures, and that he had better answer as truthfully as possible. After hearing Wang Baoli's reply, the elders looked slightly confused but seemed to be more surprised than anything else. They all laughed heartily, facing the sky. Their gazes toward Wang Baoli carried strong hints of praise and approval. Among them, a long-faced elder dressed in a Daoist robe from White Deer Dao College patted Wang Baoli's shoulder as if to show his approval of him. "Not bad, young man. I appreciate your relentlessness in obtaining all these objects. Come, join White Deer Dao College." The moment he spoke, the red-faced elder who first questioned Wang Baoli also did not want to lose out. Therefore, he stepped forward, directly slapping away his palm. As he looked at Wang Baoli, his praise for the lad was practically glowing in his eyes, and he let out an amiable smile. "Your name is Wang Baoli, right? Young man, stay in Ethereal Dao College. Good job, your future will be bright." The elder from White Deer Dao College was not angry. He looked at Wang Baoli with a smile on his face before his attention was drawn toward the corpses that he had brought back. He then began inspecting them again. The surrounding students from the 4 major Dao colleges began to quiet down from the earlier commotion. However, the thoughts buzzing in their heads showed no signs of stopping. They stared dazedly at all the items strewn on the floor as well as the gleeful Wang Baoli. All the discussions and complaints previously seemed to have become moot. Even Li Yi and the others could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger, as some of the items had once belonged to them. However, they still had to hand it to Wang Baoli. His haul was colossal, and even if the items that he had taken from them were ignored, Wang Baoli's gains trumped all of theirs hands down. Furthermore, the revealing of the 4 corpses made them especially agitated. They could not wrap their heads around how Wang Baoli had managed to accomplish that feat. If even Li Yi and the others were having such thoughts, what about the rest of the students? Right now, every student was shocked to the core. Wang Baoli's gains were so extensive that they could not be described. If one really wanted to draw parallels, it would be conservative to compare Wang Baoli to an entire Dao college. With simply the 4 corpses, he had easily trumped the 3 other Dao colleges. These gains were never before seen since the opening of the Spirit Breath Village, so it was simply shocking beyond words. Compared to his gains, the things that Wang Baoli had done previously were insignificant. Tying people up with puppets or even more overboard actions, as long as it was not illegal, could easily be forgotten after he was reprimanded half-heartedly. Even the 3 chancellors could only laugh bitterly. They looked at Wang Baoli and shook their heads, probably thinking about how good it would have been if Wang Baoli was a student in their own Dao college. Compared to them, the old physician was exhilarated. He laughed heartily up to the sky and stepped forward to give Wang Baoli a firm pat on the shoulder. "Baoli, good job." The joy in the old physician's heart could not be described. The surrounding students from Ethereal Dao College were also in high spirits, stepping forward to offer their congratulations, as they felt that it was their honor to do so. At the same time, their pride toward being a member of the Dao College grew. To them, Wang Baoli had been a good Samaritan within the Spirit Breath Village. He had helped many students from Ethereal Dao College. When the students from the 3 other Dao College had chided him loudly before, they did not speak, but they had all planned to stand up for Wang Baoli should he be punished. Now, seeing that everything has been resolved and that Wang Baoli had done such a marvelous deed for the Dao College, they were extremely delighted, if somewhat jealous. Wang Baoli was happy beyond words. He chatted heartily with the surrounding students from Ethereal Dao College. Even Zhui Yifan, Du Minute, Chen Ziheng, and the rest stepped forward to join the chatter. Du Minute was close to breaking through at the 6-inch stage, and even though Wang Baoli had not met Chen Ziheng in the Spirit Breath Village, Chen Ziheng had still done an impressive job, attaining a 7-inch spirit root without creating much fanfare. As for Zhui Yifan, it seemed like after he separated from Wang Baoli, he had absorbed an 8-inch spirit root by a stroke of luck. Even Zhao Yameng stepped forward, thanking him softly while looking him in the eye. Everything delighted Wang Baoli, and his happiness was apparent on his face. He felt that his high popularity now indicated that he could become the president of the Federation in the future. It did not matter that it sounded illogical, for Wang Baoli was more self-confident now than ever. The students from the 3 other Dao colleges, seeing that Wang Baoli was in the spotlight again, were all in low spirits, but they accepted the fact. Soon, with the return of the majority of the people from the Spirit Breath village, the cultivators from the 4 major Dao colleges adjusted the array formation to attract the students who had yet to be ejected. The curtains of the mystic realm of the Spirit Breath village came to a close. Over 4,000 students had entered the village, and over 90% of them had broken through to become true breath experts. There had been some unlucky ones, but with their potential, they could still fight for a chance to take the assessment again so as to enter the mystic realms of their respective schools after they returned. Unless their luck was really rotten, there should not be a huge problem for them to become true breath experts in the future. As for the records of their performance for their mission, every single object retrieved was recorded in detail. If there were objects that anyone wished to keep for themselves, they could also take the chance to voice their wishes. Otherwise, they could do it after clearly arranging and looking through the items that they had collected when they have returned to their Dao college. Even if they desired to exchange for other resources, they were free to do so, for the 4 major Dao colleges usually would not interfere in this matter. Wang Baoli pondered on his options and chose magnanimously to leave the blue bead behind. During his journey out, he had realized that it could not be stored in his storage bracelet. In reality, none of the objects from the Spirit Breath village could be stowed into the storage bracelet. Even though the blue bead was an impressive object, no one knew that it was derived from the long, blue spear. In addition, it had been fading along Wang Baoli's way back. Though it looked unassuming, there were people who were captivated by it. However, compared to the other more impressive resources that Wang Baoli had retrieved, it appeared insignificant. Not only did Wang Baoli leave the bead behind, he also decided to part with some selected objects. In terms of his gains, he had many objects that he could request when he had returned to the Dao College. Just like that, after cataloguing the items, the 4 major Dao colleges went their separate ways. As for the bet between the 4 chancellors, the winner was the old physician. Among the people who had attained an 8-inch spirit root, apart from Li Yi, there was another student called Jing Yuanjie. He was not well known, and Wang Baoli had not seen him in the Spirit Breath village. On the other hand, there were 3 individuals who had attained an 8-inch spirit root from Ethereal Dao College, namely Zhao Yameng, Zhui Yifan, and Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's spirit root could be transformed, but he wanted to keep his true strength a secret and decided to disguise it as 8 inches. In the end, seeing that Li Yi and the others had left on a cruiser, Wang Baoli was filled with emotions. I wonder when I will see them next. As he watched them leave, Li Yi and the others noticed Wang Baoli as well, and they returned his gaze with fierce stares as they turned and stepped onto their cruisers. Soon, the cruiser from Ethereal Dao College also rose into the sky. In midair, as it was traveling into a distance, Wang Baoli stood on the deck, lowering his head to look at the earth and the Spirit Breath village, staring at the increasingly blurry Fragment Mountain. The sculpture of the impressive women, as well as the innumerable faces, appeared before his eyes once more. Enduring clan? Wang Baoli mumbled to himself softly. Chapter 121, The Only Divine Armament. Chapter 121, The Only Divine Armament. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As the cruiser moved away, Wang Baoli no longer saw Spirit Breath village or the blurred Fragment Mountain. When he closed his eyes, he felt the spirit meridians in his body. Wang Baoli deeply understood the principle of the innocent man gets in trouble because of his wealth, so he needed to hide his real spirit root. After all, 8-inch spirit roots were the known limit. If he, as a person with a 10-inch spirit root, appeared, he would cause an unimaginable commotion. If he had a powerful background, perhaps he might have been able to survive the storm. However, this was clearly not the case. If he got exposed, Wang Baoli could imagine the kind of path that would be laid out before him. Believe in kindness, but don't bet on it. That was a line from the high officials' autobiographies. As a child, Wang Baoli had not understood it, but as he grew older, its meaning had gradually become clear. Not long later, Wang Baoli sighed deeply and suppressed his thoughts. He took out a bag of snacks, eating while walking back into the cruiser. Snacks could make anything better. After finishing the bag, Wang Baoli thought of his gains and thought of how he would enter Upper Academy Island soon, which put him in a good mood. He hummed a tune and went to look for people to chat with. He first went to Chen Ziheng's room. However, Chen Ziheng was stabilizing himself after breaking through to the True Breath realm and did not have time to deal with Wang Baoli. Not being able to do anything, Wang Baoli decided to look for Du Minute. Initially, the both of them spoke calmly. The moment Wang Baoli spoke freely, however, Du Minute grew annoyed and finally yelled, "Stupid fatty, get lost." Wang Baoli rubbed his nose, thinking that Du Minute really had a bad temper, and quickly left. After thinking for a moment, he went to look for Zhui Yifan, but he discovered that Zhui Yifan was also in seclusion. Wang Baoli scratched his head, then decided to look for Zhao Yameng. But very soon, he also had to leave Zhao Yameng's place. When he went to Zhao Yameng's room, he found Zhao Yameng quietly sitting. No matter how Wang Baoli spoke to her, she did not reply, making Wang Baoli feel awkward and bored, as though he was speaking to himself. Feeling helpless, Wang Baoli felt that he had better just go back to cultivate himself, but just at that moment, he received a notification from the Chancellor to meet him to describe the area on Fragment Mountain in which he discovered the corpses. When he arrived, he found that there were other people in the room too. The red-faced elder and a few unfamiliar cultivators were all looking at Wang Baoli. Other than that, Zhao Yameng, Zhui Yifan, and Chen Mingyu also quickly arrived. As the Chancellor began to ask questions, the four of them swiftly spoke one after the other, describing the altar where the corpses had been found. They also told them about how they had gotten hold of the corpse. Zhao Yameng had to rely on the mystic arts, paying a heavy price in order to retrieve it. Wang Baoli was less honest, however. He only explained that there was an unforeseen event in the area. The mist spread, the statue appeared, and the strange face became illusory and then was suppressed, causing the ground to become unstable. He then used his puppets to search for a path. He had already thought of all these excuses on the way back. That long, blue spear is fake. And I still thought it was a divine armament, how annoying. Most of what Wang Baoli said was true, with the exception of the mask and the blue bead. It was difficult for other people to see through these kinds of half-truths. As for saying that the long spear was fake, there was no need to hide this, and Wang Baoli was worried that the Dao College had a way to investigate this claim. So, there was no reason to lie about that. Long, blue spear? The Chancellor was slightly moved. The cross-legged, red-faced elder sitting behind the Chancellor looked at the unfamiliar cultivators after hearing Wang Baoli's words. Seeing them nod, he smiled. If Wang Baoli had not mentioned that the long, blue spear was fake, then there would have been a problem. That is truly fake. Actually, this is not the first time that the four Dao colleges have discovered an illusory long, blue spear, said someone from among the few unfamiliar cultivators. Until today, we have already found 3 among the other fragments. Each place had a statue and that face with a strange expression. The long, blue spears at the 3 altars disappeared after we retrieved the surrounding corpses. According to our research, they are images created from a power that we cannot control, and it has a suppressive power. It's a pity that we cannot control it. As for the corpses, they are all incomplete. Although there is value in studying them, it cannot compare to our haul this time. Listening to them speak, Wang Baoli felt shaken. He did not expect the 4 Dao colleges to have discovered the altar where the long, blue spear was. At the same time, a strange feeling arose in him. Didn't they get the blue bead? Am I the only one who got it? Wang Baoli's heart started beating fast. He suddenly remembered that he had needed to use the devouring seed's absorbing power to get the blue bead. Unless that long, blue spear didn't vanish but condensed together under my devouring seed's absorbing power. Is that why it melted the bead? Wang Baoli's changing thoughts attracted the red-faced elder's attention. He looked over in surprise. Feeling the red-faced elder's gaze on him, Wang Baoli inhaled and spoke. Grandpa, if the long, blue spear is truly a projection, what if there really is this spear that is hidden in a place that we don't know? If there really is one, this should be the divine armament. The red-faced elder did not see through Wang Baoli's deception. When he first learnt of this all those facts years ago, he had also been similarly surprised and doubtful, so he smiled upon hearing this. Divine armament? How can there be so many divine armaments? Even today, the entire Federation only has one divine armament, which belongs to the 4 Tao colleges and is used by the Federation President. That is our Federation's most prized treasure. The red-faced elder laughed. Usually, he would not have said any of this. It was just that he liked Wang Baoli, so he explained the matter. Only one. Wang Baoli's eyes widened. It seemed that it was also Chen Mingyu's first time hearing this, as he was stunned. However, Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng did not seem surprised, clearly, they already knew about this. The red-faced elder smiled. He did not continue talking about the divine armament. Instead, he asked the 4 of them about some details, then allowed them to leave. Even by the time he reached his own room, Wang Baoli was still shocked. There is only one divine armament in the entire Federation? Finally, Wang Baoli understood the value of the divine armament. His gaze revealed his longing. Currently, he knew information about the Federation that many regular people did not know. For example, the 4 Tao colleges had formed an alliance, becoming a powerful force within the Federation. Almost half of the officials in the Federation came from the 4 Tao colleges. In addition, the current and previous the Federation presidents had also come from the 4 Tao colleges. On some level, the 4 Tao colleges could choose the president. Previously, Wang Baoli did not understand the reason. Now, he knew that it was because, among all the powers in the Federation, the only divine armament belonged to the 4 Tao colleges. On a certain level, one could even say that the Federation president was the spokesperson for the 4 Tao colleges, but a strong Senate also had the ability to check the 4 Tao colleges' power. Wang Baoli was muddled on their overall usage, but he could still roughly guess. The 4 Tao colleges decided on the president, and the Senate decided the Federation's national policy. They were in opposition, yet they could not be separated from each other. This was because there were other powers constraining them from the inside, while there were countless beasts on the outside. Wang Baoli inhaled deeply as he thought about this. Although he did not understand most of it and could only guess, he knew that he would be able to raise the mysterious veil over the Federation once he entered Upper Academy Island. How much do they know of Enduring Clan? And how much do they know of this big sword's origin? Since they discovered the corpse, then, have they discovered any living people? And is there anyone from the Federation who has already stepped into that ancient greenish-bronze sword which had stabbed the sun? The longing in Wang Baoli's eyes increased. He had even asked Zhui Yifan about the 5-generation Sky Clan spells. Regarding this, Zhui Yifan's explanation was a little profound. It was as though it was a mystic art that the 5-generation Sky Clan had discovered from a fragment. It was also the foundation of the world, calling forth the so-called previous world, and concerned with the origin of spirit roots. Even though it was not true breath, as long as the body had a spirit root, one could put it to good use. It was just that Zhui Yifan's mastery was not as good as Zhui Xian, so he could not do this. Furthermore, there is obviously a large number of fragments from the old sword. I wonder how it looks on the moon and the other stars. Wang Baoli looked out the cruiser at the sky with anticipation. Time flew, and one day passed. As the cruiser descended from the sky, one could see Green Forest Lake in the distance. At this moment, in a place in Ethereal City, there was a 30-foot wide moat separating this land from Ethereal City. It circled the land, forming an inner city. This place was Ethereal City's inner city and also the family business of one of the Federation's 17 senators, Ethereal City's city lord. The size of the area enclosed by the moat was shocking. It was as big as dozens of large manors. From afar, the vintage castle in the center was even more eye-catching. There were birds singing and flowers exuding their fragrance. There were ponds, artificial mountains, and many touched-up ancient castles surrounding the center castle. Throughout the entire inner city, even the stone panels of the floor, the surrounding architecture, and the protective river all had hidden array runes, causing this place to be wrapped in array formations. Furthermore, all this was only what the eye could see. One could imagine that there would be even more protection and killing tactics hidden in this inner city, undetectable to the eye. At the same time, there was also a large number of guards wearing black armor patrolling the area. Each of them gave off a strong aura. There were also large numbers of attendants, cooks, musicians, retainers, and so on. They were all busying themselves in this inner city, as though their lives' meaning was to serve the owners till their own deaths. At this moment, behind the castle, there was a forbidden place that no one could enter without the owner's permission. There was an old tree there, dozens of feet tall, with a flourishing crown that covered an area 100 feet wide and countless drooping branches. Among the pervasive green, one could vaguely see some green, unripe fruits. Under the old tree sat two people. One of them was Lin Qianhao. His expression was depressed. He looked forward, wanting to speak, but stopping himself each time. As for the person whom he was looking at, it was a middle-aged man wearing a black swallowtail jacket. His back was facing Lin Qianhao. He looked at the fruits on the tree, seemingly lost in thought. This man's figure was tall and straight. Even though he was middle-aged, he only had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. If one did not look closely, they would think that he was a youth. The aura emanating from him, however, was like an ocean, deep and unfathomable, with a hint of suppressive force. This caused the converging spirit chi in the area to fluctuate. He was one of the Federation's 17 senators, Ethereal City's City Lord, Lin Yu. Chapter 122, Light Path. Chapter 122, Light Path. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. How these fruits will be ripe soon. Looking at the fruits on the old tree, Lin Yu smiled. He had always been handsome, and with such a smile, it seemed that old tree had gained an abundance of vitality. Lin Qianhao looked at his father. His expression was still depressed, and he did not speak. Do you still not understand? Lin Yu turned, his eyes shining as he looked at his only son, who was also the successor whom he had placed the most hope in Indiana. However, with high hopes, there was also great disappointment. He knew that his son's greatest weakness was in making arrangements. Hearing his father's words, Lin Qianhao could not stand it anymore and let out all the thoughts that he had suppressed. Father, I still don't understand why you don't let me return to the Tao College. With your standing, even if I did do those things, there's no problem with returning to the Tao College. And it's also because you didn't let me go back that I couldn't take part in this opening of Spirit Breath Village's mystic realm. That damned Wang Baoli already went, and I received news that he actually has an 8-inch spirit root. As Lin Qianhao said that, he clenched his fist. This was what made him the most frustrated. Looking at Lin Qianhao, Lin Yu's expression was calm. Under his gaze, Lin Qianhao's breathing grew faster, and he bent his head. How as my successor, Ethereal Tao College is only an interlude, just to let you go through the motions, and yet you're treating it as something serious, Lin Yu said blandly. Although he did not raise his voice, there was a strange threatening force that covered the area, causing Lin Qianhao's heart to shudder. He bent his head even further. Such a small character actually made you so preoccupied. How I'm disappointed in you. Lin Yu's gaze was still calm, but his words made Lin Qianhao shudder. He looked up with anxiety, wanting to explain. Lin Yu's previously calm gaze turned fierce as though there was a sudden burst of lightning landing on Lin Qianhao. Lin Qianhao could not even explain himself, swallowing his words with a shudder. Seeing this, Lin Yu's gaze revealed his disappointment, unseen by Lin Qianhao. He gradually dissipated his ferocity and raised his head to look at the sky. After a long time, Lin Yu spoke, his voice weary. How this world is big, mysterious, and unpredictable. The Federation has the 4 Tao colleges and the Senate, we balance each other, but we also can't rely on each other. At the same time, there are the Trilunarist Corporation, 5-Generation Sky Clan, and the other 2 major sects watching, much less the Sea of Beasts outside. The Trilunarist Corporation is rich enough to compete with any country and is unfathomable. The 5-Generation Sky Clan is rumored to have the most orthodox ancient sword legacy, and there is some evidence that the 2 major sects seem to have a sleeping ancient sword cultivator. The 4 Tao colleges can choose to open up and accept any powerful people to join, but the Senate can't. All this is only in terms of the Federation. There's still the moon, the other planets, and that seemingly endless territory on the ancient greenish bronze sword. Even further, there are things that I don't even dare to believe, things that nobodies can only shudder at as they dream of them, Lin Yu muttered. It seemed like he was speaking to Lin Qianhao, but also as though he was speaking to himself. With such a magnificent universe, can't you have more foresight? As your father, I hope that you can quickly grow up. Don't expend energy on these nobodies. Because of my existence, your life is completely different. Can you understand this? Nervous, Lin Qianhao was even more shaken by his father's words. As his brain buzzed, he felt that he could vaguely understand the hidden meaning in his father's words, so he quickly nodded. Father, I understand. You don't understand. Lin Yu shook his head. He raised his right hand and waved it. In an instant, there was a resplendent light exploding from his hand. In the blink of an eye, there were actually 8 figures. These 8 figures' eyes were closed, and they floated motionlessly in mid-air as though they were restrained. However, their appearance caused Lin Qianhao's eyes to widen suddenly, and his breathing became rapid. These 8 figures, 7 of them were identical to Lin Qianhao, and they had spirit roots in their bodies, ranging from 1 inch to 7 inches. As for the last faceless spirit root, it was 8 inches long. Other people needed to struggle hard and have great luck in order to get their spirit roots. But right now, in front of Lin Qianhao, from 1 to 8 inches, they were all there. You don't have to fight with other people in the first half of your life. I have already prepared everything for you. This is the difference between you and those nobodies, I have already arranged your life for you. If you just keep walking this path, you will definitely reach the peak. In the future, when you become Ethereal City's Lord, when you become the new senator, that is when you will need to start working hard. If you truly understand this, then go to Ethereal Dao College's Upper Academy Island to study. Lin Qianhao was shaken. This was the first time that his father had spoken so clearly about his future. He stayed silent for a long time, as though his entire person in deep thought. Then he spoke lowly. I understand. At that moment, the returning cruiser from Spirit Breath Village had already landed in the Dao College's aerial port. Before they left, these students had still been in ancient martial arts realm, but when they returned, most of them were true breath experts. As they walked out, none of them could hide their emotions. They were even more excited when they noticed that all the faculty's teachers and a large number of students had come out to welcome them. The Chancellor understood everyone's feelings, so he waved his hand and dismissed everyone. In that moment, all the true breath students immediately dispersed. Soon, the aerial port was filled with the noisy sound of chatter. There were also quite a number of people welcoming Wang Baoli. Naturally, Liu Daobin and the others led the group, wearing the inspector robes and enveloping Wang Baoli. They laughed and congratulated Wang Baoli the entire way, and Wang Baoli returned to the Dharmic Armament faculty in high spirits. I, Wang Baoli, have returned. As he stepped on the peak of the Dharmic Armament faculty, Wang Baoli laughed at the sky. After some small talk, Liu Daobin prepared a feast in honor of Wang Baoli. Only when the moon was high in the sky did the drunk Wang Baoli return to his cave abode. After burping, Wang Baoli drank a mouthful of some ice spirit water to sober himself up. He took out his voice transmission ring and sent a voice transmission to his parents, informing them that he was already a true breath expert and that he had entered Upper Academy Island. Aren't I amazing, old Wang? Wang Baoli said, pleased with himself. His parents' delighted voices soon traveled out from the voice transmission ring. After talking to his parents for a long time, Wang Baoli saw that it was getting late, so he stopped the voice transmission. Sitting on the veranda of the cave abode, Wang Baoli looked at his surroundings, appreciating the silence. His feeling of not wanting to leave grew stronger. How time flies. 1 year ago, I just stepped into the Dao College, and now I'm going to enter Upper Academy Island. Wang Baoli sighed, but after thinking of his gains in the Spirit Breath Village, his mood improved. Let's not speak about turning over the treasures to the Dao College first. When the Dao College is done recording everything and gives me their tabulation, I can take a portion of the items back or to exchange them for something valuable. Even if it's just that blue bead, it will be a huge gain. Wang Baoli thought, his heart starting to beat fast. At this point, his right hand reached into his pocket. When he pulled his hand out, he drew out a grey bead. This bead had originally been blue, but after dimming, it had become grey. When he held it in his hand, there did not seem to be anything special. However, Wang Baoli knew its origins, and the fire in his eyes blazed. If I'm not wrong, this object is the long, blue spear that I condensed with my devouring seed. That means that there is only one of these in the entire Federation, right? Even though I currently don't know how to use this treasure is definitely special. After some research, Wang Baoli wondered if he should ask the little missy in the mask. After all, if it was just what he had discovered in the 5 peaks, it was not important. But the clues from the Spirit Breath village were also related to the mask. Wang Baoli felt that he should sound her out. As he thought this, Wang Baoli immediately took out the hallucination pillow to enter the hallucination realm. After a while, when he returned, his gaze held some doubts. In the hallucination realm, that mysterious little missy had actually held her silence on this matter. No matter how he asked, there was no response. Not telling me? Wang Baoli rubbed the area between his brows. This little missy was too mischievous. He had a conjecture about the bead, however, and he planned to test it out when he reached Upper Academy Island. After putting the bead away, Wang Baoli closed his eyes and revisited his memories of fighting and using dharmic artifacts in the Spirit Breath village. This was a habit that he had cultivated after reading the high officials' autobiographies, a way of concluding. After a while, Wang Baoli opened his eyes. He touched his chin and started to think. Learning how to create spirit chi waves is only one of the gains, but my dharmic artifacts are too monotonous. Other than exploding, they only explode. Other than injuring the physical body and eliminating enemies, perhaps dharmic artifacts could be used for greater effect on mental states. Deep in thought, Wang Baoli thought of how Li Yi and the others had looked like they were about to break down when the puppets escorted them away. This is a topic that I can research. Next time, I need to find a chance to experiment and create a dharmic artifact that can affect people's mental state. It will strike fear into people's hearts the moment they look at it, and they will surrender without fighting. Perhaps with this dharmic artifact, the weak can defeat the strong. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up. He felt that he had truly gained too much from this trip to the Spirit Breath village. As he pondered, Wang Baoli was happily cultivating himself. Gradually, the sky grew bright. When it was morning, he had just finished his meditation and discovered a crowd right outside the door of his cave abode. Visitors came and left in an endless stream, especially those true breath students from the Dharmic Armament faculty who had just returned. Previously, the journey had been too rushed, so they did not have time to build friendly relations with Wang Baoli. Now that they had returned, they immediately came to visit. These visits continued for 5 days. Only when Wang Baoli received the entrance letter from Upper Academy Island from the Chancellor did it become peaceful. Thus, he packed his bags and looked at the cave abode that he had lived in for a year, his anticipation growing. At dawn on the 6th day, a gong resounded throughout the Lower Academy Island. This gong could be heard all over, and the sound continued for a full 5 minutes. No matter what they were doing, every student could hear the sound, and all of them walked out of their rooms. As the sound continued, they saw various true breath figures from each faculty sprinting toward the Chancellor's Peak. They are going to Upper Academy Island. I wonder when we can also enter Upper Academy Island. Liu Daobin stood outside the accommodation for the Dharmic Armament faculty. Vaguely, he could see Wang Baoli's figure from among the figures sprinting toward the Chancellor's Peak. Although he looked normal on the outside, his heart was feeling melancholic. I have to work hard so that the distance between the head prefect and I won't be too large. If not, I won't be able to catch up to him. On the mountaintop behind him, Goatee had also walked out. He was also looking at the distant figure of Wang Baoli, his gaze showing his encouragement and satisfaction. He could still picture Wang Baoli's blood-covered image during the hallucination exam. On Alchemy Faculty Peak, Zhu Xiaoya also silently walked out of her accommodation and gazed at the Chancellor's Peak. After a long time, her expression showed determination and longing. She tightened her small fist and muttered softly under her breath. Brother Baoli, the alchemic recipe that I handed over has already gone for inspection. As long as it passes the inspection, I have the possibility of entering Upper Academy Island. Under the gazes of countless students from the Lower Academy Island, these few hundred students from various faculties who had ascended to the true breath realm in the Spirit Breath Village gathered at the Chancellor's Peak. Very soon they reached the square on the Chancellor's Peak. They were the people who had returned from Spirit Breath Village and the first group who would enter Upper Academy Island. There would be the second group later filled with people who took the makeup exams and those who had ascended in each Tao College's own mystic realm. They would subsequently be sent to Upper Academy Island. Right now, at this square, the few hundred people stood without a sound. Their anticipatory looks were all directed in front at the Chancellor. Upper Academy Island, please open the mountain gates. The Chancellor turned and swung his sleeve. His voice was like thunder, traveling toward Upper Academy Island, which was shrouded in fog. In an instant, the sky changed, the winds reversed, and a loud roar echoed in the firmament. The fog around Upper Academy Island parted. A stream of pure light, like a bridge, suddenly shot out from within Upper Academy Island's fog and connected to Lower Academy Island's Chancellor Peak, forming a light path. Chapter 123, Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Chapter 123, Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The moment the light appeared, all the true breath cultivators, who had been silently waiting, felt their hearts shake. Wang Baoli stood in the crowd, looking at the gathering light coming from Upper Academy Island and at the bridge that the light formed, feeling his anticipation rising. Upper Academy Island isn't your final stop but another stop on your life's path. Next, I will personally escort you to Upper Academy Island. Follow me, and let's go, the Chancellor said before turning and stepping onto the light bridge. Behind him, all the true breath students immediately followed him onto the light bridge, walking toward Upper Academy Island, which was in the middle of Green Forest Lake. As they neared, Upper Academy Island became clearer in their eyes. Upper Academy Island had always been mysterious to them, with mist covering it throughout most of the year. Even if they were currently walking on the light bridge, they still could not see past the opaque fog covering Upper Academy Island. It did not take long. The Chancellor stopped upon reaching the edge of the fog and turned to look at all the students behind him. Upper Academy Island is the core of ethereal Tao College. There is always a heavy gust of wind isolating it from everything else, so you can only see fog, but now, you will soon see the real Upper Academy Island. As he finished speaking, the Chancellor turned and took a step forward into the fog, disappearing into it. Everyone's anticipation grew even stronger and they stepped into the fog. Wang Baoli inhaled deeply and followed, melding into the fog. It seemed as though he had walked into water, everything was blurry. Other than the light bridge below his feet guiding him, he could not see anything clearly. Even though he knew that there was no danger, Wang Baoli's natural instinct was to be wary, and the spirit thread circulated within his body. Before long, he suddenly heard the crowd in front of him gasp. Heavens, this is Upper Academy Island. It's completely different from what I imagined. Is this paradise? Hearing the gasps from the front, Wang Baoli's eyes glimmered, and he increased the pace of his steps. Soon, he stepped out of the mist, and a wave of thick spirit qi hit him. The surrounding mist disappeared in that instant. As even more gasps traveled toward him, he saw the world beneath his feet. Below his feet, there was a huge platform floating in midair. If one looked at it from above, it seemed like a chessboard. Standing on the platform, Wang Baoli looked around him, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. The water in the lake below him was clear, but it was not how Wang Baoli had imagined Upper Academy Island. Instead, in that azure sky, in the sea of clouds, there were huge floating islands. Each island was about as big as the Lower Academy Island. If it was just that, however, it would not have been as shocking. The reason everyone was so shocked was because these 10 islands were more like 10 enormous mountain peaks floating upside down in midair. On each suspended mountain, there were mountain ridges, creating numerous mountaintops. In the sea of clouds, they could see countless buildings and structures, with strange flora and fauna all over these 10 suspended mountains. There was even a fragrance pervading the air. Under the 10 suspended mountains were countless vines. The vines were thick and thin, their lengths alarming, and each of them was connected, stringing all 10 suspended mountains together. There were even more flourishing vines that hung from Green Forest Lake. This was Ethereal Tao College's Upper Academy Island, drastically different from the Lower Academy Island. The fog in the area was the array formation hiding everything and isolating it. On some level, it was as though the space had contracted. Looking from the outside, the boundaries of the area were not too big, but in actuality, the land was much, much bigger than Green Forest Lake. All of this shook the hearts of the people who had entered. Wang Baoli's eyes were also wide, and waves of emotions rose and fell in his heart. Upper Academy Island had far exceeded his imagination. The Chancellor, who had been walking in front, smiled. He was not surprised at everyone's shock. After giving them a moment, he coughed dryly, and the sound traveled into the students' ears like thunder, silencing them. Upper Academy Island's structure is similar to the Lower Academy Island. There are 10 suspended mountains, each mountain representing each pavilion, each a counterpart to the Lower Academy Island's faculties. Actually, the Lower Academy Island's structure was modeled after Upper Academy Island. After introducing Upper Academy Island, the Chancellor cupped his fists toward the 10 mountains ahead. With this gesture, the 10 mountains immediately glowed, which produced 10 beams of light shooting forward. These beams connected with the platform that they were standing on, forming 10 bridges. Vaguely, on each suspended mountain, they could see 7 or 8 figures standing at the other end of the bridge, greeting the Chancellor. Combat Faculty's True Breath students, go to the first mountain. As the Chancellor spoke, Zhui Yifan and the others stepped out. This time, the Combat Faculty had the most people, almost 200 people stepped onto the bridge. As they walked toward the Combat Faculty Pavilion, the Chancellor's voice resounded again. Each 8-inch True Breath graduate will be treated differently from other students by each pavilion. Not only will they receive a cave abode, they will also receive a cruiser, and a storage bag as encouragement. Zhui Yifan, remember to collect them. Zhui Yifan stopped in his steps. He could not hide his emotions, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Standing among the crowd, Wang Baoli heard this. His eyes lit up, his anticipation rising. In the remaining time, the Chancellor started to make arrangements for each group of True Breath students to continuously make their way toward different bridges, entering different mountains. When the Array Runes faculty students started to leave, the Chancellor pointed at the distant Array Runes pavilion. In the Array Runes pavilion, there is a mystic realm that everyone can open. There is a legacy from a bolt of divine lightning hidden in there. You can enter to try it. So far, there has only been one person who has managed to earn all of it, but it's good enough to obtain one of the 5 divine powers from lightning's legacy. When he finished speaking, the Chancellor's gaze landed on the 7th suspended mountain. His voice burst forth again. That is the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Dharmic Armament faculty students, go over. His heart shaken, Wang Baoli inhaled deeply and paid his respects to the Chancellor. Only then did he step out onto the light bridge. Immediately, the people behind him followed. A row of people walked on the light bridge, and gradually, they made their way toward Upper Academy Island's Dharmic Armament Pavilion. As they got closer to the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's suspended mountain, the 7 or 8 figures at the head of the bridge became clearer. Most of them were youths wearing blue robes with extraordinary cultivation, giving off spirit force. This was especially so for one of them, who was a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe. His gaze was calm. Currently, he was looking at Wang Baoli and the other students that were quickly walking toward them. His expression was not angry, his body giving off a suppressive force like an ocean wave. The moment one got closer to him, the spirit chi in one's body would become unstable. Greetings, seniors. After leaving the light bridge, Wang Baoli quickly cupped his fists and bowed deeply. The people behind him followed his lead, greeting the seniors immediately. This is the pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. A long-faced blue-shirted cultivator introduced the man in purple. Greetings, pavilion head. Without waiting for other people to react, Wang Baoli quickly bowed again. Other people quickly bowed, too. The middle-aged man in the purple robe smiled. He nodded without saying anything and turned to leave. The long-faced blue-shirted cultivator who had introduced him, however, had clearly become more friendly. He reminded Wang Baoli and the others to follow. He took a few more glances at Wang Baoli, clearly aware that Wang Baoli was the 8-inch spirit root graduate. Wang Baoli was a little nervous, the people behind him were similarly so, and they all quickly followed behind. As they walked, they looked at the surrounding mountain ranges and pavilions. Soon, they reached a large hall below the mountain range. Here, the purple-robed middle-aged man stepped. He turned, his gaze sweeping across Wang Baoli and the others, and his smile grew a little. "Welcome to Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Not a bad batch of students. Not only do you have 2 people with 8-inch spirit roots, one of you even became an armament disciple. Take a look." The purple-robed middle-aged man smiled slightly. When he finished speaking, a person immediately walked over from outside the large hall. This person wore a blue long robe. His face was handsome, his figure tall, with a dignified bearing and look. He walked over and bowed toward the purple-robed middle-aged man before turning and looking at all the students, Wang Baoli included. All of these familiar faces had shocked expressions. His eyes flashed and laughed lightly. "Long time no see, everyone." Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. Lin Qianhao. Chapter 124, A Familiar Smell. Chapter 124, A Familiar Smell. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The expressions of the Dharmic Armament True Breath students changed. They had naturally recognized Lin Qianhao. Before Wang Baoli had replaced Lin Qianhao, the Dharmic Armament faculty could be said to have been under Lin Qianhao's control. Most of them had interacted with Lin Qianhao in one way or another. Although he appeared easygoing, he was actually cruel and merciless. They had heard that he had been expelled, but he had suddenly appeared at Upper Academy Island and even become some so-called armament disciple. Even though they did not know what an armament disciple was, since the pavilion head had pointed him out, it must have been an important status. After a short silence, they immediately cupped their fists to greet Lin Qianhao. Seeing the change in everyone's faces upon seeing him, Lin Qianhao smiled. Regarding the conflict with Wang Baoli, he understood his father's meaning. It was just that he still felt a little bit uncomfortable. On the one hand, today's appearance was merely a formality. After all, today was the day that Upper Academy Island received their new students, but on the other hand, he was also announcing his return. As for Wang Baoli's intense stare, Lin Qianhao merely sneered. Father was right. This Wang Baoli is only an ant, but if I can crush him without any effort, that would be even better. Wang Baoli's expression was dark. Nevertheless, while he was surprised to see Lin Qianhao there, it was still within his expectations. Previously, when the Chancellor had punished Lin Qianhao, Wang Baoli had already expected this. So, it's truly the case that Lower Academy Island and Upper Academy Island have different student roles. Wang Baoli looked coldly at Lin Qianhao. He had no need to hide his conflict with Lin Qianhao. Furthermore, he could also see the fluctuations from Lin Qianhao's 8-inch spirit root. Regarding that, Wang Baoli knew Lin Qianhao's background, so he was not surprised. When the others noticed the fluctuations from Lin Qianhao's 8-inch spirit root, all of them had complicated feelings. After all, they did not manage to get an 8-inch spirit root even after struggling, but it seemed that Lin Qianhao had easily surpassed all of them. What is this armament disciple that the pavilion head previously mentioned? This was what Wang Baoli was wary of. He noticed that Lin Qianhao's clothes were the same as those 7 or 8 young cultivators. It was not convenient for him to ask, however. Wang Baoli understood that this was a form of address, and he would understand what it meant very soon. The purple-robed middle-aged man had also noticed Wang Baoli's expression, but he did not pay too much attention. He did not know the situation between Wang Baoli and Lin Qianhao, and he had no intention of learning about it. Even though both of them were 8 inches true breath experts, and there were only a few of them, there were still some in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Furthermore, this was not his concern, so he did not pay it any attention. To him, he had only appeared that day because he was required to. Whenever new disciples arrived, the pavilion head had to appear to give them some direction. He would never waste his time on such things otherwise. As for Lin Qianhao, he had only joined Upper Academy Island because of connections in the Dao College. Thus, he did not pay much attention to Lin Qianhao. He spoke blandly. There are many rules that differ between Upper Academy Island and the Lower Academy Island. The pavilions are stricter than the faculties. Lower Academy Island is a school, but Upper Academy Island is a sect. What you learned at the Dharmic Armament faculty was only the basics. Now that you have reached the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, You will get to interact with materials to forge artifacts and learn the ways of forging. Furthermore, you will learn recipes for advanced inscriptions and spirit kernels. So be humble and work hard. All these words were what the pavilion head was required to tell the new disciples each year. Now that he had finished speaking, the purple-robed, middle-aged man made the blue-shirted cultivators handle the registration and turned to leave. Very soon, these 7 or 8 blue-shirted cultivators each took charge of a group of people, bringing them away. As for Lin Qianhao, he had arrived earlier and had clearly finished his registration. Right now, Lin Qianhao bowed to the surrounding blue-shirted cultivators, who immediately returned the greeting, before finally leaving. He waved his hand and actually drew out a small cruiser. Seeing Lin Qianhao step onto the small cruiser and leaving, Wang Baoli snorted. That's not a big deal, I will also have a cruiser soon. Looking away, Wang Baoli decided to bury the issue deep in his heart. He followed the long-faced, blue-shirted cultivator for registration. Along the way, they engaged in small talk. The blue-shirted cultivator was also interested in making friends, and soon, Wang Baoli understood the Dharmic Armament Pavilion even better. Not long later, the registration procedures were finalized. Everyone had also retrieved their bags filled with their robes, jade slips, and identity tokens. The blue-shirted youth pointed at the jade slips with a serious expression and said, "Junior brothers, you may not leak these cultivation techniques. One of them is Dharmic Armament Pavilion's cultivation technique to refine artifacts, the technique of infinite armament transformation. The other one is Ethereal Tao College's True Breath Realm Foundational Cultivation Technique, Cloud Ethereal Technique. As for the mountain ranges where you belong, and the place where you will be living, you can find directions in the jade slip. You can begin moving out." Once he finished speaking, the blue-shirted cultivator cupped his fists toward everyone and left. After returning the greeting, Wang Baoli stepped forward to ask about the special treatment for 8-inch spirit root that the Chancellor had previously mentioned. After informing Wang Baoli of where to obtain his cave abode and the other items, the blue-shirted cultivator smiled and nodded before turning to leave. At this point, all the Dharmic Armament faculty students were feeling emotional. Upper Academy Island was treating them so lightly that they felt a little disappointed. After bidding farewell to Wang Baoli, they dispersed, needing some time to get used to their new status and environment. Wang Baoli, on the other hand, did not feel disappointed. Instead, he felt even more competitive due to Lin Qianhao's appearance. He inhaled deeply, changed into a regular disciple's robe, and patted his stomach as he looked at the long, grey robe on himself. Although the color is different from Lin Qianhao's robe, I'm more handsome than he is. This clothing gives me an extremely graceful bearing. Wang Baoli felt that he could defeat Lin Qianhao simply based on appearance and felt smug. He hurried in the direction that the blue-shirted cultivator had told him so that he could retrieve his cave abode. He walked at a comfortable pace, looking at the surrounding mountain peaks and infrastructure. Through his previous conversation with the blue-shirted youth, he already had some understanding of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. There were 4 main mountain ranges divided into north, south, east, and west, with each mountain range having numerous mountain peaks. However, these 4 mountain ranges were not separate but whole. Regardless of whether it was the cultivation center or the office, each made up for what the other lacked, and they were all different. It feels like a city itself. Absorbed in thought, Wang Baoli saw many grey-robed disciples, all moving around hurriedly. As for the place that was in charge of the cave abode and cruiser, it was called the Pavilion Administrative Department and was located in the northern section of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Very soon, Wang Baoli found the Pavilion Administrative Department. It was a large, 3-story building. When he entered, he saw a blue-shirted, middle-aged man with a mustache. He was seated behind a large table, resting with closed eyes. There were even a few grey-robed disciples around him. All of them were speaking in whispers. When they detected Wang Baoli's presence, they immediately looked over. Wang Baoli blinked, his gaze sweeping across the blue-shirted middle-aged man. He walked over and coughed, placing his identity token on the table. "Senior brother, I'm here to get my cave abode." The blue-shirted, middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wang Baoli with some surprise. After examining the identity token, his expression changed slightly. 8-inch spirit root? The surrounding disciples looked over after hearing those words. Thereafter, they cupped their fists at the blue-shirted, middle-aged man. Knowing how to behave in a delicate situation, they left. Only when everyone around them had left did the middle-aged man take out a jade scroll from the side. After examining it, he looked troubled. "Junior brother, the cave abode is currently still in use and so is the cruiser, but don't worry, it will probably be available after 5 days. As for the storage bag, no problem, just wait a minute." The blue-shirted middle-aged man finished speaking and ascended to the second floor. Soon, he returned with a black bag and placed it politely in front of Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli furrowed his brows. The man's attitude was very good, and he did not mind waiting for 5 days. However, Wang Baoli was a smooth person, so he took out a rainbow spirit stone and placed it on the table with a smile. "Senior brother, please help me keep an eye out. When I move into the cave abode, I will give thanks." The blue-shirted middle-aged man's eyes lit up. With a laugh, he warmly promised, "Don't worry, junior brother. The cave abode will definitely be ready in a few days, but you might still have to wait for the cruiser. After all, you don't want to use something that other people have used, do you? To make a new one, we will need some time." The blue-shirted, middle-aged man slid the stone into his pocket. With his sincere attitude, Wang Baoli had nothing else to say and could only leave. He walked according to the directions given on the jade slip. When he was almost at his living quarters, he suddenly stopped. With some suspicion, he sniffed, and his eyes immediately grew bright. "This smell is very familiar." Chapter 125, Baoli is angry. Chapter 125, Baoli is angry. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. This is the smell of potatoes. Wang Baoli laughed smugly, feeling that his nose was pretty great. No matter what food, he immediately knew what it was just from the smell. When he raised his head loftily, he saw that there was a valley ahead and immediately followed a road outside the valley. As he approached, a fragrant smell and street noises traveled toward him, causing Wang Baoli to increase his pace. Just as he was about to enter the valley, he suddenly inhaled. "Heavens, it's actually my favorite soy egg." Wang Baoli's body shook, and he immediately stepped into the valley. Once he saw everything clearly, the street's noises, the shouting, and the numerous fragrances enveloped him. This was actually a market. Instead of selling pills and dharmic treasures, it sold countless snacks. Surrounding this valley, there were even many shops with advertisements hanging on the doors. One of them was actually advertising a snack that Wang Baoli had seen in Ethereal City. "I can't believe Upper Academy Island actually has a place like this. Unless, could they be testing the determination of the disciples?" Wang Baoli's eyes were bright. He noticed that there were many grey-robed disciples walking in and out, and it was incredibly lively. Occasionally, he would even see a blue-robed armament disciple. In actuality, each pavilion had a market like this. Even though they had broken through the ancient martial arts to become true breath experts and were real cultivators, they could not avoid having food. With so many people, there would naturally be many businesses catering to various daily necessities. "I am a cultivator, and I have already swallowed the world's spirit chi, how can I become greedy for mortal pleasures? Furthermore, I want to lose weight, so I need to resist." Wang Baoli shook his head and sighed. He wanted to leave, but just as he began walking, he passed a small food stall. He inhaled deeply, and after struggling with himself for a long time, he finally turned back. "Senior brother, I want 30 servings of this potato. And pack 100 servings of this soy egg for me. Senior brother, I want all of this ice spirit water, and give me 8 boxes of your snacks." After a while, Wang Baoli walked out of the market. As he ate the potatoes, he swallowed 1 soy egg and drank ice spirit water. His expression, however, was bitter. Forget it, forget it. I won't diet today. After all, I had to meet Lin Qianhao the moment I arrived, and now I have to figure out how to get rid of him, and this needs a lot of effort. Just blame Lin Qianhao. Thinking about this, Wang Baoli tore off another chicken leg and bit into it viciously. As he slowly walked out of the market, he saw a row of buildings, not far from where he was, at the bottom of a mountain. There were at least a few thousand buildings. Although they were densely packed, they were arranged neatly. People did not live together, instead, each disciple had their own building. When he found his quarters, Wang Baoli examined it. Although it was not as good as Lower Academy Island's cave abode, it was still clean and neat. The only problem was that when he opened the window, he could see the bustling market below in the valley and smell the fragrance, which was a struggle. Although this place is good, it's testing my determination. After struggling for a while, through a great effort, he managed to resist the urge to buy snacks, and studied the cultivation technique jade slip that had been distributed by Upper Academy Island. As time passed, and the moon hung high in the sky, the market outside began to close. The surroundings grew quiet. That was especially so given the season. In addition, with the positioning of the mountain in midair, the wind was extra cold. It passed through the window, blanketing Wang Baoli's body, making him feel very comfortable. Currently, Wang Baoli was also absorbed in the cultivation technique from the slip. His gaze revealed him to be deep in thought, and he occasionally looked up and closed his eyes, as though digesting and deducing the information. Just like that, Wang Baoli's first night on Upper Academy Island slowly passed. Only when the sword sun in the sky rose, casting light on the earth, did Wang Baoli finally inhale and end his research into the cultivation techniques. So, the true breath realm is actually separated into 5 levels. According to the description, the spirit chi on the first level is as fine as silk. The mist on the second level becomes a stream, and on the third level, the streams become a river. Thereafter, the river becomes a larger river until finally, the streams and rivers flow into the ocean. Wang Baoli muttered to himself with anticipation in his eyes. After researching through the night, he finally had a better understanding of true breath. The cloud ethereal technique is Ethereal Tao College's cultivation technique. If I cultivate according to the instructions, I can rise to the top of the true breath realm with some cultivation. Furthermore, other than the first level, the other 4 levels all have their own special spells. The most important change in this cultivation technique is to allow spirit chi to become like mist, to become flexible and easy to control. When one cultivates themselves to the limit, one can increase the speed while allowing them to become ethereal. The explosive cultivation, one can slowly meld into the spirit chi in the world, drifting from place to place. Wang Baoli inhaled deeply, thinking of the talisman that the Vice-Chancellor had taken out when he displayed his skills. The jade slip had also introduced the talisman. The first level of true breath was as thin as silk due to the lack of spirit chi, so it was difficult to display Dharma spells. It needed the help of talismans to condense the Dharma spells. In the second level, the strands of mist gathered into a river. Unless it was some Dharma spell that required an enormous force, regular spells no longer needed the piece of paper. Judging from this, the Vice-Chancellor is a first-level true breath expert. If he had reached the second level, he could display cloud ethereal techniques. Cloud Finger. Thinking of the jade slip's introduction to Cloud Finger, Wang Baoli's heart burned. Bending his head, he took out the jade slip for the technique of infinite armament transformation, his eyes bright. I can also learn the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's technique of infinite armament transformation. This is actually the complete edition of the Chi fostering art. There is Advanced Inscription Study, Advanced Spirit Kernel Study, a section on fusing materials, and a section on refining artifacts. If I manage to study this deeply, I can transform all objects into treasures on some level. One night of research allowed Wang Baoli to have a deep understanding of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's curriculum. The jade slip even mentioned that in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, disciples could visit designated areas to listen to their seniors' knowledge, and also look at video lectures on Upper Academy Island Spirit Intranet. In conclusion, Dharmic Armament disciples did not prioritize studying like Lower Academy Island. In here, disciples spent most of their time alone, absorbed in their own refinement and experiments. With new knowledge that he needed to understand and research, Wang Baoli was in high spirits, immediately immersing himself in it. Soon, 4 days passed. In these 4 days, Wang Baoli cultivated the cloud ethereal technique while studying the technique of infinite armament transformation, visiting the market the moment he felt hungry. Perhaps because it was too convenient to get food, while he was still fumbling with his cultivation technique, his weight had steadily increased every day. In the span of 4 days, it had increased by a lot. This can't go on. Early in the morning of the 5th day, Wang Baoli patted his stomach, eating his sumptuous breakfast with a distressed expression. He looked back as he walked out of the market. With a long sigh, he took out a mirror, looking at his clearly plumper face. Although I'm still handsome, I need to be careful. Wang Baoli touched his face, wondering if he ought to go to the pavilion administrative department to retrieve his cave abode. Just as he put away his mirror, he noticed the reflection of a cruiser flying overhead. Wang Baoli's eyes were sharp, so he noticed that the person on the cruiser was Lin Qianhao. It's him again. He's also in this mountain range? Wang Baoli raised his eyebrows. When he looked again, Lin Qianhao had also noticed him. Lin Qianhao lowered his head and met eyes with Wang Baoli. One of them was in the sky, and one of them was on the ground. Lin Qianhao seemed to have some sort of thought and sneered. Father was right. We're not from the same world. However, Wang Baoli, whether or not you can find your footing in Upper Academy Island will depend on if you get caught in my plot. With this thought, Lin Qianhao arrogantly looked away, ignoring Wang Baoli. He purposefully headed toward the cave abode area halfway up the mountain. Wang Baoli saw Lin Qianhao fly past toward the middle area of the mountain, landing right outside the door of a cave abode and entering. His eyes grew wide, his gaze turning icy. He has a cave abode. Interesting. This Lin Qianhao has a cruiser and a cave abode. I have an 8-inch spirit root and have made great contributions to the Tao College, yet I have nothing. Wang Baoli's expression turned dark. Previously, he had not paid much attention to the cruisers, but now he noticed that the cruiser had a number. With his current understanding of Upper Academy Island, he could see that the Tao College had issued it. Realizing that it had been 5 days since he had spoken to the Pavilion Administrative Department, Wang Baoli suppressed his inner fire, turned around, and headed straight toward the Pavilion Administrative Department. When he had almost arrived, it seemed that there was no one else. As Wang Baoli noticed the blue-shirted cultivator in charge of the Pavilion Administrative Department, this blue-shirted cultivator had also noticed him. The cultivator rubbed the area between his eyebrows. Without waiting for Wang Baoli to speak, he sighed. Junior brother Wang, just wait a little more. I've already gone to ask. It seems like the cave abode will be available in another 10 days. Hearing this, Wang Baoli could hardly suppress his anger, but he felt that there was something odd about this situation, so he immediately took out 10 rainbow spirit stones and placed them on the table. Senior brother, I want it today. The 10 rainbow spirit stones were a small windfall for the blue-shirted cultivator. He looked at them and gave a wry smile. Junior brother, I'm not lying to you. You possess an 8-inch spirit root and were Lower Academy Island's head prefect. Becoming an armament disciple is just a matter of time for you. I wouldn't dare offend you out of all people, but I also can't offend the other party. I've already chased them away several times. Wang Baoli squinted. He waved his sleeve, and the rainbow spirit stones on the table had increased to 30 pieces. He spoke calmly. Senior brother, please make it clear. This, the blue-shirted cultivator hesitated. Although he was not willing to offend Wang Baoli, he still had his duty to his job. The records for the cave abode were a secret, so he could not leak them. If it had been anyone else, he would have long chased them away. Even if Wang Baoli raised his hand, he still had to abide by this principle. However, Wang Baoli was too good at negotiating. He looked at Wang Baoli for a while, his gaze finally showing his decision. Junior brother Wang, I accept you as a friend. As he said this, he collected the spirit stones on the table and took out a jade slip from the various scrolls beside him. He placed it to the side. After knocking it for a while, he stood to stretch. Junior brother Wang, I still have a dharmic artifact that I'm refining in the back. I'm going to take a look. Wait for me, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. With that, the blue-shirted cultivator turned to leave. Wang Baoli saw the jade slip on the table and immediately understood his meaning. He picked it up and dusted it before his expression changed. The jade slip recorded all of the owners of the cave abodes. They were definitely all full, but, under Lin Qianhao's name, there were actually 2 cave abodes. These 2 cave abodes were together. Along with the blue-shirted cultivator's actions, the meaning was self-evident. D*MNU, Lin Qianhao, you dare to take my cave abode? The ice in Wang Baoli's gaze exploded. He could no longer suppress his growing anger, but soon, he realized that something was not quite right. It seemed as though the other person's actions were too obvious. Wait, this guy isn't stupid. Wouldn't he be afraid of being beaten up by me after taking my cave abode so obviously? Although he was angry, Wang Baoli did not lose his cool. Suspicious, he thought about it, wondering what would happen if the senior brother from the Pavilion Administrative Department did not show him the jade slip. With this thought, he slapped the table, understanding immediately. This, digging a pit for me? This rat is actually trying to scheme against me. I've read so many high officials' autobiographies. And I was just thinking of how to beat you up. Look at how I'll cripple you this time. Wang Baoli sneered, his eyes flashing coldly.